This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the abridged recording of Right Behind You by Lisa Gardner, performed by Luke Daniels and Terry Schnaubelt.
Had a family once. Father, mother, sister. Lived in our very own double wide. Brown shag carpet, dirty gold countertops, peeling linoleum floors. Used to race my Hot Wheels down those food-splattered countertops, double loop through ramps of curling linoleum, then land in gritty piles of shag. Place was definitely a shithole, but being a kid, I called it home. Mornings, wolfing down Cheerios, watching Scooby-Doo without any volume so I wouldn't wake the rents, getting my baby sister up, ready for school. Both of us staggering out the front door, backpacks nearly busting with books. Important to read. Someone told me that. Mom, dad, grandparent, teacher? Don't remember now. But somewhere I got the message. Book a day. Like an apple. So after school I headed off to the library, sister still in tow. Read some books, 'cause God knows we didn't have any fruit. I'd read Clifford the Big Red Dog to my little sis. Not old enough to read yet, she'd point and laugh at the pictures. Sometimes the librarian would sneak us snacks. She'd say stuff like, "Someone left behind their bag of chips. Would you like them?" I'd say, "Nah." She'd say, "Go on, better you than me. Potato chips aren't good for my girlish figure." Eventually, my sister would grab the chips, eyes greedy. She was always hungry back then. We both were. After library, home. Sooner or later, always had to go home. My mom had this smile. When she was in the right mood, having a good day, oh, that smile. She'd ruffle my hair, call me her little man, say how proud she was of me, and hug me. Big, strong hugs. Envelopes of cigarette smoke and cheap perfume. I loved that smell. I loved the days my mother smiled. Sometimes, if things were going really well, she'd fix dinner. Spaghetti noodles with ketchup. "That'll leave a stain," she'd cry gaily, slurping up noodles. Ramen noodles with scrambled eggs. "Dinner for 15 cents, now we're living the dream," she'd declare. Or my favorite, Kraft macaroni and cheese. "It's the nuclear orange color that makes it special," she'd whisper. My little sister would giggle. She liked my mother in this mood. Who wouldn't? Dad was usually at work, bringing home the bacon. When he had a job. Gas station attendant, night clerk, warehouse stalker. "Stay in school," he'd tell me. Afternoons when we came home in time to watch him button up yet another grimy uniform. "Fucking real world," he'd tell me. "Fucking bosses." Then off he'd go. And my mom would appear from the hazy cloud of their bedroom to start dinner. Or the door would never open and I'd get out a can opener instead. Chef Boyardee, Campbell's soup, baked beans. My sister and I didn't talk those nights. We ate in silence. Then I'd read her more Clifford, or maybe we'd play Go Fish. Quiet games for quiet kids. My sister would fall asleep on the sofa. Then I'd pick her up, carry her off to bed. "Sorry," she'd say sleepily, though neither of us knew what she was apologizing for. Had a family once. Father, mother, sister. But then the father worked less and less, and drank more and more. And the mother, dunno, drugs, booze, her own foggy mind. Parental units appeared less and less to cook, clean, work, more and more to fight, scream, yell. Mom hurling plastic plates across the kitchen. Dad punching a hole through the cheap drywall. Then both would guzzle more vodka and do the whole thing all over again. Sister took to sleeping in my room while I sat by the door, 'cause sometimes the parents had guests over, other boozers, druggies, losers. Then all bets were off. 3, 4, 5 in the morning, locked doorknob rattling, strange voices crooning, "Hey, little kids, come out and play with us." My sister didn't giggle anymore. She slept with the light on, ragged copy of Clifford clutched in her hands, while I kept watch with a baseball bat balanced across my knees. Then, morning, house finally quiet, strangers passed out on the floor. As we crept around them, stealing into the kitchen for the Cheerios box, then grabbing our backpacks and tiptoeing out the door. Rinse, spin, repeat. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Had a family once. But then the father drank, or shot up, or snorted too much, and the mom started to scream and scream and scream, while my sister and I watched wide-eyed from the sofa. "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" the father yelled. Scream, scream, scream. "Fucking bitch, what's wrong with you?" Scream, scream, scream. "I said shut up!" Kitchen knife. Big one. Butcher knife, like from a slasher film. Did she grab it? Did he? Don't remember who had it first. Can only tell you who had it last. My father, raising the knife up, bringing the knife down. Then my mother wasn't screaming anymore. "Shit!" My father, turning to my sister and me, bloody knife, drip, drip, drip. And I knew then what he'd do next. "Run!" I told my little sister as I dragged her off the sofa, shoved her toward the hall. The shag carpet slowed him down, but the peeling linoleum tripped us up. As we raced through the double-wide, silent in our terror, I passed my sister, scooped her up, little legs still churning through the air. I could hear him, right behind me. I could feel his breath on my neck. Already picture the blade slicing between my bony shoulder blades. I threw my sister into my bedroom. "Lock the door!" Then sprinting down the hall, my father and his bloody knife close behind. I bolted into my parents' bedroom, leapt onto the bed. "Fucking kid! Stay still! Stay still! Stay still!" Knife going up. Knife going down. Shredding the bedding, tearing into the mattress. I jumped down the other side, grabbed anything I could find from the top of the bureau, empty wine bottles, beer cans, perfume, hurled them into my father's beet-red face. "Shit, shit, shit!" Then, as he staggered, I jumped back over the bed, whirling around him. I heard the slash of the knife, felt the burning pain in my shoulder, but then I was clear, hammering down the hall. If I could make it out the front door, into the yard, cry for the neighbors, and leave my little sister behind. Then, she was there, standing in my bedroom doorway, holding out the baseball bat. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the wooden bat. I raced into the family room, turning at the last second, assuming the proper stance. My father. Wild eyes, flushed face. Lights on, I thought, but no one home. He raised the bloody knife. I swung with all my might, felt the connection, a solid, wet smack as I knocked it out of the park. My father, falling down, 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 knife dropping into the carpet. And still I swung the bat. Bam, bam, bam. Repeat, repeat, repeat. My little sister suddenly appearing beside me. "Telly, Telly, Telly!" Myself looking up. Wild eyes, flushed face. Lights on, but no one home. "Telly!" My baby sister cried one last time as I lifted the bat. Had a family. Once.
Sheriff Shelley Atkins wasn't supposed to be in the law enforcement business anymore. 10 years after a fire had left her torso and upper shoulder a ropey mess of scars, not to mention ruined her hip. She'd hung up her hat, so to speak. Taking up an anonymous benefactor's offer of a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Paris. Retired FBI agent Pierce Quincy, she remained certain. She'd initially salved her wounds with French crepes, French wine, and French museums. Then she came home, set herself up with a steady schedule of walking the beach, hiking the woods, keeping herself busy. Her replaced hip did best when in motion, the soreness of an active day far better than the knifing ache of idleness. And roaming the great outdoors, she was less likely to remember. A woman with her number of scars was definitely best off not remembering. Then, 2 years ago, the sitting county sheriff, an outsider whom the locals had never quite taken to, had resigned abruptly. Some whispers of impropriety, but nothing the DA could prove. Either way, the county found itself sheriffless. And Shelley, she wasn't a beautiful woman. Not even pretty. And that was before the fire had turned half her body into a Picasso painting. She had the solid build of a plow horse and the kind of no-nonsense face that invited men to talk to her at bars, while still eyeing the prettier girl 3 seats down. She had no family, no children, not even a pet goldfish, because she was never entirely certain she wouldn't take off again. Basically, 8 years after the fire had nearly killed her, Shelley had managed to add nothing and no one to her life. Mostly, she missed her job like hell, not to mention the people she'd once worked with. So she'd run for sheriff. And given that she was still remembered as something of a hometown hero for saving a federal agent from that fire, the locals had enthusiastically voted her back into office, bum hip, scarred torso and all. Which meant, Shelley reminded herself now as she drove, lights flashing, that she had only herself to blame. A report of shots fired this time of year? Not good for the local sheriff, nor the business leaders who counted on the quaint coastal town's sleepy reputation to remain, well, sleepy. Hour was still early, just after 8, which argued for either cranky good old boys who were still half skunked from their excesses the night before, or disillusioned tourists who'd finally figured out that camping in a heat wave wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Normally, August in these parts wasn't so bad, especially with the ocean breeze helping keep temperatures reasonable. But the mercury had been topping 100 for the past 5 days, and bringing tempers with it. In a rural community of 5,000, where the number of guns probably did outnumber the total population, maybe a report of shots fired had been only a matter of time. Dispatch had provided the address, a gas station convenience store at the edge of town. Headed north, having already made it through the blink or you'll miss it downtown, Shelley was approaching the county's biggest claim to fame, the cheese factory. Even with lights flashing, she had to blare her horn to weave her way through the thick line of RVs and campers already stacked up, waiting to turn into the parking lot. Given the already hotter-than-hell morning, most of the tourists were probably planning on ice cream for breakfast. When she completed this call, Shelley might join them, community policing. Eat ice cream, mingle with locals. Sounded like a plan to her. North of the factory, traffic died down, and Shelley picked up speed. Road was narrower here, winding through sharp bends as it twisted its way along the rocky coast. Then, 5 miles after a turn-in for yet another campground, Shelley arrived at her location, the Easy Gas. Shelley swung in, killing the lights while appraising the scene. She saw one truck parked in front of the twin gas pumps, a battered Ford that had seen better days. Otherwise, the place appeared quiet. Shelley got on her radio, alerted dispatch that she'd arrived. Then, picking up her broad-brimmed hat from the seat beside her, she placed it on her head and climbed out of her white sheriff's SUV. First thing that struck her, the absence of sound. That, much as anything, set her nerves on edge. In a hot, hazy August, when the local businesses were as busy as they were gonna get, the quiet here, it wasn't a good kind of quiet. Shelley's hand went to her holster. She automatically shifted her stance sideways, making herself less of a target as she approached the front of the worn-looking convenience store. Smell hit her next. Coppery, thick, an odor even a small-town sheriff knew better than she would have liked. The faded red pickup, mid-90s, was to her left, the open glass door to the small convenience store to her right. Shelley paused, considering. Vehicle appeared unoccupied, which left the store as the main area of concern. She moved closer to the exterior wall, bottom half blocked by giant coolers of ice, upper windows plastered with various posters advertising cheap beer. Hand still on her holster, she tucked herself beside the ice coolers and peered through the open door. Nothing to see. And again, nothing to hear. Not the ring of the cash register. Not the murmur of voices as the clerk rang up the sale from the truck owner. Just that smell, thick and pungent in sweltering August heat. Then a sound did reach her ears, soft, steady. The drone of flies, lots and lots of flies. Shelley knew then what she'd be finding inside. A brief pause while she did the smart thing and radioed dispatch for backup. Then, shoulders squared, she unsnapped her holster and removed her Glock 22. Entered the store. First victim had gone down 10 feet inside the entrance. Body was on its back, spread eagle. A bag of chips just beyond the 20-something male's outflung hand. Local was Shelley's first guess, as she eyed the worn jeans, unlaced boots, grime-smeared t-shirt. Probably a farm boy, she thought. Then caught an extra whiff of something rotten and quickly changed her mind. Fishing. Definitely a boat hand or a particularly pungent job like that. Maybe he'd just gotten in from an early morning haul and had come dashing in for a snack. Now he bore a single shot to the forehead, more bloody holes in the chest. Given the slack features, chances were the kid had never even seen it coming. Next body was behind the counter. Female this time. 18, 19. Second victim. Or certainly shot after the salt-jonesing customer, because the female had seen it coming. Body had fallen in a twisted hump as if she'd turned, tried to run, only to remember she was boxed in, imprisoned by the counter in front and a wall of tobacco products to the back. She'd gotten a hand up. Shelley could see the bullet hole straight through the palm. She didn't need to see the rest of the damage to know it had been fatal. Inside, the sound was louder, the damn flies drawn by the smell of blood and now concentrated on twin targets. She focused on breathing through her mouth. Slow, deep breaths. Procedure. Now more than ever, protocol mattered. She needed to alert her detectives unit, plus the county DA and ME's office. Calls to make, work to do. Shelley unclipped her radio from her shoulder, preparing to get on with the business of next steps. Just as her gaze came up, she spotted the third victim. Strawberries or kiwi? Apple? That's not a strawberry or a kiwi. Strawberries and kiwi get too soft. By snack time, nothing but goo. Apple it is. Rainie gives me a wink, then turns to raid the fridge. In response, I push the last of my scrambled eggs around on my plate. This is one of those mornings when I'm supposed to eat a healthy breakfast, get my energy up. I don't feel like it, and Rainie knows it. Beneath the table, Luca thrusts his wet nose against the palm of my hand. In his own way, my dog's trying to cheer me up. While Rainie's back is to me, I scoop some of the cold, pebbly eggs into my palm, then return my hand to my lap. This time, when Luca noses me, I open my fingers and deliver the treat. Now at least one of us is happy. I'm not supposed to feed Luca human food. He's a former police officer, Quincy likes to remind me, a trained member of law enforcement. He had to retire at 5, having torn his ACL twice in 1 year. Basically, Luca has a bum knee. Not bad enough to hinder him in civilian life, but not strong enough for active duty. Now Luca is my partner. Quincy got him from a cop friend a year after I arrived at Rainie and Quincy's house. It's my responsibility to take care of Luca. I feed him, exercise him, and give him his daily joint supplements. I also learned Dutch. I never knew this, but the German shepherds used in police and military training mostly come from Europe, where the bloodlines are purer. Luca came from the Netherlands, so his initial training was in Dutch. His canine officer continued to give his commands in Dutch, and now it's my turn. Do I sound good in Dutch? I have no idea, but Luca doesn't seem to mind. He listens to me very intently. I like that about Luca. He's a very good listener. And I sleep better at night when Luca is stretched out beside me. Another no-no, of course. Police canines should be confined to their kennels when off duty. Then, when you let them out, they know it's time to work. Dogs like their kennels, Quincy has explained to me, many times. Just because Luca is retired is no reason to ignore 5 years of training. Something, 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 blah, blah, blah. Quincy is very good at lecturing. And I'm a very good foster daughter. I nod obediently at all the right places, while continuing to take Luca out of his kennel to sleep with me at night. I don't call my foster parents, maybe soon-to-be adoptive parents, Mom and Dad. Some fosters, they insist on these things. But I was 10 by the time I arrived in this house and had already been placed in too many homes to buy into the instant family bit. Quincy's full name is Pierce Quincy, but everyone calls him Quincy, even Rainie, so I do too. He's older than most foster dads, in his 60s, but he carries it well. He and Rainie are out running each morning. Plus, Quincy still works. Once upon a time, he was an FBI profiler. That's how he met Rainie. She was a deputy right here in Bakersville when there was a school shooting. Quincy helped with the case, and they've been together ever since. Now, Quincy is retired from the FBI, and Rainie has retired from policing. Instead, they work together, consulting on cold cases or weird murders outside a police department's normal purview. Basically, they're experts in monsters. Which is maybe how they ended up with me. Rainie doesn't like it when I say such things. I'm just a kid, she likes to remind me. My job isn't to be perfect, but to learn from my mistakes. Some days, that's harder than you'd think. My parents are dead. I don't have any surviving aunts, uncles, grandparents. Just a brother, 4 years older than me. I remember him, kind of. The night my parents died, he went away. No one talks about him, and me being me, I'm not the kind to ask. That would be opening up. In the foster world, being family-less isn't terrible. It means I'm free to be adopted, which, when I was 5 and arriving at the first home with nothing but a black trash bag of clothes and threadbare stuffies, made me highly placeable. It wasn't a bad house, either. I mean, the Fosters seemed nice enough. I have trauma. Wait, post-traumatic stress. In the beginning, at least, I was assigned therapy twice a week. My fosters had to take me, all part of the plan developed by the family counselor. But I'm not good at therapy. I don't like to talk. I color. When I was 5, the lady counselor encouraged drawing, especially pictures of my family. Except I never drew a family of 4. I always sketched 2 people, a bigger kid and a little kid, my older brother and me. "Where are your parents?" the lady counselor would ask me. But I never had an answer. I don't sleep well. The trauma again. And sometimes, even when I know better, I do bad things. I just do. Impulse control. Apparently, I don't have much. And those first fosters, the nicer they were, the less I could stand them. I don't think that's the trauma. I think that's just me. I'm a little bit broken inside. There are reasons, I'm sure, but having spent the past 13 years being me, I'm not as convinced as the therapists that the reasons really matter. I mean, if the handle snaps off your coffee mug, do you ask it why it broke? Or do you just glue it back together? This is Rainie's philosophy as well, and I like it. We are all a little bit broken, she tells me, but we all work on fixing ourselves. I like Rainie and Quincy. I've been in this house 3 years now, long enough for them to decide to keep me, warts and all. I have Luca and my own room, and somewhere in Georgia, a soon-to-be adoptive big sister, Kimberly, with her husband and 2 kids. In November, if all goes as planned, her daughters will be my nieces, which is kind of funny given that they're my age, but I like them, at least as much as I like anyone. I'm lucky, I know that, and I'm working really hard on gluing and improving and impulse controlling, but some days it's still hard to be me. I haven't seen Quincy yet this morning. Lately he's been holed up in his office working on his project. He won't talk about it, but Rainie and I suspect he's writing a book. His memoirs, techniques for profiling. He hasn't confessed yet. Quincy is definitely one of those guys who's mastered the art of silence. Now Rainie, if Quincy's the quiet one, then Rainie is the emotional one. At least her face is easier to read. And she's pretty. Long, thick red-brown hair, blue-gray eyes. She dresses casually, jeans and sweater in the winter, capris and tank top in the summer. But somehow she always looks put together, at ease. Me, on the other hand, one look and you know I'm a foster kid. I definitely don't have Rainie's reddish hair or Quincy's bright blue eyes. Nope, I've got dirt brown hair that flips in directions I can't even predict. Jug handle ears, dull hazel eyes, not to mention bony knees and elbows and a too-thin face. Rainie tells me I will grow into myself. Give it time. You want to know a secret? I love Rainie and Quincy. I really, really want them to become my real-life forever and ever parents. I want to stay in this house. I want to spend every day with Luca by my side. But I never say these words out loud. Not even the day Rainie and Quincy sat me down and told me they had started adoption procedures. Not a talker, remember? I like to think they already know how I feel, being experts in monsters and all. Rainie has returned to the kitchen island. She places an apple in the blue insulated lunch bag, then folds over the top, sealing it shut. Done. I can't help myself. I sigh heavily. I don't want to go today. I don't want to do what they've decided I should do. Quincy is a big believer in tough love. Rainie, on the other hand, she's not gonna relent, but at least she feels bad about it. It might be fun, she tries now. I roll my eyes at her. Eggs are gone. I push my fork through little puddles of maple syrup, drawing elaborate designs around random pancake crumbs. You like to swim. I don't dignify this with an eye roll. Rainie returns to the table, sits down beside me. It's swim camp. 4 hours at the local Y. You can do this. I give Rainie a look. I want it to be tough or sarcastic or something, but for just one moment, I can't do this. I suck at this. which is why they're making me go, not to improve my swimming. Who cares about that? But to work on that whole playing well with others thing. Another one of my broken bits. I don't want to socialize with other kids. I don't trust them, I don't like them, and best I can tell, the feeling's mutual. Charla. If you let me stay home, I'll do chores, I whisper. I'll clean my room, the entire house. I'll work on learning responsibility. Quincy loves responsibility. 1 week, 4 hours each morning. Who knows, you might even make a friend. Wrong thing to say. Now I am miserable and self-conscious. Rainie seems to get it. She sighs, squeezes my hand. Give it 2 days, honey. If you still hate it by Wednesday... Rainie pushes back her chair. Come on, grab your swim bag. Time to get this show on the road. I rise to standing, dead girl walking. Luca falls in step beside me. Where's Quincy? I ask as we head for the front door. Phone. New case? I ask, already more excited for a potential homicide than swim camp. Nah, local call. Nothing that exciting around here. Rainie opens the front door. Try smiling, she advises me. It's as good a start as any. Shelley's lead homicide sergeant, Roy Peterson, arrived on the scene first, followed shortly by his team, then Deputy Dan Mitchell. Roy put his detectives to work, then paused long enough to confer with Shelley and Dan outside the Easy Gas. The sweltering August heat had already darkened their uniforms with sweat, but was still easier to take than the rapidly increasing stench of blood and gore inside the tiny convenience store. Call came into dispatch 8:04 a.m., Shelley related to her sergeant. Report of shots fired. I arrived on scene at approximately 8:16 a.m., discovering 2 bodies inside. One a young male, approximately mid-20s. Second a young female, 18, 19 years of age. Both appear to have been shot multiple times. Owner of the store? Roy quizzed. Don Juarez, Shelley answered. I spoke to him briefly by phone. He tentatively identified the cashier as Erin Hill. At least that's who was scheduled to work this morning, and the body matches her description. She's from a local family. I already contacted Officer Estevan, asked her to pay the parents a visit. And the DOA mail? Roy asked. No ID, no wallet. Maybe shooter grabbed it on his way out. Truck outside is registered to a fishing charter company. We'll need to fax the vehicle registration over to our counterparts in Nehalem. Maybe one of them can get us a name. Got Rebecca and Hal photographing the scene, bagging and tagging evidence, Roy reported. Me should be here shortly. So far, we've recovered 9 shell casings, 1 slug. 9 shots for 2 victims? Shelley shook her head. Seems a bit much. Male customer was shot 3 times to the chest, once to the head. Female clerk the same. Single shot to the head, 3 to the torso, including 1 slug through the palm of her hand. Weapon? Shelley asked. Recovered slug appears to be 9mm. Dan spoke up. That's 8 bullets, 4 shots for each victim. But you mentioned 9 casings. So where's the last shot? Oh, haven't gotten to that part yet. Shelley smiled grimly. Turns out we got a 3rd victim. Store security camera. Which, with any luck at all, might be our lone witness. You saw the camera? Dan asked Shelley. Mounted behind the cash register up near the ceiling. Big, little, old, new. Small. Well, what remained of it. Black plastic. So, an electronic eye. Dan nodded. In that case, actual footage is most likely recorded to a DVR. This place got a back office? If the small convenience store was hot, the windowless back office was stifling. In a coastal town known for mild temperatures, plenty of places didn't have air conditioning, and this store was no exception. When Shelley snapped on the overhead light, she discovered a tiny fan perched on a top shelf, someone's idea of heat relief. Otherwise, the standing room-only space contained a plank of wood topping two dinged-up metal filing cabinets, a battered-looking laptop, and, sure enough, a DVR, matte black, clearly new, stuck in a back corner with an attached monitor. "Looks like a recent purchase," Dan said from behind Shelley's shoulder. "Recent thefts? Suspicions?" Shelley murmured. The security system was a lucky break. Even basic models were over $100, which, for a business that looked as worn and tired as this one, couldn't have been an easy expense. She shifted to the side, sucking in her gut as Dan squeezed past, eyeing the DVR. "Most systems offer immediate playback," Dan said, already punching buttons on the DVR. He worked his tech magic, then an icon for super security appeared on the monitor. A few seconds later, the screen filled with the top-back view of a woman's head. The cashier, Shelley thought, Erin Hill, who'd started work at 4 a.m. and dutifully activated the security system. Dan fiddled again, moving them forward in time. 5 a.m., 6, 7, 7:30, then... Not a bad image. Fixed, which was a little disorienting, black and white. Customers appeared and then disappeared from the side of the screen, while the back of Erin's head remained dead center. From time to time, she also disappeared, maybe sitting down to read a book, or more likely play on her phone during the lulls. 7:53 a.m. The male victim appeared. Shelley made out the side of his face as he briefly walked into the store, then disappeared down the aisle in search of chips. 30 seconds, 40, 50. The man reappeared, full face shot now as he stood at the counter and dug around in his pocket for a wad of cash. No audio. They could see but not hear. Given that the guy's mouth was moving, he was saying something to Erin. She must have replied, because he appeared to laugh in response. Then he pocketed his change, grabbed his bag of chips, turned toward the entrance. Suddenly his arms flew into the air. His body seemed to jerk, then stumble back, then jerk again. He went down, his head disappearing off screen, till they were left with only the image of his sprawled legs. Erin turned, her dark hair, their single focal point, suddenly whipping around. She gazed up at the camera, eyes wide, terrified. Shelley couldn't see her mouth, only the top half of her face. Was she screaming? Was she trying to tell them something? At the side of the screen, a bare forearm came into view, holding a gun. Pop, pop, pop. And Erin disappeared from sight. A life ended, just like that. Shelley found herself leaning over Dan's shoulder, staring at the video intently, as the shooter's arm came down, vanished off the screen. No, the shooter had to appear. He still had to take out the camera. A lull. Maybe the shooter pausing to check around outside, see if the sound of shots aroused any nearby suspicion. Or maybe he did rifle through the male victim's truck. But eventually, 3, 4, 5 minutes later, a lone figure walked into view. Not a man, a kid, younger than even his first victim, maybe even younger than Erin Hill, wearing a bulky black hoodie, sleeves balled up at his elbows, but still totally inappropriate for a 90-degree August morning. The boy approached the counter. He didn't look back at his first victim, nor down at his second. Instead, he peered directly up at the camera, stared straight at it, wearing the flattest expression Shelley had ever seen. No remorse, no glee, not a drop of sweat on his brow. The dark-eyed boy stared at Shelley through the lens. Then he raised his arm and fired. Shelley had to take a moment to get her breath back. Leaning over the monitor, Dan wasn't doing much better. "Recognize him at all?" Shelley asked her deputy. "No." "Me neither." She doubted it mattered. An image this good, a description this solid, they should have a name within hours. "He didn't take money," Dan murmured. "No. Didn't even talk to them, just walked in, murdered 2 people." "I know. Did you see his eyes?" Shelley nodded. She understood what her deputy was trying to say. "What happened here?" Dan asked. "I don't know, but I know who to ask. Pierce Quincy. If this video is anything to go by, we're gonna need a profiler's insights. But the shooter's motivation isn't our biggest question yet." "What's our biggest question?" "A kid who kills this easily? Is he done yet?"
Retired FBI profiler Pierce Quincy was getting a second shot at life. He wasn't the type to dwell on such things. Maybe 15 years ago, not even the type to believe in such things. Raised by a single father after his mother's sudden death, he joined the Chicago PD before being recruited by the FBI. Then, as a young up-and-coming agent, he'd been honored to join the pioneers of profiling, some of the Bureau's most legendary agents. If the work pulled him away from his wife, Bethy, then their 2 daughters, Mandy and Kimberly, well, hunting serial killers was like that. One could hardly chase down the monsters of the human world and still be home in time for dinner. The work was a calling, and Quincy, he'd lost himself in it. And his wife left him, and his 2 daughters grew up without him. Until one day, one phone call, Mandy had been in an accident. Except it turned out it wasn't an accident. Quincy had brought something home from work after all, a man intent on vengeance, and both Quincy's older daughter and his ex-wife paid the price before Quincy stopped him. With Rainie, Quincy had found a better balance. Rainie understood his silence in the same way he understood her demons. She accepted that just because he didn't share his emotions didn't mean he didn't care, and he accepted that she would probably never sleep at night, and every day, all day, she would forever be making the courageous choice not to drink again. Now here they were, a little older, a little wiser, and heaven help them, with a soon-to-be adopted teenage daughter. They were nervous. They were excited. They were terrified. They were hopeful. They were parents. Quincy had spent much of the morning listening to Rainie's low murmur down the hall, most likely soothing the rabid beast that sometimes posed as their foster daughter, before carting her off to swim camp. Charla had come to them with a case history of antisocial tendencies. The paperwork hadn't lied. With a foster child, bonding was always an issue. Quincy and Rainie had qualified as foster parents despite his advanced years and her struggles with alcohol, in part because Quincy was considered an expert in bonding. Certainly, interruptions in the bonding process were serial killer 101. Combine the antisocial tendencies with the trauma Charla had experienced at a young age, and her caseworker had some concerns. The first 6 months, Charla had certainly put them through their paces. But perhaps Quincy was getting soft in his old age, because he looked at his soon-to-be daughter and he didn't see a future predator. He saw a lost little girl, one who'd suffered much and had built the corresponding protective layers. Charla didn't trust, didn't reach out, didn't have faith. But she could bond. Just look at her and Luca. Charla loved that dog, and Luca loved her right back, 2 peas in a pod. Maybe not the socialization he and Rainie had been hoping for, but at least it was a start. Certainly, he and Rainie liked to hope that one day, if they were really lucky, Charla would love them at least as much as she loved her dog. Again, welcome to parenting. Now Quincy returned his attention to the phone in his hand. Shelley Atkins, the county sheriff, was on the other end.
2 dead,
she was saying now.
both shot multiple times.
Robbery? He asked.
The cash register's cleaned out, but get this. He took the money after he shot them, not before. According to the security video we watched, he didn't walk in and make demands. He walked in and opened fire. Given that, money feels more like an afterthought. If all he wanted was instant cash, waving around the handgun would have gotten the job done. No need to take out 2 people who weren't offering any resistance.
You have a video of the incident?
Yeah, which is the real reason I'm calling. Quincy, hell, I don't know how to explain it, but I'd like you to come down and take a look. This kid, the expression on his face as he pulls the trigger. He gunned down those 2 people because he could. And a boy that cold?
You're worried he's going to kill again.
Exactly.
Quincy glanced at his watch. Rainie had already left to drop off Charla at the Y. Give us 40 minutes, he told Sheriff Atkins. Rainie and I'll meet you at your office. The county sheriff's department looked the part. 2 stories with squat lines and a beige exterior. It showed off the kind of architecture only budget-conscious local governments could love. Quincy and Rainie walked straight to the desk duty officer, flashed their IDs, and were buzzed through the heavy metal door into the heart of the unit. Like most county sheriff's buildings, it housed everything from local lockup to a dispatch center to several different departments, including the second-floor detectives unit, which is where Quincy figured they'd find Shelley now. They headed up, and sure enough. Shelley stood in a moderately sized space meant to house 4 detectives, but not necessarily at the same time. Bone-colored walls, commercial-grade blue carpet, stock fake wood desks. It looked like any detective's bullpen Quincy had ever visited, which made it on par with the rest of the building. Someone had had the foresight to push 2 of the desks to the side, clearing space in the middle of the room. Shelley, her Sergeant Roy Peterson, and a deputy, Dan Mitchell, stood there now, studying an image on the flat screen mounted on the far wall. Given Rainie and Quincy knew everyone present, hellos were quick. Then they were down to business.
Call came in shortly after 8 a.m.,
Shelley explained to Rainie and Quincy now. She pointed to the flat screen. On it appeared a frozen headshot of a white adolescent male, wearing a black hoodie and staring straight back at them. His face was devoid of emotion.
I personally responded to the call, but it was all over and done by the time I got there. 2 dead, perpetrator gone.
Which is this person here? Quincy gestured to the monitor.
Yep.
He studied the photo again, feeling a niggling sense of recognition, as if he'd both met this kid once and never seen him before in his life. He glanced over at Rainie, who was also frowning at the image.
Can we see it from the beginning?
Rainie asked.
Whatever you think will help.
Shelley picked up the remote. The flat-faced young male disappeared. Then a fresh image appeared, the back of a woman's head. Shelley hit play and the video began. The resolution was higher quality than Quincy would have expected from a gas station security cam. The video was also short. Gun appeared, and within a matter of seconds, much less than a minute, 2 people were dead. A pause, probably at least a couple minutes in length. Then the unsub stepped fully into view, peered directly at them, and raised his gun for one final shot. Weapon? Quincy asked now, the angle of the video making it hard to tell.
9mm, at least according to the slug recovered. We'll know more once State's ballistics has had a chance to analyze.
How did the shooter arrive on scene? Drive? Walk? Rainie asked.
Good question. Easy Gas sits off on its own, no neighbors to serve as witnesses. But given its location 5 miles north on the highway, would be a long, hot walk on foot.
Meaning most likely the shooter drove, Rainie said.
Only vehicle at the scene is a red pickup, belonging to the male victim. So we don't know if the suspect acted on his own or had an accomplice, say a getaway driver? Rainie pressed. Anything's possible. Shelley clicked back to the still frame of the shooter. At this moment, this is what we got. Shelley stared at Quincy and Rainie. Think he's dangerous? Yes. They both answered without hesitation. So I go with the standard lines. Anyone who has any information should contact us directly. Do not try to approach this individual on their own. Why'd he do this? Quincy said. Why did this kid shoot and kill these two people? He ambushed them, which is very heavy-handed if robbery was his sole motivation. Rainie turned to Quincy. No hesitation. Shelley caught the implication. You think he's done this before? Highly possible, Quincy murmured. We need backgrounds on both victims, particularly the female. Again, Shelley was no dumb bunny. She was the real target? She's close enough in age to the shooter. Maybe they had a lover's quarrel, making the chip customer just the poor slob who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I think that scenario would make your life easier, Quincy said. If this was some kind of breakup gone wrong, the killer's objective has been fulfilled. He did what he set out to do. And now? If you're very lucky, he'll go home and shoot himself. And if I'm not that lucky? You're right. His adventures are just beginning. Show the photo to the press, Quincy advised. Get an ID, but definitely tag him as armed and dangerous. Locals should not approach. What do you think the boy will do next? Shelley asked. Quincy frowned. He studied the picture, frowned again. I think this boy gunned down 2 people in less than 1 minute, then made sure to show us his face. I would say at this point, with this suspect, we don't know nearly enough. We've got a name and an address. Sergeant Peterson stuck his head in Shelley's office, where she was sitting with Quincy and Rainie. They all had cups of coffee, though Quincy knew from experience that Shelley's mug was actually chamomile tea in disguise. But I haven't done the press conference yet, Shelley said. No need. I emailed the photo to a couple of juvenile probation officers. Peterson glanced at Quincy. You implied the kid had some experience. Turns out you were right. Allie Sanchez hit me right back. Boy's one of hers. Is she bringing him in? Quincy asked with a frown. He'd already risen to his feet, Shelley and Rainie as well. Negative. I told her to delay contact for now. I'm worried if he heads to her office, gets any kind of bad vibe off of her at all. The kid's already gunned down, too. I didn't want to put Allie in that kind of situation. Cheat? Shelley asked. Mostly minor offenses, trespassing, criminal mischief. But it's a long record for a 17-year-old. Kid's been busy. According to Allie, the suspect currently resides with Sandra and Frank Duvall. Frank is a teacher at Bakersville High, Sandra a homemaker. With her own son off at college, the Duvalls agreed to foster the boy last year. Now get this. Frank Duvall has 6 firearms registered in his name, including a 9mm. Contact the family? Shelley asked. Phone the house. No answer. All right, I'll notify SWAT. When they give the green light, we'll roll. It would be best if the suspect didn't feel cornered, Quincy advised. I'll be sure to remind them to use their nice voice. The Duvall's address turned out to be a modest light gray ranch set far back from the road. One side boasted a grove of towering Douglas firs, the other side a thick hedge of rhododendrons. The front porch was dotted with pots of cheery red flowers, and someone had hung a sign next to the door advertising Home Sweet Home. Quincy and Rainie waited with Shelley while half a dozen SWAT team members spread around the property made their approach. Shelley picked up her cell, dialed the house number one more time. All appeared to be quiet. No car in the driveway, no sign of family members through the window. Static over the radio. Shelley did the honors. Team leader, come in.
Team Alpha's in position, good to go.
Green light, Team Alpha, go. The officers seemed to burst onto the scene, front of the house, rear of the house, banging on the doors. Then half a second later, when there was still no response, one man dropping low, popping the door with a battering ram. Then heavily armed, heavily armored men poured into the tiny ranch. Quincy found himself holding his breath, straining his ears for shouts, screams, shots fired. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. He glanced at Rainie just as Shelley's radio once more crackled to life.
Team leader to base.
Go ahead, team leader.
We have secured the premises.
Any sign of the suspect?
No, ma'am.
Members of the family?
Ma'am, you're going to want to see this.
Which told Quincy all he needed to know about the fate of Frank and Sandra Duval. Frank Duval never made it out of bed. His body lay flat on its back, thin sheet just pulled to his bare chest, single bullet hole through his forehead. Quincy could see powder burns rimming the edges of the hole, where the barrel of the gun had pressed against the flesh. This shot had been up close and personal, which no doubt had woken up Sandra Duval from her place beside her husband. She'd thrown back the sheet, gotten both feet on the floor, before taking 3 shots to the back, tightly clustered, the way all law enforcement officers were taught. Quincy couldn't help but think. The shooter aiming for center mass. She'd gone down face first beside the bed, arms flung wide, thin nightgown bunched around her waist. 2 more rooms down the hall. The first was small, with barely enough room for a twin bed and modest desk. The window was open, trying to let in a fresh breeze, except there wasn't any. Similar to the Duval's room, a fan droned in the corner, mostly blowing around hot air. Covers were kicked back, the August heat too sweltering for blankets. No bodies in here. Not much of anything, really. The bed, the fan, a lamp. Pile of paperbacks next to the bed. Mound of dirty clothes in the opposite corner. Desk held a charger for an electronic device currently missing. Quincy knew without being told that this was the foster child's room, their teenage suspect. And it pained him to know Charla would recognize this space, devoid of personalization, because in a foster's world, possessions were rewards that had to be earned. And given this 17-year-old's rap sheet, he'd probably spent more time losing privileges than gaining them. One more room down the hall. Door was open, most likely to encourage a cross breeze. Quincy approached alone. Roy Peterson had said the Duvals had a college-age son. Given that it was August, odds were high the boy would be home from school. With his gloved hand, Quincy pushed open the next wooden door. Another small room, twin bed, neatly made, brown and blue quilt pulled tight, and devoid of a body. No blood, no drone of flies, no stench of death. Just a room. Beneath the window was a desk, which appeared completely cleared off. The nightstand held an alarm clock, an old brass lamp, and little more. He stepped back from the empty room and exhaled softly. He retraced his steps to the modest family room where Shelley stood next to an Afghan-covered, oversized gray sofa, hands on her hips, sweat beading on her face in the stifling heat. She stared at him. 2 down. The Duvals. Both shot and killed in their bedroom. Single shot for him, 3 to center mass for her. Quincy reported. 3rd bedroom appears unoccupied. Duval's son not home from college? Henry Duval, Shelley relayed. Just learned he's studying engineering at OSU and currently in some kind of work-study program at a high-tech firm in Beaverton. So no, he didn't come home for the summer. Any sign of our suspect? Bed's unmade as if recently occupied. Also the fan's still on. Other than that, though, the bedroom appears more functional than comforting. 11 months later. Kid's not ready to unpack yet? Or he has nothing to unpack. Quincy moved into the room, looked around. 3 dinner plates were neatly stacked in the drying rack next to the sink. Same with glasses and silverware. Next, he checked the refrigerator, which was solidly stocked with milk, eggs, orange juice, and a hodgepodge collection of Tupperware.
It appears they ate dinner last night, cleaned up the dishes afterward.
Shooting was most likely early this morning,
Shelley filled in. Transport options? Quincy asked.
Good question.
Shelley got on her radio, contacted dispatch.
Vehicles registered to Frank and Sandra Duvall,
she requested, rattling off the address. It only took a minute for dispatch to come back with the answer. 2 vehicles, a 10-year-old silver Honda and a 15-year-old blue Chevy pickup.
Honda's in the garage,
Shelley reported, having walked the outside perimeter. But no sign of the truck, which I bet Duvall kept parked in the driveway. Shelley nodded. Gun safe? Quincy asked next.
I'm assuming the bedroom,
Shelley said. Didn't see any sign of one. The garage?
Nothing there.
They split up to conduct the search. Shelley was the one who found it first, down in the basement, which was blessedly cooler than upstairs. Quincy joined her in the gloom, the overhead light revealing an old ping-pong table, a deep freezer, and next to a pile of boxes, a heavy-duty gun safe, tall enough for rifles. The door to the safe was ajar. Using a gloved finger, Shelley slowly opened the door. A couple of loose bullets, and nothing else. Quincy, how many guns did you say Frank Duvall had again?
6.
Quincy studied the empty space. I'm gonna guess plenty of ammo to go with them.
In other words, I've got a 17-year-old suspect, heavily armed, with a truck, who's possibly already shot and killed 4 people. Quincy, what's going on here? I mean, a troubled kid shooting his foster parents is one thing, but why the 2 at the convenience store? What the hell does this kid want?
He raided the gun safe, then shot the Duvalls, Quincy murmured.
Looks that way.
Then got in the truck and...
Decided to keep on shooting?
Spree.
Quincy turned, made sure he had the sheriff's full attention.
Our suspect's on a shooting spree. Such incidents generally start with a murder close to home, killing a wife, boss, parent. Instead of that violence being the end of things, however, the shooter suffers a psychotic break, goes on a rampage. The first target was personal, but from here on out, the unsub will kill anyone, everyone, unfortunate enough to cross his path. You have a highly dangerous offender on the loose, Sheriff Atkins, and he will kill again.
All right, she said. All right. We'll need to establish a command center, issue a bolo for the missing Chevy, mobilize SWAT, state reinforcements, hell, anyone and everyone with a badge.
All public places near the Easy Gas should go into lockdown, libraries, community centers, daycares, etc.
Got it.
We need to learn about this kid, everything there is to know about him, friends, associates, hobbies, interests, where would he go under pressure, and how good are his shooting skills.
Okay.
Time matters. The longer this situation drags on,
more dangerous the boy becomes,
Shelley filled in. Not to mention the general public, most of whom around these parts
are heavily armed.
Shelley sighed. She unclipped her radio again, contacted dispatch.
I need a bolo out on a 17-year-old male, brown hair, brown eyes, last seen wearing a black hoodie and believed to be driving a blue Chevy pickup, license plate.
Shelley rattled off the sequence.
He is considered heavily armed and should be approached with extreme caution. I need all neighboring towns notified as well as state police. Also, forest rangers, fishing game, local campgrounds. You know the drill. Boy's name is Telly Ray Nash.
Quincy stopped. Felt the blood drain out of his face. What?
Telly Ray Nash,
Shelley repeated. But Quincy wasn't listening anymore. He was charging up the stairs, looking for Rainie.
You don't trust me,
the man said. Frank.
Call me Frank.
He told me that first afternoon, then shook my hand, actually shook it, while his wife, Sandra, had hovered beside him, clasping and unclasping her fingers, no doubt the hugging type, trying to rein herself in.
It's okay,
he continued now, looking straight at me.
To be honest, I don't trust you either. Too early for that. We're still getting to know one another.
I didn't say anything. What was there to say? We were standing in a clearing in the middle of the forest. In front of us, tacked to a beat-up wooden pallet, was a brand-new shooting target, provided by Frank. Around our feet, a litter of spent shells, bottle caps, and cigarette butts. All the locals came out here, Frank had told me as we drove over. A regular redneck shooting range. I'd been living with the Duvals for about 4 weeks. In some Fosters, you got, say, a cookie or even a cake to mark the 1-month anniversary. In the Duvals' house, apparently you went shooting. From the back of his truck, Frank removed a folding table. I set it up. Then Frank got out 2 pairs of safety glasses, a package of earplugs, and boxes of ammo. Finally, from behind the driver's seat, he pulled out a locked black box, slightly larger than a lunchbox. The gun? Guns? Frank typed a combo into the locked carrying case. He didn't try to hide the screen, so I didn't try not to watch. Frank raised the lid. Box was lined with black foam, shaped like an egg carton, or maybe the sound buffers they put up in recording studios. Nestled in the middle, black on black, sat the handgun, smaller than I would have thought, and frightening. I'd never shot a gun before, assuming video games don't count. Frank lifted out the piece.
Ruger SR-22. 10 plus 1, meaning 10 rounds in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. Now, first things first, a gun's a tool, and a tool must be treated with respect.
He stared at me expectantly. Finally, I nodded, having to look up to meet his eyes. Frank was a big guy, 6'4", solidly built, though more basketballer than footballer. A science teacher at the local high school, he'd grown up in these parts. Local boy, through and through. When he was my age, he'd been working his parents' dairy farm every morning and afternoon, while tearing up the boards as a varsity star, and spending most Saturday nights chugging beer and chasing trouble. He understood being a teenage boy, he'd told me my first night in their home. He understood trouble. He and his wife, they'd taken me in eyes wide open. They knew what I'd done. They knew what I was still capable of doing. They also knew this was it. 17-year-old boy due to age out of the system in another year. The Duvals were my last chance to ever be part of something. Not an adopted kid. I'd already entered the system too old for those kinds of pipe dreams. But play my cards right, extend a little trust, hell, clean up my act, and I could at least have a forever foster family. A place to go every Christmas, Thanksgiving. Better yet, as my probation officer explained to me, guidance for all the big changes coming my way. Getting a job, setting up my own place, paying my own bills. Real world, straight ahead. A couple of supportive parental figures in my corner would be a huge help, or so my probation officer told me. I didn't have the heart to confide in her, or big, confident, I know trouble Frank and cookie baking, please just let me give you a hug Sandra, but I didn't do family. Not anymore.
When it comes to handling firearms,
Frank said now, still holding the .22.
Safety first. Never point the gun at anything you don't want to shoot, not even when you think it's unloaded.
He stared at me. Never point the gun at anything you don't want to shoot, I repeated.
Some guys, they pretend there's a laser extending out the end of the gun. Anything the laser hits, it slices through. Looking at the Ruger right now, what am I hitting?
That tree?
Can we afford for that tree to be cut in half?
Guess so, sure.
And now?
Just lost your big toe.
Exactly. And I need my big toe, so I'm not gonna dangle the gun like an idiot and risk shooting off my own foot.
Okay.
Second cardinal rule. Never assume the gun is unloaded. Even if I hand it to you and say it's clear, you check it for yourself. Always. End of story.
He looked very serious, even grim. Once again, I nodded. Frank set the gun on the table, still pointed away from us at the tree.
Clearing a gun involves 2 steps. First, eject the magazine.
Frank lifted the Ruger, massive hand wrapped around the grip.
Come here, take it. Gun won't bite. And if you can't handle it unloaded, then you're certainly not ready for target practice.
I forced my hands out of my pockets, willed myself to take a step forward. Frank placed the Ruger in my right hand. It felt heavier than I expected. That was my first thought, but also comfortable. The rubbery grip felt the right size for my palm. The gun was solid, but not large. Certainly, it felt easier to wield than a baseball bat.
Okay, finger off the trigger. Never touch it till you're ready to shoot. Just a good habit to have. Instead, I recommend placing your finger above the trigger guard. Now, keeping your finger off the trigger and the gun pointed away, you need to clear your weapon. First step is to eject the magazine. Look on the left side of the grip, right behind the trigger guard. See that small black button? With your thumb, push it.
I did, and immediately the magazine popped out from the bottom of the handle. Not all the way out, but enough that I could slide it out with my left hand. It felt surprisingly light.
This magazine can hold 10 shots. How many bullets do you see?
I frowned. Nothing. It's empty.
So your gun is cleared?
I glanced at him. Just because I'd never shot before didn't mean I didn't know when I was being played. You said first step, meaning there's at least one more.
Good job. Remember what else I told you about the Ruger when I first described it?
10 plus 1, I recalled. The chamber, 10 in the magazine, which I just ejected, but that leaves 1 in the chamber.
Excellent. Gun is never cleared until you've checked the chamber. So first, eject the magazine, then rack back the slide to check the chamber. With the magazine ejected, place your left hand on top of the gun. Holding the gun out, straight-armed, use your left hand to rack back the top slide. Use a little muscle, it's okay.
I tried. Abruptly, the slide shot back. I startled, let go, and it slammed forward again. Frank chuckled.
Easy, buddy. Good way to pinch your hand and lose some skin. You want a smooth motion. Slide it back easily. Don't let go.
I fumbled 2 more times before finally getting it.
Look in the chamber,
he instructed me. Clear. Frank took the gun from me, placed it on the folding table.
Protocol, you and me. Always present a firearm exactly like this. Magazine out, chamber exposed. That way we both can see, everyone can see the weapon is clear. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Now time to get serious. But before we load and start talking shooting, we first must establish your dominant eye.
Turned out my right eye was dominant, and no squeezing one eye shut when pulling the trigger. Instead, concentrate on gazing down the gun sight, homing in on the target using your dominant eye. Frank went first, emptied the magazine. A tight cluster, most in the bullseye. Showing off for the foster kid, I thought. But he didn't puff up his chest, more like nodded to himself, fulfilled his own expectations. Then it was my turn. Safety glasses, earplugs, chasing rolling brass all over the folding table as I struggled to load 3 bullets into the magazine, just enough to get me started. Frank positioned me 3 yards from the target, so close I could have spit on it. Then, showtime. The trigger pull was longer than I expected. Then the recoil totally unexpected. The gun jumped up in my hand. I startled, and the tree to the right of the target was now down some moss. Frank didn't seem surprised at all.
Concentrate on the trigger pull, he advised. First pull is long, then the rest of the shots are short. Get used to how it feels, then we'll work on aim.
Lining up the shot, exhaling all the breath from my lungs, easing back the trigger. By the end of the afternoon, I at least had control. Standing at 5 yards, even if I didn't nail the red zone, my shots now showed some semblance of grouping.
Consistency,
Frank acknowledged.
A good start.
He didn't shoot as much as he worked with me. But then, at the end, no doubt to blow off a little steam, he showed off. He turned the paper target sideways till it faced the trees and we were staring at only its impossibly thin edge. Single shot, he hit the hair's breadth target, nearly severing the paper in half. "You've been shooting a long time," I said finally, closest I could come to praise. "Most of my life," he said as he took the gun, cleared the magazine and chamber, and returned it to its padded box. We worked together to pack up the earplugs, safety glasses, boxes of bullets, folding table. I grabbed the remnants of the target. He closed up the back of the truck. Then he was staring at me again, eyes serious, face grim. "You know why we took you in, Telly?" I didn't say anything. "We believe in you. We read your file. What happened with your family? Do you remember that night, Telly?" No need to ask which night he was talking about. My whole life came down to only one evening. Not much. I didn't look at him. "Do you think what you did was right?" I shook my head. Frank stilled, studied me for a bit. "Family counselor thinks you should consider therapy again. We'll take you. We'll do our part if you think it'll help." "No, thank you." "Telly, what happened to you, to your whole family? That was a terrible thing. And sometimes you keep something that terrible inside, it festers, becomes even worse than it was the first time around." "I don't remember," I heard myself say. "You don't remember?" "No. My mom screaming, yeah, and my dad. But after the baseball bat, once I got my hands on the bat, I don't remember much after that." "A man does what a man has to do to protect his family," Frank said. I finally looked at him. I had no idea what he was talking about. "Your sister defended your actions. Said you saved her. You saved both of you from your father. That's important, Telly. Means no matter what other people say, you did right that night. You need to hold on to that. It says something about the boy you were and the man you can become. That's why Sandra and I took you in. Maybe you think what you did was wrong, but Sandra and I, we see a boy who did what he had to do. And that boy deserves a better shot at life." I hurt my baby sister. You broke her arm. She recovered. Surely if your dad had gotten to her first, it would have been worse. I didn't have a response to that. I hadn't been lying before. I didn't remember too much from that night. Red haze of battle, maybe even a blackout. The first shrink had tried explaining to me, brought on by terror and trauma and years of abuse. What I did remember was the sound of bone snapping, and my baby sister's scream, a long, high, thin scream that went on and on and on, till 8 years later, it was still locked inside my head. "I don't want to see a shrink," I told Frank. "All right. But we're going to talk about it, Telly, because you need to talk about it. Your life is changing. 1 year from now, you'll be 18, ready to head out on your own. Sandra and I, our job is to prepare you for that. Think you're ready to be all alone in the big world?" I didn't know what to say. "Telly," he explained, "no one is ready to be all alone in the big world, and no one should have to be, okay? So, here we are. 12 months to get to know you, 12 months for you to get to know us. Make some sense?" I still didn't know what to say. He nodded, seeming to understand. "All right. How about shooting? Would you like to go shooting again?" I nodded. He wrapped the tailgate of the truck, then headed for the driver's door.
Sounds like a plan. Gotta say, nice work today. You're real natural, Telly. Calm and controlled. Keep this up, and next time I'll bring the rifles.
Rainie knew it was bad the moment Quincy walked out of the house. It wasn't so much the expression on his face. Quincy prided himself on his New England reserve, as the set of his jaw. Tight, grim, a man working on the best way to say something he didn't want to say. "Is the family dead?" she asked as he came to a stop before her. "The foster parents, Frank and Sandra Duval, both shot in the bedroom." "Their son?" "No, he's in Beaverton, some kind of work-study program. Rainie, the Duval's foster son, our suspected shooter, is Telly Ray Nash." It took her a moment to understand. She found herself thinking in confusion, but that's Charlotte's last name. Then the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, and she felt a curious sinking sensation in her stomach. "Charlotte's older brother," she stated. "Has she had any contact with him? Mentioned him at all?" "She's never talked about him. Quincy, he killed their parents." "I know. Baseball bat, not a gun." "He broke Charlotte's arm." "I know." "She's not supposed to have any contact with him. Says so in her file. And severing family ties, that's not something DHS does lightly." Quincy nodded. "He killed the Duvals first, didn't he?" Rainie filled in. "Yes." Rainie had been working with Quincy long enough to know the rest. "Telly Ray Nash is on a spree. He isn't done." "Spree killings only end when the shooter himself is killed." "I need to pick up Charla. What do we tell her?" "This will be on the news. Such a high-profile manhunt, it will be the talk of the town." "In other words, we need to be the ones to break it to her first." "She should stay inside for a bit. Keep Luca close." Rainie nodded. He wasn't saying anything she didn't know, and yet she still felt curiously unanchored. Hours ago, she'd been taking her daughter to swim camp, then joining her husband for a local police consult, and now her daughter's estranged brother was a suspected spree killer. Where in the foster training was that class? How exactly did she look into her daughter's eyes and shatter her world yet again? Rainie arrived outside the Y 5 minutes before pickup. Charla was already standing outside, a tall, gangly girl with wet hair dripping down her back and a bright yellow swim bag slung over her shoulder. Much to Rainie's surprise, her daughter, soon to be, close enough, she always thought, was not alone. A little girl of maybe 6 or 7 stood beside Charla, talking in an animated manner. In contrast, Charla's face was guarded, but she nodded at whatever the girl was saying. Rainie pulled up, lowered the window.
"Is that your mom?"
the little girl asked.
"She's very pretty. Are you coming back tomorrow? I think you should come back tomorrow. You did very well today. We should have you swimming by the end of the week."
"Goodbye," Charla said. She opened the car door, slid inside, already leaning toward the blasting air conditioning. Outside, the girl waved madly. "New swim coach?" Rainie asked, pulling away. She was tapping the steering wheel with her finger. She forced herself to stop, take a deep breath, be more focused.
"Something like that."
"Was it as bad as you thought?"
"I can't swim."
"Sure you can. I've seen you in the ocean often enough." Charla shook her head.
"That's not swimming. That's floating. And puttering. I can putter in water. But swim? Freestyle, breaststroke, backstroke? I don't know any of that. Which means I was put in with the little kids. And most of them still swim better than I do."
Rainie didn't know what to say. Charla was talking swim camp, but all Rainie could picture was crime scenes. Her socially awkward child had had a rough morning. She was about to have an even worse afternoon. Rainie found herself tapping the steering wheel again. then noticed Charla noticing. Charla's face smoothed out. She didn't ask what was wrong because that wasn't her way. Instead, in a manner Rainie found much more heartbreaking, Charla tuned in to the fact that something was awry, then automatically steeled herself for the blow. Now Rainie took a deep breath. Given that Charla was already on high alert, it was best to just dive in and keep things straightforward. "There was an incident this morning," Rainie said. "A double murder at a local gas station. Police have a video of the shooter. They tracked him to his foster family's house, where, it turns out, he'd already shot and killed his foster parents. Charla, the shooter has been identified as Telly Ray Nash, your older brother." Charla turned. She sat back, stared out the windshield. "Okay," she said. Rainie waited, for the initial shock to pass, for Charla to ask questions, but the girl remained gazing ahead, face blank. "Do you remember your brother?" "Yes." "Charla, do you remember your parents? What happened to them?" "Yes." Charla moved, finally. She started rubbing her left shoulder. "Have you seen your brother since the incident? Spoken to him?" "No." "Would you like to speak to him? Do you miss him?" Charla rubbed her shoulder harder. "Honey, it's our understanding that you defended your brother's actions that night. According to your statement, he saved both of you from your father." "He had a knife." "Your father?" "He had a knife, and he ran straight at us." Rainie didn't say anything. "I gave Telly the bat. They were both running down the hall, my father so close behind. I thought he would catch Telly. I thought he would kill him, so I gave Telly the bat." "And Telly hit you with the bat?" "He didn't mean to." "It was an accident." "He didn't see me." "You were hiding, or somehow got too close? He caught you with the backswing?" Charla shook her head, her face still expressionless, gaze remote. "He couldn't see me. I was there, but he couldn't see me. He looked just like him, swinging the bat. He looked just like our dad." Rainie got it then. Her turn to look away. 8 years ago, Telly Ray would have been a scrawny 9-year-old boy, overpumped on adrenaline and fear, suffering his own sort of out-of-body experience as he beat their father to a pulp. Rainie could only imagine what he must have looked like to a 5-year-old girl. Telly's actions that night meant both of them had lived, and yet neither of them had ever been the same. "Charla, do you know what happened to your brother after that night?" "The police took him away." "And then?" "I don't know." "Did you ask about him? Request to see him?" "No." "Why not?" The girl shrugged, rubbed the top of her arm. She had a scar there, an incision mark where the doctors had had to go in and pin her bone back together. "What do you remember most about Telly?" "What do you mean?" Charla finally glanced at her. "One memory. When I say his name, what's the first image that pops into your head?" "Cheerios." "Why Cheerios?" Charla's brow furrowed, the girl thinking hard. "He would get them down for me. Feed me breakfast." "And your parents?" "Dunno." "Were they home?" "Asleep. Gotta be quiet. Do not disturb." "Did your parents hit you, Charla?" The girl turned away, which Rainie thought was answer enough. "Did your brother hit you?" A faint no. "And your mom?" "No." "So your father hit—" "I don't want to talk about it. Whatever happened today, I don't want to talk about it." "Do you miss your brother?" But the girl didn't answer. "If he reaches out to you now, tries to contact you in any way, phone calls, emails, texts, you need to let us know. Immediately." Charla didn't say anything. And for the next few days, at least until we know more, it would be best if you stayed inside."
He killed his new parents?
Charla asked. "We think so."
Past parents, future parents. Any new siblings?
The Duvals had an older son. We think he's all right.
Then he's not done.
Why do you say that? Charla shook her head.
He's not done.
Charla,
You have to stop him. He can't stop himself. Someone else has to stop him.
she rubbed her shoulder.
That's how it works. Someone else. You have to stop him. For him.
The police will find Telly, Charla. The police will stop him. This isn't your problem anymore. But Rainie could already tell the girl didn't believe her.
Cal Noonan had been a member of the county's 60-person volunteer search and rescue team, SAR, for a dozen years. Trained in search techniques, land navigation, man tracking, rescue and recovery, and first aid, he was as comfortable in the wilds of his childhood as he was in his family room. Maybe more comfortable. Cal was one of those guys who itched when he spent too much time inside. It had always been that way. His mom had spent most of his youth exclaiming in exasperation, "Cal Noonan, go outside and play before you drive me crazy!" It was only in high school that Cal had discovered his love of chemistry, which had led him, much to his parents' surprise, into cooking of sorts. Living in the land of dairy, Cal had become fascinated by the science behind cheese production, yogurt manufacturing, the works. At the ripe old age of 47, he was now the head cheesemaker at the factory, overseeing the manufacturing and aging of one of the best high-quality boutique cheeses in the world. It kept him traveling more than he'd like, but pride in the job offered some consolation. As well as the ability to live in Bakersville, with its rocky beaches, vast green fields, and of course, towering coastal range, weekends and holidays still found Cal roaming the woods, fishing the streams, or even strolling on a beach. And, sometimes, called out as an SAR volunteer. The sheriff's department was looking for an armed fugitive. What they'd found so far was the suspect's vehicle, abandoned just south of his last known shooting. A suspect on foot meant a good old-fashioned manhunt ranging from the blacktop of the coastal highway to the foothills of the jagged mountains. Some law enforcement officers would be intimidated by such a vast search area. Cal and his team, however, loved this game. Other SAR members were pulling up as Cal arrived. He nodded in greeting as he moved around his truck. He spied the county's mobile command center, a souped-up RV parked across the street from a tired-looking gas convenience store sporting a great deal of crime scene tape. Shooter's last known destination, most likely. Nodding to himself, Cal headed over to Incident Command. Sheriff Atkins stood in the open doorway of the RV, already talking to the assembled volunteers, most of whom were covered in a sheen of sweat.
Target is a 17-year-old male, suspected in 4 shooting deaths. We believe he's in possession of at least 6 firearms, including 2 rifles. Having recently discovered his overheated vehicle abandoned 2 miles south of here, we also believe he's on foot, which will limit what he can carry with him at one time.
"Cell phone?" a voice asked from the back.
We recovered the subject's personal cell from the glove compartment of the truck. It's possible, however, that he has a burner phone on him, but nothing we're aware of for immediate tracing.
"Other supplies?" asked Cal's team leader, Jenny Johnson, standing to the right.
We don't know. Other than the cell phone, the truck's empty, so assuming the kid doesn't want to lug around an arsenal, he could be utilizing some sort of weapons cache. Most recent visual showed the kid wearing a black hoodie and armed with a 9mm. Across the street, you'll see his last known location. Given it's a convenience store, it's possible he helped himself to some water, snacks after the shooting.
The assembled volunteers nodded. First rule in tracking: think like your target. In conditions as hot as this, hydration would be a major concern. Fugitive would need water, lots and lots of water, as in an entire backpack full of the bottled stuff. or purification tablets in order to make his own on the go. "Now, if I can bring your attention over here," Sheriff Atkins gestured to a giant topographical map that had been posted to the side of the mobile command unit. "We have our initial search area. Given it's been 3 hours since the shooting, we're assuming a perimeter of 9 miles, maybe less given the heat." As Cal knew, first order of business in a search was to establish a perimeter of greatest possible distance traveled. Given that a fugitive moved at an average speed of 3 miles an hour, the sheriff had accordingly drawn an enormous circle radiating out 9 miles on all sides from the shooter's last known location, the convenience store, which was marked in the center as a giant red X. A 3-hour head start had already given the fugitive many more possibilities than Cal would have liked, and given that the perimeter would be expanded by 3 miles every hour of the search, their target area would only grow larger in the near future. Fortunately, geography was on their side, as the sheriff now explained. "Looking at our map, you can see that 9 miles to the west puts our fugitives smack in the middle of Tillamook Bay. Given that it's beach season and we haven't had a single tourist report a black-clad gunman, it's reasonable to assume our suspect didn't head west. Likewise, traveling directly north or south puts our gunman along the coastal highway. We've already had half a dozen cruisers patrolling this area since the original call-in, and once again we haven't received a single sighting from any business or residential area. Which, to look at the map, brings us to the east, the foothills of the coastal range. I'm betting our fugitive's gone off the beaten path, hiked up enough to reach the cover of the tree line, where he can run along the foothills in either direction while remaining out of view." Cal and several members of his team nodded their agreement. Essentially, command had started out with a sizable search area. With a little help from the coastline, plus some basic logic, the sheriff had already reduced that circle by half. Now, the experienced trackers such as Cal would define their target area even further by picking out natural pathways, say a river that would be logical for the fugitive to follow, or an easy-to-access deer trail through the woods. Starting at Ground Zero, the convenience store, several search teams would radiate outward in different directions, focusing on locating those natural pathways and seeing who could pick up the trail first. The debriefing broke up. Cal spotted his team leader. Jenny Johnson was standing at the topographical map, motioning for the rest of them to join her. Jenny started assembling teams. Cal, as head tracker, was ready to go. He simply needed an assistant tracker, basically a second pair of eyes, then 2 flankers from SWAT. Jenny assigned Noreen Manley as his second, an iron-haired grandmother of 4, known he could out-hike searchers half her age and spent her free time teaching adult literacy at the local church. To say she was beloved would be an understatement. Certainly, Cal was happy to have her on his team. From SWAT, Jenny rattled off the names Antonio Barrio Nuevo and Jesse Dodds, 2 green-clad men separated from the huddle of law enforcement and made their way to where Cal and Noni were standing. Both men were wearing light body armor, which, given the heat, made Cal feel sorry for them. But maybe, at the end of the day, they'd be standing over his shot-up body thinking the same. Never knew. They finished gearing up, the flankers unslinging their rifles. Then, as a team, they crossed the street. Cal started by studying the convenience store, last known location of their target, Ground Zero in their search. He stared at it and did what he did best, thought like a fugitive. 17-year-old kid. Something had triggered him to get out of bed this morning and gun down his foster parents, at which point he'd gone on the run, emptied the gun safe, stolen the truck, headed north. Truck had broken down, overheated in these hotter-than-hell temps, so the kid had headed out on foot. Carrying all 6 guns? That would certainly be noticeable. So he'd hidden some, most likely near the truck, where the investigating detectives would find them soon enough. Sheriff had mentioned a 9mm, and Cal would bet the kid had also kept a rifle, 1 short-range weapon, 1 long, a good mix for a suspect hell-bent on destruction. Cal stood at the lone entrance of the easy gas. Then, putting himself in the mindset of the shooter, he turned north. He walked around the crime scene tape till on his left the narrow coastal highway shimmered with silver heat, while to his right stood the store's dumpster, near a hedge of thick, overgrown brush. No identifiable walking path emerged at the end of the property, no sign of recent trespassing or trampling. And yet, already he could feel his pulse quicken. Cal crouched low. He looked for disturbances in the dusty edges of the parking lot. He sought a different vantage point on the overgrown brush. On the other side of the battered dumpster, he could just make out something. A footprint? A darker patch. He rounded the dumpster, and there, just behind it, nearly touching one locked wheel, he was rewarded with his first sign of the day. He turned to his team, which was trailing 15 paces back. "Hey!" he called out. "Tell the sheriff! We got vomit!" Quincy had met the county DA, Tim Egan, a number of times. Twice when Quincy and Rainie happened to be consulting on local cases, but more often than not in social situations, a fundraising function here, a cookout at a friend of a friend's there. Egan had been the DA for over 15 years, meaning he would have been the one who'd made the decision to not prosecute Charla's brother for the murder of their parents 8 years back. Currently, Egan was wrapping up a call. He indicated for Quincy to take a seat, something easier said than done, given the boxes of manila folders crowding the space. After a moment, Quincy gave up and remained standing. He was grateful enough for the air-conditioned office and bottle of water Egan's secretary had stuck in his hand. Egan set down the phone, glanced up at Quincy, then seemed to take in his office, the lack of seating, for the first time. "Sorry," the older man grimaced. "County decided to save some money by downsizing storage. In theory, we're supposed to be going paperless, so we don't need as much space, right? Except last year, County decided to save money by trimming back manpower. Meaning, who do I have left on my staff to magically make all this paper paperless?" Egan belatedly stood, stuck out a hand. Quincy shook it. Given there was no place for Quincy to sit, the DA abandoned his desk chair and came around to stand beside Quincy. "Hear there's been some big events this morning," Egan said. The man wasn't dumb. He and Quincy were hardly the type for social calls. "Multiple shootings," Quincy stated. 17-year-old suspect shot and killed his foster parents this morning, then took out 2 more at a local gas station. Egan nodded, no doubt already having been notified. "Sheriff Atkins asked me to assist." Another nod, another piece of information Egan already knew. "We have a video of the second shooting. The suspect has been ID'd as Telly Ray Nash. I understand this isn't his first brush with violence, that in fact he killed his own parents when he was a kid." "Telly Ray Nash," Egan repeated. "His parents' deaths." "Yes." "There's no file. He was never charged with a crime." "I understand." "So you're here—" Quincy could hear the wealth of possibilities in that open-ended statement, most of which weren't pleasant for a man in Egan's position. Quincy was here to second-guess why Egan hadn't prosecuted a kid now suspected of killing 4 more. Quincy was here to identify all the warning signs Egan had missed. Quincy was here to start the line of questioning that would only be getting more uncomfortable for the DA's office in the days ahead. Knowing all that, Quincy decided to take pity on the man. "I believe you know my wife, Rainie, and I are fostering a girl. We've started adoption proceedings and hope to have it finalized in time for Thanksgiving." Egan nodded, brow furrowed slightly at this change of topic. "Our soon-to-be-adopted daughter is Charla Mae Nash, Telly's younger sister." At once, the man straightened. "Oh," Egan said. "Oh," Quincy agreed. "So you're here personally as well as professionally." Egan sighed, crossed his arms over his chest. "You know, I didn't feel bad about my decision 8 years ago. Some cases you angst over, what's right, what's wrong. Others you suspect right away will come back to bite you in the ass. But Telly Nash, what happened with his parents, his sister? By the time the police were done analyzing the scene and the forensic psychologist was done head-shrinking the boy, I didn't have any doubts. Doesn't that just figure? I didn't have any doubts at all. Walk me through it, Quincy suggested. Neighbors from the trailer park called it in. Sounds of a loud argument followed by screaming. By the time first responders arrived on scene, they found 9-year-old Telly standing in the middle of the space, covered in gore and holding a bloody baseball bat. 2 dead bodies. His little sister was, 4 or 5, collapsed in a ball at his feet, crying. Quincy winced, said nothing. Telly wasn't a big kid, rather scrawny in fact. No history of violence, though the police were familiar with the parents. Drug addicts, according to the cops. My office was called in. I personally visited the scene, given the nature of the offense, age of the offender. I remember the boy mostly stood there, not moving, not speaking. Shock, I suppose. But it was quite a sight, let me tell you. This thin, blood-covered boy with his perfectly expressionless face made my hair stand up on end. Turned out he'd taken a swipe at the sister as well, broke her arm. But she still defended him, claimed her father had stabbed her mother, then chased both the kids through the house. She'd actually found the baseball bat, got it to Telly. He took a stand in the family room. Apparently, once the boy got to swinging, though, he couldn't stop. Pulverized his father's skull. Then, when little sis stepped forward, nailed her too. She went down, and that seemed to snap him out of things. He was still pretty shell-shocked when we got there. Didn't seem to know what he'd just done. I thought he'd killed both parents, Quincy said. But you're saying the father killed the mom. Which is where the story gets interesting, because according to the ME, in addition to a stab wound to the chest, the mom also suffered a single blow to the head. But neither kid would comment on it. Every time we asked the question, their faces went blank. Closest we got was days later. We confronted Telly once more with evidence from the scene, trying to get him to talk. His single response? I must have done it. Interesting choice of words, though. Not that he did do it, but that he must have done it. Quincy nodded. Would the stab wound have killed her? She was bleeding internally. Anyone's guess if the EMTs would have been able to save her. Do you still have the forensic psychologist's report? Quincy asked. Sure, somewhere. I can do some digging around. Off the top of my head, though, there were 3 main reasons I opted not to press charges. 1, parents' known history of addiction and domestic abuse. According to the neighbors and the like, it was only a matter of time before something terrible happened in this house. 2, Telly had several knife wounds, which lent support to his sister's allegations of self-defense. Let alone the mom had also been stabbed before being smacked over the head with a baseball bat, and the blood trail further substantiated the sister's version of events. Telly never provided a full statement? Quincy asked. Nope. Just as fairly infamous, I must have done it. Following protocol, we set him up with an expert, Dr. Berenice Dekoviak. The level of violence disturbed me. I definitely wanted a professional's opinion before I decided whether or not to pursue charges. All signs indicated the deaths themselves were impulsive, not planned, and sparked by the father's own drug-fueled rage. Tox screen? Both parents were high as kites, Egan assured him, another point in the boy's favor. There was some suspicion the boy suffered from RAD, reactive attachment disorder. That's it. And of course, Dr. Dekoviak wanted to check out the possibility of Telly exhibiting signs of the homicidal triad. Bedwetting, arson, cruelty to animals. Quincy provided. Exactly. But on that front, the boy was clear. If anything, he showed some signs of nurturing behavior, given his care of his little sister. Dr. Dekoviak did have concerns about RAD, but given the parents' history of addiction and the children's level of exposure to violence, attachment should be an issue. Quincy knew this well from Charla's own file, and of course from having spent the past 3 years with a child who could disappear inside her head for long periods of time, then look at him and Rainie as if they were the crazy ones. Deciding factor for the shrink, Telly's relationship with his sister. Really? Really? Based on whatever the boy said, and substantiated by teachers, etc., Telly cared for his sister, was in fact the one raising her, making her breakfast, doing laundry, getting her to school. He even walked them both to the library after school and read his sister books, apparently, to keep them both out of the house. Also, according to Charla, Telly had interceded on her behalf in the past when the father had grown violent, taking the hit himself, that sort of thing. Quincy nodded. Such a scenario, a young child raising an even younger sibling, was hardly uncommon in households with drug addiction. For Dr. Dakoviak, this proved two things. Egan counted them off on his fingers. 1, the boy had some capacity to bond, as clearly as baby sister mattered to him. 2, Telly had tried. I think that's even the term she used. The fact he'd taken on such adult roles showed he'd made some effort to cope with his parents' issues. In a kid his age, apparently 3 or 4 strategies was what you'd expect to see. Telly had used them. Unfortunately, his father had still opted to shoot up, then grab a kitchen knife, at which point Telly abandoned more traditional approaches and went with the baseball bat option instead. Sad, in her opinion, but hardly unexpected. What happened to Telly? Quincy asked. I don't know. He would have been in emergency placement the first few days. Then I assume child welfare would have found an appropriate foster home for the boy. No living relatives, so family was out of the picture. Charla was placed without him, Quincy said. In the file we have, it says she's not to have contact with her brother. He did shatter her arm with a baseball bat. And yet she defended his actions. Egan shrugged. One way or another, Telly was out of control that night. Maybe the powers that be thought it would be better to give Charla some space. She'd already spent most of her young life with a violent father. Why add to that a violent brother? Egan sighed heavily. This isn't going to end well, is it? Statistically speaking, Quincy finished his water, sat the empty bottle on top of a box. We'll end up in a shootout with a 17-year-old suspect. Or he'll kill us first.
What do you mean you can't find any trace of the missing firearms? Sorry, Sheriff, but we've searched every square inch between Frank Duval's truck and the Easy Gas. There's no cache of weapons. Shelley exhaled, stared at her lead homicide sergeant, exhaled again. If the boy is on foot, no way he's walking around with 6 firearms and dozens of boxes of ammo. It would be too heavy. I know. Which means either he stashed some of the weapons somewhere or he has an accomplice. Or stole another ride. Shelley sighed heavily. Any of those could be true. Which was why they needed to stop with the theories and start with some answers. No calls to the hotline? No hits on the bolo? No, ma'am. Where is he, Roy? What the hell is this boy doing, and why can't we find one 17-year-old kid? Roy didn't answer. Let's walk through it, Shelley said, reaching in front of Roy to pull up a map of Bakersville on the closest computer. Roy nodded. Both he and Shelley remained standing as she bent down, zoomed in on the satellite map until they were staring at the immediate area around the Duval's home. Kid started the day here. Roy nodded. TOD on the parents is around 6 a.m. Meaning, first thing this morning, Telly Ray Nash shot the Duvals, stole the weapons, then loaded up food, water, supplies? Unknown. Shelley scowled. Roy shrugged. Kitchen wasn't ransacked, nothing obviously disturbed. Crime scene techs found Frank Duval's wallet intact on his nightstand. Same with Sandra Duval's purse and jewelry box. Given there aren't any witnesses to Telly's actions at the Duval's house and no supplies left behind in the truck, we don't know what happened between the shooting of the Duvals at 6 and Telly walking into the Easy Gas shortly before 8. Shelley frowned. Easy Gas wasn't ransacked either. For a teenager who's running around on a rampage, he's being awfully tidy about it. Shelley returned to the computer screen. Telly leaves the Duvals and heads... Based upon the map, there were several roads around the Duvals' house. Most were dead ends, purely residential roads. 2 led back to the main artery, heading into downtown Bakersville, then Highway 101, which ran along the Oregon coast. He heads north, Shelley muttered, her gaze following 101 through Bakersville, past the cheese factory, until, eventually, she came to the Easy Gas. Roughly 20-minute drive, though he had to walk the last bit, given the truck broke down. Still, that leaves a solid chunk of time unaccounted for. Cell phone? Family had 4 phones on a family plan. We've recovered the Duvals' phones from the bedroom and a 3rd in the glove compartment of Telly's truck. 4th appears to be with the older son, away at college. So Telly initially took a phone but left it behind in his father's truck? Why? What self-respecting teenager leaves behind his cell phone? The kind who doesn't want to be tracked. He'd already killed his foster parents. If Telly's watched any cop show on TV, he knows we can use the GPS on his phone to find him. Then why take the phone at all? Roy shrugged. Maybe he grabbed it out of habit, then later, while driving around, realized the phone could be used to find him. I don't know. Right now, Dan Mitchell is running down the names and contact info we pulled from Telly's phone. So far, we got his PO, the school office, and his foster parents. But no classmates or obvious friends or associates. Most of the boys' texts seem to be purely logistical stuff, asking his PO what time to meet, telling his parents he's running late for dinner, that kind of thing. Not exactly a kid with a robust social life, at least according to his phone. Telly's a loner, Shelley stated. It would fit the model of many mass shooters. Roy hesitated. What? Mitchell did find one thing interesting on Telly's phone. Some photos, taken recently. Not great quality. Looks to him as if the shots were taken from a distance, zoomed in. The images are of a teenage girl, maybe 13. Roy glanced over at Shelley. Mitchell sent me the copies. I've only met her once, but I'm pretty sure the pictures are of Rainie and Quincy's foster daughter, Charla. Shelley paused, straightened. She had to think about this, because already her gut instinct was this was very, very bad news. Charla is also Telly's younger sister, she said. According to Quincy, Telly Ray Nash killed his parents 8 years ago in self-defense. Basically saved his and Charla's lives. Afterward, the 2 kids were separated. Charla ended up with Quincy and Rainie. Telly found his way to the Duvals. Quincy swears Charla hasn't had any contact with her brother since. Gets a little more complicated, Roy said. Not sure what this means, but the photo stream on the phone had been cleared, as in the only images on Telly's cell phone are the pictures of Charla. That seems rather intentional. When were the photos taken again? 5 days ago. Browser history? Any sign he was looking up information on Charla, or Quincy or Rainie? Photos browser had also been cleared. So Telly grabs his phone when leaving the Duvals' house, but then he turns around and leaves it behind. Browser cleared, text messages and contact list virtually empty, and the camera containing only images of a sister he supposedly hasn't seen in years. Shelley shook her head. That sounds less and less like a kid forgetting his phone, and more like a suspect sending a message. She glanced at the map on the computer screen again. Telly Ray Nash's last known location was more than 10 miles west of Quincy's house. If the boy was on foot, there was no need for immediate concern. And yet, Shelley scowled. We're missing something. Too many assumptions. Not enough facts. Cameras. That's what we need. Traffic cams, video feeds, anything that might help pinpoint Telly's movements between the Duvals' house and the Easy Gas. Not a lot of cameras around this part of the highway, Roy said, but he was already bending over the monitor, studying their options. Downtown Bakersville, however. Here, intersection of 3rd and Main. Pretty sure there's a traffic cam. Next block over. Shelley tapped the screen. First Union Bank. ATM faces the street. That camera might have caught something. All right, I'll get on it. Put together a timeline, Shelley said. Everything Telly Ray Nash did this morning, from what time he got up to what he ate to who he spoke to. Then exactly what happened in the minutes after he shot his parents and before he arrived at the Easy Gas. Roy nodded. After that, full background. Every foster family the kid ever stayed with, every person he ever said hello to, every classmate he bumped shoulders with in the school hall. We need to learn everything there is to know about Telly Ray Nash, and then some.
Cal Noonan had found a drainage ditch. Snaking along the road, partially obscured by a thick bramble of blackberry bushes, it was just deep enough to keep a lone occupant mostly hidden from sight. Right now, he and his team were working it northbound, moving from sign to sign. A heel imprint in exposed mud here, a broken spiderweb there, crushed grass everywhere. Someone had definitely traversed the narrow ditch in the past 24 hours, but the question remained, was it their suspect? Another broken twig, straight ahead. Middle gleamed white, end of the twig still fresh and pliable in Cal's fingers. Recent break then, the wood not having dried out. Ditch was narrowing now, and slowly but surely growing shallower. Soon they'd be at road level, meaning their target, and they, would have to make choices.
Cal!
Noni whispered. He stilled, turning his head to the right, where she was working 5 feet back.
What is it? Got something tucked up there in the blackberries.
Cal reversed course, walking back to Noni's vantage point. No doubt about it, the grandmother had great eyes. Cal had been looking straight ahead when he'd passed through this section. Noni, however, had had the sense to look up. But now, following her finger, he could just make out what had caught her attention. At first glance, it appeared to be a darker shadow, maybe even a particularly dense patch of blackberry bush. But it wasn't. Noni's hands were smaller than his. He nodded at her to do the honors. She gloved up first. It took her a bit to work it free from the thicket of thorns. Slowly but surely, Noni eased the wadded-up fabric from its hiding place.
Got it,
she murmured. She pulled it down and out. A thick black hoodie. Noni took an experimental sniff.
Vomit,
she reported. Then, for the first time since starting the hunt, she and Cal broke into smiles.
We got trail,
Cal said.
We got trail,
Noni repeated. Cal radioed it in. Their team leader was happy. Jenny consulted the master map. By her estimate, they had about 100 more yards of gully, then they'd arrive at an intersection with a dirt road. Road cut east-west, west connecting with the highway, east heading deeper into rural residential. Appeared to be 5 or 6 properties from what she could tell, all on large pieces of land. Cal and Noni exchanged glances, not the best news. Out of the gully, they'd be back to hard-packed earth, tough surface for tracking, not to mention 6 homes tucked away in the deep, shadowed woods. Cal left the hoodie in plain sight, marked with a bright orange flag to help alert the follow-up officers to its position. A second flag indicated where Noni had pulled it from the bushes. They resumed the hunt. They hiked to the end of the drainage ditch, where it merged with a flat dirt road. Sounds of the highway to the left, dark green shade to the right. Cal didn't need the next toe imprint coming up the side of the shallow ditch to know which way their fugitive had headed. Into the cool, dark woods, roof of the first home just visible, they went. Quincy was on edge, and what Rainie was telling him on the other end of the phone didn't help. Telly has pictures of Charla on his cell phone?
Half a dozen shots taken in the past 5 days. Quincy, most are of Charla and Luca walking to the library. But the last photo, it's our front porch. He's been to our home.
I think you and Charla need to go on a trip. Drive to Seattle, Canada, somewhere.
I understand. I'm talking to Charla now. She still swears she hasn't had any contact with her brother, and never noticed anyone taking her picture. Why leave us those photos, Quincy? Why clear his cell phone of everything but that? Shelley thinks it's a message, or maybe a warning, but why?
Quincy wasn't sure what to say. He's angry? Charla rejected him once. Now he wants her to know he can find her anytime he likes.
Then why not find her? Why not drive here after killing the Duvals and be done with it? Why head north and kill 2 strangers instead? If the photos are a warning...
I don't know, Quincy said.
Everything I'm hearing about Telly, he's textbook. Quiet, troubled loner, grew up in a bad household, was driven to kill his own parents at 9, has been lost ever since. It's everything you'd expect in a spree shooter. Yet somehow I feel we don't know him at all.
Because you know Charla. You love her. And loving her, you can't imagine her brother would be someone that bad.
Maybe. He took care of her. Her first thought when she thinks of her brother is Cheerios. He fed her breakfast, Quincy. Surely that kind of connection, it has to mean something.
He was bonded with his sister, which in theory is a good thing. A child who can bond once can bond again. When that bond was severed, however, it's a very real possibility he feels betrayed by his sister. He has a kernel of rage, which he's been nursing for years. And now that he's exploded...
All bets are off,
Rainie said. You and Charla should go on a trip.
I know. Let me get some things together. And you? You'll join Shelley to talk to Telly's P.O.?
I'm headed to the Mobile Command Center now.
We need to understand him, Quincy. And not just because Telly's a threat, but because he's Charla's brother. She's gonna need answers. I mean, first her father tries to kill the whole family, and now her brother's a mass murderer? It's gonna make her wonder about her own future. How could it not?
Quincy drove up to Mobile Command. Telly's P.O., Ali Sanchez, was already there, squeezed in beside Sheriff Atkins in the narrow space. At first glance, it would have been easy to confuse Ali with one of her charges. Petite, long dark hair, a face that looked closer to 14 than 40. Dressed in short and a loose-fitting flowered peasant top, she took in his conservative navy blue shirt and tan slacks with a smile.
You must be the profiler.
Guilty as charged. He crowded forward long enough to shake Sanchez's hand, then drifted back closer to the door.
As I was just saying to the sheriff, I've known Telly for the past year. He was first assigned to me at 16. Kid has an explosive temper. Someone said or did something wrong, and Telly ended up trashing a school locker. That got him a charge of disorderly conduct. He was also expelled for 5 days. Except being Telly, he showed up 2 days later in defiance of the principal's order. Another showdown in the halls, then the principal called the police to forcefully remove Telly from the property. Let's just say Telly didn't exit gracefully, earning him a charge for resisting arrest as well as a file in my office. And around we've been going ever since. Drugs? Alcohol?
Shelley asked.
As part of his probation, Telly's subject to random drug tests. I've administered 4 in the past year. To date, he's passed them all.
Do you believe those results? Quincy asked.
Actually, I do. Not that I'm saying Telly's a saint, but of all his problems, I don't think drugs are one of them. In fact, I get the impression, based on his experience with his parents, that Telly is quite anti-drug.
Different, Quincy observed, as children of addicts were much more likely to become addicts themselves.
Oh, Telly is different. One of my Stillwater's run deep charges. Do I like him? Yeah, I do. Would I have ever guessed I'd be questioned for his involvement in a mass shooting? No. Then again, still waters do run deep. And I've only been meeting with Telly off and on for less than a year. There's more about him I don't know than I do. Plus his temper. Telly's too quiet, meaning once he gets triggered, all bets are off, Shelley filled in. He didn't remember what he did to the school lockers. He watched the hall cam video as surprised as anyone, though the blood dripping from his fists was probably a hint. Sanchez leaned forward. Part of probation is to work on coping strategies. I'm not just monitoring Telly due to prior bad deeds. I'm trying to work with him to develop new approaches to avoid such acts in the future. In his case, Telly has several key challenges. First, he can't sleep. Trauma, overexposure to violence, anxiety, take your pick. So he rarely sleeps for more than an hour or two at night, which, as you can imagine, makes school, focus, that much more challenging.
Other challenges? Quincy asked.
Telly had a hard time avoiding trouble. Push him, he pushes back. And given his history and what a lot of kids think they know about him, transitioning between classes, another student might say something in the halls, maybe bump against Telly's shoulder, and next thing you know, rumble in the jungle time. In May, I suggested Telly wear earbuds between classes, focus on his music and keeping himself to himself. That seemed to help. Of course, by then, Telly was already failing his junior year, meaning he spent the past 2 months in summer school. For Telly, school equals stress.
Priming the pump, Quincy murmured.
Exactly. Did he like his foster parents? Shelley asked.
Sanchez shrugged.
He seemed to tolerate them, which for Telly is probably close enough. For the record, I recommended the Duvals for him. Contacted Telly's caseworker myself. In the foster system, everyone has their niche, from the families that are in it for the $20 a day to people who take in short-term placements, wanting to feel they're providing a safe haven before a kid journeys on to his or her forever home, to the foster to adopt families who are looking to offer permanency. Frank and Sandra Duval were the tail end of the spectrum. They wanted an older kid and were looking to focus on mentoring. For example, a teenager like Telly is too old to be thinking family anymore. On the other hand, he needs support. He's 1 year from aging out of the system and being on his own. How does he find lodging, a first job? I work with my charges on some of these issues as well, but it's the next steps in life that often trip kids up. Turning 18 is challenging for anyone. If you're a foster, it's particularly rough.
Did he talk about his past? Quincy asked. About what happened with his parents?
No.
Did you bring it up?
Yes and no. We danced around the topic. Technically speaking, no charges were filed, meaning there's no official paperwork attached to Telly's name regarding his parents' deaths. Having said that, I talked to a couple of the officers involved, wanting to learn for myself what had happened.
But he wouldn't talk about it? Quincy asked.
No. And when I tried to press, his face would just go blank. I'm not sure I can do the look justice, just lights on, nobody home.
Quincy leaned forward. And his sister? Did he ever mention Charla? For the first time, Sanchez hesitated.
Telly? No. But Frank Duval. 5 months ago? March, sometime. He called me. He wanted to know if I had any information on Charla.
Did you?
No, I'm a probation officer, not a family counselor.
Quincy peered at her intently. Why did he ask that question? What did Frank want to know?
Frank had it in his head that Telly couldn't let go of what happened with his birth family. Killing your own parents, even if your father is allegedly chasing you around with a knife, is heavy stuff. Add to that breaking his sister's arm as part of Telly's rampage. Frank thought if Telly could see, or at least know his sister was okay, that might help him move on, make some kind of peace with what happened, which Frank felt had to happen if Telly was ever truly going to move forward.
I want to see the photos, Quincy said. His gaze went to Shelley. The sheriff sighed, moving over to one of the laptops to work the keyboard.
Deputy Mitchell copied the images for me. There's half a dozen of them, taken 5 days ago to judge by the dates on the files.
True to Rainie's description, the first 5 photos were taken in front of the county library. Charla appeared to be walking across the parking lot, Luca at her side, Rainie trailing behind. Sanchez peered over his shoulder, looking at the photos for herself. "Telly spend much time at the library?" Quincy asked.
I don't know that I've ever asked him that question, but he's a reader. Generally has some dog-eared paperback in his backpack. Tom Clancy, Brad Taylor, military thrillers.
Could it be that simple? 5 days ago, Telly had spotted his long-lost sister at the local library, and then, based on how happy she looked with her dog, decided to shoot up the entire town, starting with his own foster parents? Quincy shook his head. He didn't like this. There were pieces they were not seeing. Still too much about Telly, the shootings, that they didn't know. The final photo filled the screen. Except this wasn't Charla standing outside the library anymore. This was Charla sitting on a front porch in one of 2 matching Adirondack rocking chairs. Her front porch. Quincy's house. "When was this taken?" he asked.
Same afternoon.
He followed Rainie and Charla home from the library.
That's my guess.
Why? He whirled on Sanchez now. Why these photos? Why this sudden interest in his younger sister, who, according to you, he'd never even mentioned before?
I don't know.
Did Frank Duval look up my daughter? Did he pursue the matter?
I'm sorry. I don't know. Telly Ray Nash is an angry kid, Shelley stated, standing between the two of them, trying to get the conversation back on track.
Sanchez pulled her gaze from Quincy, returned her attention to the sheriff instead.
You want me to put Telly in a box, good or bad, black or white? He killed 4 people this morning. That makes him bad enough in my book. I get that, Sheriff. And given that I personally knew Frank and Sandra, that I recommended they take this boy, I can't box up Telly for you. Yes, he's impulsive and explosive and troubled and pissed off. He's also a 17-year-old boy trying to come to terms with a violent childhood, while simultaneously being told he only has a handful of months to figure out the rest of his life. Would I want to be walking in his shoes? Not at all. Telly trying is not a bad kid. The Telly who used his earbuds between classes, that Telly was hoping to figure things out. He worked with me. Maybe even listened to Frank. Having said that, Telly's stressed. His past, his future, his present time at summer school, take your pick. Telly is a teenager under a tremendous amount of pressure, and historically speaking, Telly, under pressure, explodes, Quincy provided. Yeah. And then he becomes the kind of person capable of most anything. Sanchez fell silent. Quincy wasn't sure he had much more to say himself. He went back to staring at the picture of his daughter, shot on their own front porch, with none of them the wiser. The radio clipped to Shelley's uniform crackled suddenly to life.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Team Alpha to base, requesting immediate backup. Repeat, shots fired!
Cal Noonan liked trees. He admired their towering beauty, appreciated their deep shade, and on a day like this one, respected them as strategic cover. When tracking an armed fugitive, it never hurt to have as many trees as possible between you and him, which made their approach to the first house that much more nerve-wracking. The house was a small white ranch, set way back on a dirt drive. The yard had been cleared decades, if not generations ago, leaving a vast expanse of real estate between Cal's tracking team and the front door. The house wasn't even what interested Cal the most. He'd found a shoe impression leaving the road and heading toward the left side of the property, where Cal could just make out a ramshackle shed, the kind of building where the homeowner might have a rusted-out truck, an old tractor, or, around these parts, a four-wheeler. If Cal were a 17-year-old on the run, he'd want a four-wheeler. Antonio took up the lead position, Cal behind him, then Noni, with Jesse bringing up the rear. They walked upright, keeping themselves tucked as close to the shade of the side bramble as possible. Slow and steady approach, rifles in hand, eyes on anything that moved. Except for Cal, who was looking around Antonio for any fresh disturbances in the ground ahead, meaning he never saw the first shot coming. 1 second, he was studying a particularly compressed patch of grass. The next, rifle crack, loud and clear. Antonio swore. Cal and Noni dropped where they stood. Then Jesse was belly-crawling past both of them, rifle forward, saying, "Are you hurt? Are you hurt? What did you see?" Antonio was already on the radio calling for backup. Second crack. From the direction of the house, Cal determined this time. Then, just as the third shot exploded the bushes above his head, he saw the glint of a rifle positioned in an upstairs window.
"This is the police! Cease fire!"
Antonio boomed from a low crouch while signaling Jesse with a series of hand gestures. The second SWAT team member nodded, then rolled 3 times, quick, taking up position behind a rhododendron.
"This is private property!"
a voice called out.
"You leave my house alone! Nothing to see! Nothing to steal! Now off with you!" "Sir, this is the police! We are in pursuit of an armed fugitive! Lay down your rifle! Cease fire!" "Only way you're getting my gun is to pry it out of my cold, dead hands!"
"Sir," Cal called out, making his own attempt, "we are in pursuit of a 17-year-old male. He shot and killed a store clerk and a customer at the Easy Gas about a mile back. You might have seen it on the news."
"Someone shot up the Easy Gas?"
"Yes, sir. My job is to track that someone. We have reason to believe he passed through your property."
"You mean that kid who's in my shed? Don't worry, I shot at him too. Hoodlum, thinking he can just take whatever he wants."
"Is the kid still in the shed? This is important. The boy is heavily armed and considered dangerous."
"Nah, a couple of shots from my rifle and he took off through the side shrubs. Probably breaking into my neighbor's house now. Not that she has anything good."
"Sir, I'm gonna stand up. Please, don't shoot me." Very carefully, Cal got one leg beneath him, then the other. He stood, Antonio aiming his rifle at the second-story window as if to cover him. Cal held up both hands.
"We need to find this shooter, sir, before he hurts anyone else. You said he was at your shed?" "Yeah, till I targeted his backside with a little lead."
"Did you hit him?"
"Nah, aimed way over his head, just like I did with you."
"We need to search your shed, check for evidence. Pick up the kid's trail. It's important."
"Who'd he shoot at the Easy Gas?"
Female cashier, local girl."
"Aaron? He killed Aaron? I'll be... Son of a bitch! Should have shot him when I had the chance. All right, I'm coming on down. I'll meet you at the shed."
The rifle withdrew from the window. Crouched in front of Cal, Antonio shook his head, rising much more slowly to his feet.
"Some people, some days."
Cal and Noni approached the shed first, Antonio and Jesse taking up position between the trackers and the front door of the trigger-happy homeowner. They held their rifles loosely before them, still at the ready, but making some show of faith. Cal identified 2 more foot depressions in softer areas of the yard. Then they were at the shed. About the size of a single-car garage, the shed was a dusty, broken-down affair. The side door yawned open enough to reveal the black, grimy interior. Both side windows were missing panes of glass. The hot August sun beat through, showing whirls of dust where the space had been recently disturbed. A creak from the house behind him. Cal turned to see an older gentleman, jeans, plain white t-shirt, red suspenders, come huffing down the front stairs. At least the homeowner had left behind his weapon.
"Jack,"
the man declared, crossing to their little group.
"Jack George. This here's my property. That's my shed. Now what do you need to see to find the little bastard?"
At Cal's request, Mr. George allowed them to open the front bay, allowing in more light. Now Cal could see even more disturbances in the dust. Fresh marks on a wide work table where their suspect had felt his way along, maybe looking for equipment that might be useful, or even another weapon. The shed held an assortment of lawn tools and power tools, plus a riding lawnmower, relatively new and smelling of fresh-cut grass. The real item of interest was in the back, a four-wheeler, covered in another layer of cobwebs, both tires flat.
"I purchased it for the grandkids,"
Mr. George provided.
"The thing needs some air in the tires, clearly. Probably fresh fuel mix, but it'll run. If I hadn't seen that hoodlum skulking around outside, he would have stolen it, no doubt."
Cal nodded. He could make out a clear outline of footprints next to the four-wheeler, where their target had stood, considering his options. Most likely, the flat tires and pitted gas tank had convinced the teenager to give up on the four-wheeler, at which point, according to the footprints on the dusty floor, he'd left the shed via the side door. Cal left the shed, resumed studying the grass. The suspect appeared to have spun around the back of the shed, deeper prints, farther apart, indicating the target was running, no doubt with his head ducked low trying to avoid gunfire. On the other side of the shed, he discovered two fainter impressions side by side, the target pausing, catching his breath, and then determining his best route of escape. Sure enough, straight across from the back of the shed was a thick hedge, with a narrow break where one of the bushes had died and never been replaced. Not the easiest squeeze for Cal or his SWAT team commandos, but for a wiry 17-year-old boy. Cal approached closer, inspecting the break in the shrubs. He identified several broken twigs, green wood still showing, and recently shed leaves. He indicated for his team to fall back for a moment, while he returned his attention to Mr. George. "Your neighbor on the other side. She like rifles as much as you do?"
"Aurora? Nah, I don't think she's even home. One of her kids showed up the other day, packed her off to Portland for a visit. She doesn't have AC in her house, and Aurora's not one for the heat."
"So her home could very well be empty?"
"Yes, sir."
Cal looked at Antonio.
"What time did you see the suspect?"
Antonio asked Mr. George.
"Well, let's see. Was watching the morning news, so a good 5-6 hours ago."
"With any luck," Cal informed Antonio, "the kid made some attempt to break in next door, looking for water, food, other supplies. Might be our first chance to catch up with him." Antonio turned to Mr. George.
"Sir, is it possible to see your neighbor's house from your upstairs windows?" "Now see here, what are you implying?" "Recon, sir. I'd like to be able to check your neighbor's house for any sign of activity before we go strolling up to the front door." "Oh, well, yes. From the bathroom window, now that you mention it."
Antonio followed Mr. George back to his house. Cal resumed studying the break in the shrubs. They wouldn't pass through it. That would disturb evidence. Instead, they'd go all the way around, pick up the trail from the other side. Now, he and Noni inserted more orange flags for the crime scene techs following up behind them. 10 minutes later, Antonio reemerged from the house. "No sign of movement. I radioed in our position. The chopper's on its way. It'll conduct an aerial sweep of the neighborhood." "Good. We're making some progress." They fell back in line, exiting Mr. George's property, heading back to the shaded dirt road, looping around the hedge. The neighbor Aurora's house appeared to be a cute cape, set a distance back. Cal took the first step. A fresh crack of gunfire, not from Mr. George's house to their left, not from the cute cape to their right, but from behind them across the street. Cal was still pivoting, still realizing the magnitude of his mistake, just how badly he'd been outplayed. Then Antonio was down in a spray of red. Noni screamed, while the distant rifle cracked again and again and again.
Rainie and Quincy are talking in the kitchen. Their voices are low. They don't want me to hear. This is not a discussion suitable for children. And yet, it's all about me. Quincy arrived home 15 minutes ago. There was a look on his face. I can't explain it. I want to both run away and rush over and hug him. So, me being me, I held perfectly still. While Rainie came to stand beside me, her eyes locked on his face. "Charla," she said, "please go to your room." I went, without saying a single word, which is not at all like me. Now my legs are jiggly. I can't sit down. I can't stay still. But I'm doing my best, lying on my stomach, my ear pressed against the slit under my door. They may be talking about things that aren't suitable for me, things that are even terrifying for me, which is all the more reason I have to hear.
"Two down," Quincy is saying now. "One of the flankers was hit in his shoulder. The second tracker, Noreen Manley, was shot in the arm. Both are being medevaced to Portland, the SWAT officer in critical condition. They'd traced Telly to some remote house where he'd broken into a shed. That homeowner, however, spotted him and fired off a couple of no trespassing shots. The kid escaped around the back of the shed and appeared to have approached a neighbor's house. Except, somehow, Telly ended up behind them, and while they were approaching the neighbor's house, he opened fire from across the street."
"Do they know where he went?" Rainie asks.
"Out the rear of the property, where we're told there's a maze of trails. He stole the neighbor's four-wheeler, giving him speed and flexibility. Shelley has a low-flying chopper scanning the area, though how heat-seeking imagery can pinpoint anything in these temps is beyond me."
"What do you think he wants?"
"I have no idea."
"If he's a spree killer," Rainie says, "then his rage is its own endgame. He will destroy till he self-destructs."
"We know spree killers are all about feeling misunderstood and wronged by the world,"
Quincy states,
"which fits with how Telly has been described."
I press the side of my head against the crack beneath my door. Is that who my brother has become? Is that how he truly feels?
"According to Telly's P.O.,
Quincy is saying,
Telly can be a good kid when he makes the effort. But under stress, he's also prone to impulsive acts of violence. Under pressure, Telly explodes. And afterward, he often doesn't even remember what he's done."
"So what is his trigger now?" Quiet now as both consider the possibilities. Quincy furrows his brow in thinking. I can picture him doing that, and it sends a pang to my chest.
"At this time, I know of only one new element in Telly's life," Quincy murmurs finally, "which is Charla. According to the probation officer, Frank Duval believed Telly needed closure from what happened 8 years ago, meaning Frank himself was pushing for a meeting between Telly and Charla, putting Charla back on Telly's radar screen. Then, 5 days ago, Telly sought out his sister, randomly spotted her as you guys crossed the library parking lot? I don't know, but he took those pictures on his cell phone. Then he waited and followed Charla home."
"Charla? The new variable is Charla?"
"She is a new variable in Telly's life, but is she the thing? We don't know yet, Rainie. There's still too much about this kid we don't know."
"He can't have her. I don't care how many guns he has, how many four-wheelers he steals. She's ours, Quincy. Homicidal maniac or not, Telly's not getting her back."
"Obviously,"
Quincy says.
"I'm back to what I said earlier. You and Charla should take a trip. Drive up to Seattle. Or, better yet, fly out to Atlanta and pay Kimberly a visit. I don't care. But given Telly's interest, I don't want Charla anywhere in his vicinity. The boy has now shot 6 people and killed 4. No way he's taking Charla down with him." I started looking into options. There's a red-eye flight to Atlanta, 11 p.m. Until then, one of us is with her at all times.
Armed is what he means. I've already observed the bulge in the small of Rainie's back, from the .22 she has tucked beneath the cover of her light hoodie. They will keep me under armed guard, then get me out of town, so my big, bad, evil brother won't get to me. My shoulder aches. I roll onto my back and give in to the urge to rub it. I wish I could understand all the emotions spinning through my head. Gratitude for Rainie and Quincy, who certainly seem to be in this for the long haul. And yet, fear, too. Because getting me away isn't the same as keeping Telly from coming here and looking for me. And a spree killer like him, who shoots innocent cashiers and doubles back to attack the tracking team, he's not going to show up unarmed and open to conversation. If the whole point of these killers is that they're pissed off at the world, news of my absence is hardly going to calm Telly down. So maybe he doesn't get a chance to shoot me. Doesn't mean he still can't hurt me. Then, no more time for thinking. A fresh sound reaches me. Footsteps coming down the hall. I bolt off the floor and do my best to prepare for what must happen next. Luca is sprawled on my bed. When Rainie enters my room, he raises his dark head and yawns. I do too, from my position sitting beside him, scratching his back. Rainie isn't fooled by either of us. She moves into the room, pulling out my desk chair, taking a seat. She follows my gaze, smiles faintly. "So," she says, "did you hear half of the conversation or all of it?" "Most of it." "Are you okay, Charla?" In response, I shrug. I don't know what I am. "You don't need to be afraid. You know that Quincy and I are trained members of law enforcement. We're not going to let anything happen to our daughter." "Why are you adopting me?" The question is out before I can stop it. I'm not sure which of us it surprises more. I've never asked this question. Not even the afternoon they sat me down and told me they wanted to be my forever family. "What do you think?" they asked. "Sure," I said, because sure is as close as I could come to describing all the mixed-up emotions inside of me. Because sure is safer than a lot of other words, and a girl like me, I can't help but play it safe. "We love you, Charla," Rainie is saying now. She gets up from the chair, moves to the bed beside me. Quincy has appeared in the open doorway. He hesitates, and I know it's his own emotions that hold him back. The words he feels the most are the words he has the hardest time saying. He and I share that, just like Rainie and I share sleepless nights and the same taste in superhero movies. I turn slightly, rest my head against Rainie's shoulder. This is me hugging, I think, and I know from Rainie's stillness that she gets that. "I'm sorry," I hear myself say. "You have nothing to apologize for," Quincy from the doorway. "Telly's actions are his own." "He's my brother." "Do you miss him?" Rainie's voice soft against the top of my head. "I barely remember him." "If there's any way to help him," Quincy says, "you know I'll do it." "He's killed people. A lot of people." "Not all killers are evil, Charla," Rainie counters, her voice ruffling the top of my hair. "Some are sick. Telly may not even know what he's doing. He might be in an altered state, not himself, so to speak. Like the night he killed my parents, injured me, that's the unspoken question. And how many episodes of being not yourself do you get before people figure out this is who you really are? I should sit up, ask Rainie about this impromptu trip to Atlanta, what kinds of things I should pack. But I don't. I stay exactly where I am, my head against Rainie's shoulder. And I feel the comfortable bulk of Luca, now pressed against my hip, the steady weight of Quincy's stare. Family. My family. I sit up. I wipe my eyes because somehow there is moisture all over my cheeks. I'll go with Rainie, I say. Give me an hour, she says. I'll talk to Kimberly, work out the details. She looks over my head at Quincy, and I feel the pull between them. The years together that allow them to communicate everything they need to say without speaking a single word. Pack a little bit of everything, Rainie tells me. Then she's up and standing. She hugs me. For a change, I hug her back. I close my eyes and wonder if I ever hugged my real mom like this. For a second, I catch a whiff of memory. Cigarette smoke. Overpowering perfume. I can see myself with my mom, my arms wrapped around her knees. I loved her, I think. At least I wanted to. Right before my father stabbed her with the knife, and then madness ensued. I feel a weight inside me. Sadness, guilt, shame. All these years later, one night, one memory, one set of actions neither Telly nor I can ever escape. My brother hates me, I remember saying it to the family caseworker standing next to my hospital bed. My brother hates me, I whispered. And though I can't talk about it with Rainie and Quincy, though I've never talked to anyone about it, I do know why. Is that what this is all about? 8 years later, my brother has decided I should pay? Rainie follows Quincy out the door. I remain on my bed with Luca, who's already studying me, his dark eyes filled with concern. I love you, I tell him, because with Luca, the words have always come easier. He rests his head on my lap. I stroke his ears. Water, I think. We're going to need lots and lots of water, as well as dog food and a flashlight and emergency supplies. Rainie and Quincy have their plan. Now I have my own. Shelley and her homicide sergeant, Roy Peterson, met up with Cal Noonan outside the house Telly Ray Nash had used for his latest shooting. Cal walked them through his findings.
The neighbor, Jack George, called it correctly. After checking out George's property, Nash headed next door, where he found the owner's hidden key and made himself at home. Apparently, the owner, Aurora, is away visiting her family. She left a fully stocked fridge, however, which Nash raided. Kitchen table is covered with a half-liter of soda, leftover lasagna, and melted ice cream.
Theft? Shelley asked.
Other than the kitchen, I can't tell anything else in the house was disturbed. It cost him some time, though, reconning the house to determine it was empty, finding the key, etc., etc. After eating, Nash exited Aurora's house and headed across the street, no doubt attracted by the outbuilding, similar to George's. Now, this is where things get interesting. The shed contains a four-wheeler, which we know Nash ended up stealing and using for his getaway. But he didn't steal it straight away. Instead, he reconned this house too, determined it was also empty. Then he broke in through an open window. The boy's already eaten. He's burned through some time. You'd think he'd want to be on his way. But no. For a 17-year-old supposedly acting on rage and impulse, this kid's a thinker. House A provided sustenance. House B gave him supplies. This home belongs to a couple, Joanne and Gabe Nelson, Roy supplied. Both at work today. It appears Nash helped himself to some of Gabe's clothing, changed out his shirt, grabbed a baseball cap. There's a box of hats pulled out of the closet, and a sweat-stained t-shirt left wadded on the floor. I also found open tins of black and brown shoe polish next to the bathroom sink. So either Gabe Nelson is in the habit of polishing his dress shoes in the bathroom, or, my personal guess, Nash painted his face. Either camouflage 101 for the woods, or even random dirt smears to make him less recognizable should he return to civilization.
Shelley regarded the tracker and her sergeant. Meaning the boy is returning to town?
meaning the boy's a planner. I'm not the expert here, but when was the last time one of these spree shooters took time out to resupply and strategize? Aren't these shootings supposed to be one long temper tantrum? 'Cause Nash is clearly up to something more, and he's taking the steps to get it right.
Shelley definitely didn't like the sound of that.
After eating and camouflaging, hell, maybe even catching a siesta given the amount of time that passed, Nash finally made his way to the Nelsons' outbuilding. There, he found the four-wheeler. Unfortunately, he also became aware of our approach. The boy could have taken the ATV and fled. Instead, he re-entered the house, took up a perch in a second-story window, and opened fire.
Cal thinned his lips, stared at the ground hard.
You know what happened after that?
Shelley nodded. They all knew what happened after that. She turned to Roy. You said we had a witness? A neighbor who saw Telly crossing his yard?
Jack George also took some pot shots at the search team.
All right, let's talk to him. She and Roy crossed the street. Cal fell in step behind them. Shelley didn't wave the tracker off. Interviewing a witness wasn't usually SAR's domain, but she figured with everything that had happened, Cal now had a personal stake in the investigation. She didn't blame him for wanting to know everything he could about their suspect. The neighbor, Jack George, was standing outside, watching the show, as police combed the woods for signs of Telly Ray Nash's activities. George hooked his fingers through his red suspenders at their approach. He was an older gentleman, late 60s, early 70s would be her guess. But there was an alertness to his features Shelley appreciated in a witness. She produced the image of Telly Ray Nash shooting out the easy gas security camera. Jack George, Sheriff Shelley Atkins, thank you for your cooperation. I understand you had a trespasser earlier this morning. Is this the boy? George eyed the photo.
Yes, ma'am.
What time again?
I'd say around 8:30, 9 a.m.
Was he alone?
Yes, ma'am.
How would you describe him?
Well, I mean, he looked just like he does in that photo, except he wasn't wearing a black sweatshirt. He had on a short-sleeved shirt. I didn't see the front. Maybe it was navy blue in color? But he was wearing a backpack. That's mostly what I saw.
How big a pack? Shelley asked. George motioned with his head toward Cal.
Roughly the size of that guy's pack.
Day pack,
Cal supplied for Shelley and Roy.
Would hold basic supplies and handguns. It's not long enough for a rifle, though.
Shelley returned her attention to the neighbor. You happen to notice any firearms on the trespasser? Maybe he was carrying a rifle?
I didn't see anything, but like I said, I mostly saw him from the back. If I'd known he was carrying a rifle, I might have thought twice about shooting at him. Or taking better aim.
You ever see him before around these parts?
Sure, at the Easy Gas. Is Erin really dead?
I'm sorry, but yes. She and another customer were shot, we believe by the suspect earlier this morning. Now, you're saying you've seen Telly Ray Nash at the Easy Gas?
Yes, ma'am. This time of year with all the tourists, it's too much work to drive into town. So mostly I head to the Easy Gas for my morning paper, milk and bread, that sort of thing. I saw Erin just this morning.
The elderly man's lips trembled.
I teased her about being too pretty to be holed up in such a dingy place. Told her she should run away with me instead. She laughed. She was that kind of girl, nice to an old man. Is that what this is about? This kid? He like a jilted boyfriend or something?
We don't know. How often did you see him at the Easy Gas?
Once or twice before.
Was he talking to Erin?
No, last time was in the afternoon. She wasn't working.
And when was this?
I'm not sure.
George scratched his thinning gray hair.
Maybe 2 weeks ago?
Was he alone? Roy spoke up.
Nah, he had a friend with him. Another young man, maybe early 20s. They walked in together. They were looking at sodas when I left.
Can you describe the other man? Shelley asked, as this was the first time they'd heard of Telly's having an associate.
White, short, dark hair. I don't know. Just a kid, dressed in a t-shirt, shorts, hiking boots. I remember thinking his feet must be hot in boots like that. Maybe he had brown eyes? I didn't really pay much attention.
Did they talk to each other? Cal spoke up for the first time. Maybe one of them called the other by name?
George appeared to be thinking hard.
I can't recall. I'm sorry, I just needed some milk. That's all.
Shelley handed over her card to Jack George. You see or think of anything more, please give us a call. And should Telly Ray Nash return, please contact us immediately.
Yes, ma'am,
George said. He took her card, then shook her hand. His grip was firm. Again, no doddering old man here. She felt good having him on their side. Roy took down the man's contact information. Then they left his property, walking once more across the street to the Nelsons' house, now cordoned off with crime scene tape. We need the name of the second male, she muttered to no one in particular. Whoever was with Telly in the Easy Gas.
We could go back to the Easy Gas, Roy said. See if there's a security recording from 2 weeks back.
Assign an officer, maybe Deputy Mitchell. He get any leads from the cameras from downtown?
A downtown ATM camera caught a photo of the Duval's truck passing by around 7:30. Image isn't good enough to see the driver's face or if there's a passenger, but there appears to be something in the back of the truck, maybe a black duffel bag. The firearms? Cal asked. Could be, Roy said now. We still haven't found any trace of the firearms, and if Telly is wearing only a day pack, no way he has 3 long guns on him.
Cal finished for him. He looked at Shelley.
Maybe he has himself a hidey hole. Given the kid's actions, nothing about these shootings is as random as it first appears, especially if Jack George is correct and Telly has been at the Easy Gas before. Maybe his foster parents, the convenience store, these were all predetermined targets.
Shelley nodded. Could be. So what's his plan? Who's Telly's friend from the Easy Gas, and what's Telly really up to?
If I could suggest,
Cal said. Sure. Shelley spread her hands expansively. Be my guest.
I'm no detective, but my job, it's to think like a target, right? Normally I do that by looking at signs, thinking of the logistics of life on the run, navigating a trail. In this case, however, maybe if I could visit the house, check out the boy's room. I'm a good observer. I might see something, pick up on something. I don't know.
The tracker sighed, shook his head.
I don't mean to overstep. I know you guys are working hard, but that was my team. What happened? I can't exactly go home, wait for the phone to ring. So if I could be of use, any use, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Shelley studied the man. For an SAR volunteer to return to a suspect's house was unusual, and yet Cal was right. He was observant, and she did understand where he was coming from. We haven't developed a full victim profile, she said to Roy. Nor have we had the time to thoroughly search Telly's room. With all these shootings, he's kept us in reactive mode. What Cal suggests, stepping back, trying to climb into the boy's head?
I like it,
Roy assured her. She turned to Cal. Okay, I'm in. I'll take you there. I wouldn't mind a second look myself.
The trick to cooking any meat is to sear it on the outside, locking in the juices, then bake it in the oven. For baking, 350 is always a good temperature.
You can't mess up at 3:50. Sandra moved to the kitchen sink. I obediently followed her. Frank was away this weekend, so Sandra had decided we should spend the day on cooking lessons. More life skills I would need for the future ahead. I hardly spent any time with my foster mom. I still wasn't sure what to make of her. She moved around the kitchen briskly enough, but she wouldn't look me in the eye. Now, as she approached the wrapped chicken sitting next to the kitchen sink, I could see her hands were shaking. She was nervous. Did I make her nervous? Was she thinking she was all alone with a kid who'd killed his own parents? She was small. I'd never really noticed that before, but she was barely over 5'2". I practically towered over her, and my own hands, compared to hers, were massive, the kind of hands that could wield a baseball bat. Sandra picked up a butcher knife. "Couple of things you need to know about chicken," she said, still not looking at me. "It's cheaper to buy a whole roaster, messier as you have to deal with the innards, but cost matters. Frank and I lived on discounted chicken and nearly expired chuck roast for our entire first year of marriage. And rice, of course. I'll show you how to make a side dish, rice and beans. It's cheap, easy, and you can eat it as an entire meal in a pinch." I didn't say anything. I watched as she took the knife, used it to tear into the chicken's plastic shrink wrap. Her hands were still shaking. "You have to be careful when handling raw chicken. It can contain harmful bacteria, so you definitely want to cook it through. Also, never use a wooden cutting board with chicken. You want plastic, which you can bleach afterward, or sanitize in the dishwasher, assuming you have a dishwasher, but 25 years of marriage later, I don't even have one of those." She smiled apologetically, self-consciously. I couldn't tell. But her nervousness was now making me nervous. I didn't know what to do with my hands, where to look. I didn't want to be in the kitchen anymore. Sandra was too small, too delicate. I wished I was out in the woods with Frank, shooting guns. He'd taken me twice more. I was starting to like the rifle. It felt more and more natural in my hands. "You should do this part," Sandra said. She pointed the knife at me. I stared. "What?" "Prepare the chicken. You need to reach into the center cavity. All the innards are in a bag. Pull it right out. Then chicken goes into the colander. Colander goes in the sink. Rinse. Pat dry with a paper towel." She was still pointing the knife at me. I finally reached forward, took the knife. I approached the chicken, eyed the small, hollow cavity. With my left hand, I tentatively reached in. The inside felt slimy. I knew I was making a face. I couldn't help it. Sure enough, my fingers connected with a wrapped package. I pulled it out, holding it uncertainly. "Ugh." Sandra smiled again, genuinely this time. She had a nice smile. It brightened her face. "You can use that to make chicken stock if you'd like." I gave her a look. "Maybe another time," she agreed. She held open the lid on the kitchen trash. I dropped the chicken guts, innards, whatever, inside. "Does your son like college?" "Henry? He loves OSU. He's studying computer engineering. They have an excellent program." When she spoke of her son, Sandra's face brightened even more. "He's a good student?" I said. "Definitely. Gets that from his father. Lord knows his classes are above my head. Okay, before we sear the chicken, you are going to rub it down with spices. You can buy different mixes from the grocery store. Frank's favorite is a cayenne maple, so that's what I use." She held up the plastic bottle of chicken rub. I took the hint, washed my hands in the sink. She shook out the spice mix on the chicken. Making another face, I started the rubbing process. I didn't like the feel of raw chicken, the goose pimply skin, the spots here and there of fresh blood. "Now, the searing part," Sandra said. "I prefer a cast-iron fryer. Maybe we can find you one at a garage sale. You need an old one, with years if not decades of seasoning. Never wash a cast-iron fryer. Letting it absorb the oils is the whole point. Instead, when you're done cooking, you can remove any leftovers with a plastic scraper, then wipe it down with a damp towel. Oh, and you want the frying pan to already be hot. You can test the temperature by flicking the pan with a few beads of water. If the drops sizzle, then you're ready. Why are you doing this? Sandra paused, wet hand suspended over the frying pan. Water dripped down. It sizzled. Doing what? This. Teaching me to cook? Giving me a home? Any of this? You already have a perfect son sent off to college, so what? You're now taking in the world's rejects? Sandra didn't say anything right away. She picked up the spice-rubbed chicken from the plastic cutting board, placed it in the frying pan, which immediately snapped and popped. I always sear it breast side down. Same with baking. Allows the juices to flow into the breast meat, keeping it moist. Then, for the last half, you flip it to finish browning the top. Here, you flip it. She moved aside, handing me a pair of metal tongs. In the frying pan, the chicken was hissing away. Hot oil spit onto my hand. I didn't flinch. I felt flat, detached. I'd asked the question, and in her non-answer I'd found exactly what I'd expected. Sandra didn't want me. She was doing this to please Frank. I might as well have been one of his favorite meals offered up for approval. I know what it's like to be alone, she said. I turned the chicken, glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. My father, he was not a nice person. And I don't mean in a my father didn't love me sort of way. I mean professionally. He worked for bad people, doing bad things. He liked it. So much he rose up through the ranks, bought a bigger house, fancier cars, which in turn meant he needed to do worse and worse things to keep the money coming. A man like that, steeped in violence, he didn't exactly come home and turn it off. I might understand better than you think about what you went through when you were a child, Telly. We might even be more alike than you realize. I didn't say anything. She was right. I hadn't thought a woman like her would understand anything about my life. When I was 16, she said, I left home. I thought any place had to be better than where I was at. For a bit, my life drifted. If there was a poor decision, I made it. If there was a bad situation, I found it. But then I met Frank. He loved me. He accepted me. Even the select stories I told of my father, not a lot, mind you, but some details. He accepted those too. For the first time, I saw myself through the eyes of a good man, and I found hope. The chicken was starting to blacken. I was no expert, but I took that as a hint to turn off the burner. Sandra moved toward the roasting pan, placed it on the counter next to the stove. I set the chicken inside, breast side down, as instructed. Oven was already heated up. She opened the door. I stuck the pan in. My father is a bad person, she said. I don't talk to him. Since the day I left home, I severed all ties and never looked back. He let you go? I asked. Because it seemed to me a guy that evil might not accept his own daughters just walking away. Let's just say I took steps to give him some incentive on that subject. Okay, I said at last, as she clearly wasn't going to elaborate. My point is, he's the exception, not the rule. You can do bad things and still be a good person. Sandra wiped her hands on a kitchen towel, handed it to me. I killed my parents. I trashed school property. I have a criminal record. I think that's more bad things than good person material. But you're not happy about it. You feel remorse. You are trying harder. I didn't know what to say. I did feel bad.
I was trying to do some of the things my probation officer recommended. I still got into fights. I still lost my temper. If there's good inside me, I said finally, why does it feel like the bad is always winning? Maybe you just need someone to take a chance on you. You and Frank will save me. Sandra's brown eyes were serious. We don't mind helping, but you have to save yourself. That's how real life works, Telly. Are you going to kick me out? I had to ask the question. It had been preying on me for months. I'll turn 18 and that's it. No more lessons. Just shove out the baby bird, hope he can fly. Are you scared? No. It's okay. The future can be scary. Alone is scary. I don't mind being alone. Alone is good. Alone is safe. For everyone. Frank found your sister. What? He looked her up, located her foster parents. You're not alone, Telly. You have family. Me, Frank, and your sister. Does she know? Did he talk to Charla about me? He wouldn't do that. The first contact, that's up to you. I don't have a future. Sure you do. Everyone, I don't. I'm failing high school, meaning I'm never getting into any college. No engineering degree for me, no anything. I'm gonna turn 18 and just join Loserville. Maybe I can be a drunk like my mom, or a junkie like my dad. You don't do drugs, Telly. You don't touch the stuff, probably because of what you saw with your parents. You don't know anything about me. I know enough. No, you... She left, whirled around on one foot, stomped out of the kitchen. I stared after her, fists still clenched at my sides, feeling even more confused and angry. So angry. At everyone. Everything. Because I had failed and messed up, and all these years later I still heard my baby sister scream. And no matter what Frank and Sandra said, I didn't know where to go from here. I couldn't see this future everyone else was so sure of. I just saw the past. Opening up cans of cold Chef Boyardee for dinner. Praying my mom wouldn't be too messed up or my dad too violent. Hoping Charla at least would be okay. Until the night I heard her myself. Sandra was back, holding a baseball bat. My eyes widened. She thrust it into my hands. Here you go. You're a bad person? That's what you think? Then have at it. Look me in the eye and take a big swing. Frank's not here. He can't protect me. Just you and me. Do it. What? I have some jewelry. Not much. My wedding band, of course. A necklace from Frank celebrating our 10th anniversary. Oh, and there's some cash in the freezer. Look for the tinfoil packet beneath the frozen peas. After beating me to death, you can help yourself to my jewelry, the cash, and the guns, of course. There's good money in guns. Has Frank told you the combination to the gun safe yet? Because I will. She rattled off numbers. I remained holding the baseball bat, staring at her. All right? What are you waiting for? Time to get busy. I didn't move. Are you not angry enough yet? Is that it? You have to be furious? Because I can help you get mad. You have plenty to be angry about. A father who didn't love you. A mother who didn't protect you. Having to be the man of the house when you were, 5 years old? Having to get your own self up every morning, dressed and fed. Then there's your sister. She must have pissed you off too. All that crying, screaming, wailing. Didn't she know you were doing the best you could? Didn't she realize she already had it 20 times better than you? After all, no one ever took care of you. Walked you to the library, fed you breakfast, washed your favorite clothes. I loved her. She was a whiny kid, totally oblivious to how hard you were working, how bad things really were. That burden was on you. 5, 6, 7 years old and already totally alone in the world. She smiled at me. Even when she was a baby, she'd look at me and smile. You were alone, responsible for everything, and scared all the time. What would your father do next? How much would it hurt? I couldn't speak. Couldn't say a word. The world is not your friend. It's given you nothing, taken everything, even your sister. After everything you did for her, where is she now? I broke her arm. You saved her life. And she didn't even visit you in the hospital. Not a single phone call. Thank you. Hey, big brother, how are you doing? What kind of sister treats her brother that way? She's your only family left, and this is what you get? My hands trembled on the bat. Suddenly, I was angry, furious, because I did miss my little sister. I had done my best. And then, it was as if I'd never existed at all. She left, just like that. All these years later, not so much as a backward glance. I had loved her. It still hadn't been enough. Do it, Sandra whispered. Her eyes were bright, nearly feverish. I barely recognized her now. I'm your sister. I'm your mother. I'm every person who ever let you down. Now lift that bat and get it over with. But I didn't. I couldn't. I simply stood there, staring at my foster mom, taking it. A minute passed. Another. The kitchen was so quiet, scary quiet. Then, Sandra smiled. Her shoulders came down, and very gently she reached out and took the bat from my shaking hands. I knew you wouldn't do it, she said. I know bad, and you're not a bad person, Telly. I know, even if you don't, that you would never hurt Frank and me. I just hope you realize that for yourself, before time runs out for us all.
Quincy and Rainie are back in intense conversation, this time in his office. I can hear their voices pitched low as they peer at something on his computer. Just gonna take Luke out to pee, I call over my shoulder. I know, don't leave the front yard. And I don't. I let Luca do his business while I walk through the side door to the garage, find my bike, and roll it out. I park it out of sight. Whole thing takes less than 2 minutes. Luca beside me the entire time, whining low in his throat. I walk with him back to the house, trying to ignore the fact that my heart is thundering in my chest and my t-shirt is glued to my body, and I feel both too hot and too cold, as if I'm going to vomit or maybe just burst out of my own skin. In the kitchen, I pour myself a glass of lemonade, making plenty of noise. Nothing to worry about here. I know Quincy and Rainie well enough by now. They can be buried in a book, lost in thought in front of the TV, enraptured in each other's eyes, and if I so much as contemplate evil, they both know it. So, no bad thoughts. Instead, fresh water for Luca, giant bowl with ice cubes, his favorite. Hydration is very important in these temperatures. I down my lemonade, stuffing my pockets with some energy bars here, almonds there. I drink a full glass of water after the lemonade, feeling overfull and sloshy from so much liquid. But I know I'll be grateful later. Then I find an apple for me, a chew bone for Luca, and head for my bedroom. Rainie and Quincy are still at the computer. If you don't talk louder, I call out over my shoulder, how am I supposed to eavesdrop from my bedroom? They don't reply, but I can practically feel the twin eye rolls behind me. In my room, I plug my iPod into my speaker system, randomly select a playlist, then crank the volume. I've been known to disappear into my room, especially when there's something I don't want to talk about. They'll let me be for a bit, given they have their own adult-only matters to consider. Crime scenes, travel plans. But Rainie will knock on the door sooner versus later. She doesn't like it when I shut myself up for too long. Plus, there's the matter of our evening flight. Project Keep the Foster Daughter Safe. I can't wait. I can't think. I gotta move. Snacks in the backpack. I have 2 leftover water bottles in my swim bag. I crawl beneath my desk. In an envelope taped to the underside of the pencil drawer, I have my own stash of hidden money. $242. I split it into piles. Some in the backpack, some in my shorts pockets, some in my left sock. You never know. Then, as simple as that, it's time. Ready as I'm ever going to be for the stupidest plan in the history of mankind. Luca and I will find Telly. I don't know why I think this is so important, but I do. Telly's not just my big brother who once saved my life, who once shattered my arm. He's the one who's been looking for me. And while I understand why my profiling parents want to get me out of town, the truth is, that doesn't work for me. Because then what? Telly is finally gunned down and I'm allowed to come home? After how many people are dead? After how many unanswered questions pile up in my head? I can't do it. I need to see him. I need to just know. Did my brother become my father? Will it be my turn next? One last family reunion. My bedroom window faces the front of the property. At night, the alarm system activates for any raised window or opened door. Not to mention the motion-sensitive floodlights that blaze on, capturing any kidnappers attempting to break in, or perhaps a stupid teenage girl attempting to sneak out. But at 3 p.m. on a hot August afternoon, the floodlights hardly matter as I gently raise my window sash. Rustig, I command Luca, Dutch for quiet. He's already on alert, ears forward, tail straight back. Retired police dog, back on the job. I have to move my bedside lamp to make room for us to crawl out the window. I reach for Luca first, giving him a boost. His claws scrabble for purchase on the bedside table. No way we aren't leaving tons of evidence behind. Not that it matters. Luca jumps through the window on his own. I drop the backpack next. Then it's my turn to climb through. I'm not graceful like Luca. It's just me, all pointy elbows and knobby knees, and my eyes are watering so hard I can't even see. Then I'm down, backpack on, jogging lightly, Luca tight at my heels. Then I'm at the side of the garage, mounting my bike. The woods behind the house are filled with well-traveled deer paths. Luca and I follow them all the time. Now I head left, a straight line away from the house, as heading down the gravel drive will be too exposed. Instead, we'll cut through the woods, coming out a little farther down. Left at the road, coasting down to the main street, and then open road, woods, it won't matter. The moment they discover I'm gone, Rainie and Quincy will start the hunt. After that, it's only a matter of time before they find me. I have an hour at best, 30 minutes at worst. To pursue a homicidal brother I barely remember. When we break free of the woods, I turn left onto the small side road and coast downhill. According to my parents, Telly was last seen 15 miles to the north. By now, given that he stole a four-wheeler, I'd guess he's anywhere but there. Which leaves me with what? I try to take a deep breath, pedaling smooth and easy so Luca can keep up, and think like my profiling parents for a moment. I don't have much time. But when they're working cases, it's always the same. Have to move fast, have to find the fugitive. They talk about this stuff enough over dinner. So, what would they do first? Visit known addresses. Quincy and Rainie would start by looking at known locations for the fugitive. Except, I've already reviewed that list, and it doesn't help me. Next, identify friends and family. Good question. I don't know any of Telly's friends, and except for me, he's murdered most of his family. I arrive at the T intersection where the side street intersects the larger road heading toward town. Luca pauses beside me, tongue lolling. I take a moment to look him over. So far, my dog appears happy with this unexpected exercise session. Soon I will have to take a break, give us both water. But for now, I'm on the move, but I don't have any way of finding my target, or letting him find me, meaning I really didn't think or plan ahead. Mostly, I've just gotten Rainie and Quincy very mad at me. I should go back. Do it now. I could claim I just needed to stretch my legs. The intensity of the situation got to me. Will they believe me? Of course not. But if I return on my own, how can they argue? Except I can't do it. I should. I'm being stupid and reckless and impulsive. All the bad behaviors I'm supposed to be working on. But maybe that's the point. I am all those things. And so is Telly. Which is why I have to find him. Because deep down inside, it's not Telly the killer I seek. It's Telly my brother. The only family I have left. Then it comes to me. When Rainie and Quincy realize I'm gone, they'll issue a bolo. They'll contact official channels even as they start searching for me themselves. After all, the county is now crawling with cops. Might as well take advantage of every available eye. And Telly? If I were him, on the run, on the hunt, something, I would have a radio. Tuned in to the same frequency as emergency services. Meaning, when the bolo is issued, he'll hear it too. At which point, I won't have to locate Telly after all. Assuming I keep out of sight long enough, my brother, the state's most wanted killer, will find me.
She's gone. Rainie stood in the doorway, staring at Quincy, who was still hunched over his computer. Luca? She gave him a look. There was no way Charla would go anywhere without her dog, and they both knew it. Quincy pushed away from the computer, moving on autopilot, and not just because he was former FBI, but also because this wasn't the first time Charla had disappeared on them. Rainie took the house, Quincy the yard. They met at opposite sides of her open bedroom window. She moved the lamp, opened the window from the inside, Rainie announced. Quincy nodded. Rainie could tell it was what he'd expected. No way anyone could break into their home and abduct their daughter without Luca's sounding the alarm. Or Charla, for that matter, putting up one hell of a fight. The ferns are trampled, he reported. Though from how many footprints, I can't tell. He backed up a step, but the ferns transitioned to the gravel drive, which was even more difficult to read. Her backpack's gone, Rainie called, leaving the window to resume examining Charla's bedroom. Other supplies? Quincy asked. Looking. How about her bike? Rainie spent 5 more minutes searching Charla's bedroom, then walking through the kitchen. She jogged down the porch steps just as Quincy exited the garage. She took her bike, he confirmed. Rainie added, and protein bars and snacks from the pantry. They each took a steadying breath. She went after him, didn't she? Rainie said. If we had a homicidal older sibling on the warpath, it's what we would do. How did we end up with an adopted daughter so much like ourselves? Quincy gave her a look. Punishment for something, I'm sure. She thinks she's saving us, Rainie murmured. If her brother comes here, she doesn't want us to get hurt. We'll trace her phone. She's not stupid. She'll have it turned off, and the battery removed. I'll contact Sheriff Atkins, ask her to issue a bolo. A 13-year-old girl on a bike with her German Shepherd? They won't get far. Speaking of which, I'll get the car. Rainie wanted to split up to cover more ground. Quincy wouldn't hear of it. To track a child while driving a car, let alone possibly coming upon a spree killer all alone, basic safety principles still applied. Besides, they knew more than they thought. If Charla was looking for Telly, then she'd head toward his last known location, to the north. Quincy drove. Rainie sat beside him, eyes glued to the window. If she rode straight down our driveway, we would have heard her, Rainie said as Quincy headed down the property. Probably started out on the trails in the backyard.
Easier on Luca's feet. Asphalt is going to be hot.
And she knows we'll come looking, meaning she won't spend too much time on major thoroughfares.
Quincy took a left at the end of their driveway, headed down the hill toward town. They drove in silence, Quincy going slowly enough that 2 cars came up from behind and crossed the double yellow center line to pass. They both had their cells with them. If Charla changed her mind and decided to call, or Sheriff Atkins received any hits from the bolo. At the bottom of the hill, Quincy came to the T intersection. They looked both ways. Then again, operating on the principle that Charla was headed toward her brother's last known location, then headed north.
How long ago do you think she left?
Quincy asked Rainie. I don't know, 30 minutes?
I'd assume they're moving maybe 8 to 10 miles an hour,
Quincy said.
Of course, cutting through the woods has shortened their travel distance. So, say she's made it 5 miles north of the house, meaning...
Rainie took her eyes off the window long enough to glance over at the odometer. They'd already traveled 3 miles. She sat up straighter, eyes on the road, on the lookout for any sign of Charla pedaling away, Luca by her side. Except... nothing. A field stretched out to their right, ending abruptly at the rise of the mountains miles away. To their left, Rainie spied a drainage ditch, high grass, and then more farmland, dotted with grazing cows. She identified copses of trees, old barns, plenty of places to stop and hide, she supposed. Assuming Charla had already stopped. Assuming Charla had wanted to hide. Quincy kept driving. After another moment, Rainie reached over, took his hand. But they still didn't find any trace of their daughter. Shelley drove Cal to the Duvall's house. The tracker didn't say much, just watched the scenery flash by outside the window. She decided she liked him for that alone. Small talk had never been her strong suit either. She pulled into the ranch, surprised to see a silver RAV4 parked in front of the home and a lone figure loitering near the crime scene taped door. Young, early 20s, casually dressed. Worn cargo shorts, a sweat-stained blue tee with an open checkered shirt over the top. Dusty hiking boots. Shelley exited her SUV, hand on her holster. She'd just opened her mouth to demand identification when the man spoke first.
Are you the sheriff? Because I'd like to speak to the sheriff. I'd like to speak to anyone who can explain to me. Tell me what happened here.
Henry Duvall? Shelley guessed, coming around her door. He nodded, running a shaky hand through his dark brown hair.
When I got the call, I wasn't sure where else to go. Other than here, you know. Home. I came home. Then I saw the tape.
He closed his eyes as if still in a daze.
I wasn't sure where else to go.
Cal Noonan moved around the SUV, coming to stand beside her. I'm sorry for your loss, Shelley told the young man. She turned slightly to her right. This here is Cal Noonan. He's one of the best trackers around. He's helping us find the person who shot your parents.
You mean Telly, right?
Henry walked toward them.
My parents' new project. Perfect.
You know Telly?
Not really, just met him a few times. Christmas vacation, spring break, that sort of thing. I was already off to school when my parents decided to get into the fostering business.
Did Telly get along with your parents?
Everyone got along with Dad. And Mom, she wouldn't hurt a fly.
Henry shook his head, clearly agitated. He resumed pacing the front yard. Standing beside Shelley, Cal crossed his arms, still not saying a word. Why'd they become foster parents? Shelley asked. Henry shrugged.
Dad always believed he could save the world. As a teacher, he logged all sorts of extra hours mentoring Misfit A or Troubled Kid B. Crazy thing?
Henry looked up.
He was good at it. Kids liked him. Adults liked him. Everyone liked him. My parents are good people. Ask anyone you want. This is no case of evil foster parents abusing some lonely teen. My parents cared. My parents tried. Whatever happened here, it's all about Telly, not them.
Did your parents talk about Telly? It's a big job, taking in a foster child.
My mom had some problems when she was a teenager. She doesn't talk about it much, but I know she ran away from home. Except she was only 16, all on her own. She'd say she didn't know what would have happened to her if she hadn't met my dad. Fostering was her idea. Personally, I think she didn't know what to do with herself once I left home. Too much time, too much empty space. I think if she'd had her way, she would have raised a dozen children. So, last time I was home, Mom was working with Telly on home economics. How to manage a checkbook, how to shop for groceries, do laundry. She'd also taught him some cooking. Chicken parm. Hell, I don't even know how to make my mom's chicken parm.
Your parents were preparing Telly to live on his own. Henry gave her a look.
Well, it's not like he was going off to college.
You said your mom left home at 16. What about her family?
Never met them.
They're still alive? She was estranged from her parents? Henry shrugged, wouldn't meet her eye. Your father's family?
His parents passed away when I was a kid. He didn't have any siblings.
Close friends, associates?
Mom? I don't know. She volunteered some, but did she have a best friend, someone like that? I would argue it was my dad. Same for him. Most of the time, at least, all they seemed to need was each other.
Interesting, Shelley thought. I understand you're working for a company in Beaverton?
I took a few days off. I've been in Astoria, camping with some buddies. I was hoping to come home at the end of the trip. Surprise my parents.
Henry's face spasmed, the shock wearing off, grief taking hold. Last time you saw your parents in person? Shelley asked, taking in his dark hair, dark eyes.
I don't know, a month ago, 4th of July.
Henry scrubbed his cheeks. Last time you spoke?
Couple of weeks ago, beginning of August.
Anything special your parents mentioned?
A brief hesitation. Henry shook his head.
No issues with Telly?
Again the pause, then the headshake. Shelley didn't say anything more, just waited.
I can't go inside?
No, son, we're still processing the house.
Have you found Telly? Any leads?
I'll notify you the minute we know something.
Henry remained standing in the front yard, hands in his pockets, gaze on the taped door.
You're gonna have questions, right? Things you'll need to know? Ways I can help?
If you could remain local for a few days at least, that would be of great assistance to us.
Okay, I'll find a hotel, campground, something. Let me give you my cell.
Henry rattled off numbers. Shelley entered them into her department-issued phone, then provided her own contact info. Henry drew a last shuddering breath.
And my parents' bodies?
The ME will need to conduct a full autopsy, given the circumstances. Unfortunately, things are a little bit busy right now.
The second shooting. I heard about that. Why is he doing this? I mean, my parents were trying to help him, and he just guns them down, then goes off and shoots even more people? Who does that? What kind of person?
Shelley didn't have any answers. Henry Duval broke off, seeming to realize the futility of his questions.
My parents were good people. They didn't deserve this.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Check the freezer,
Henry said as he finally walked by them, heading for his RAV4.
My mom liked to hide cash in Ziploc bags, under the peas, behind the turkey, that sort of thing. Her own version of a rainy day fund. Telly would have known to look there to steal the money.
How much money?
Couple hundred, I guess. And the gun safe, of course. My dad had 6 firearms, 3 pistols, 3 rifles. They should be in the safe in the basement. Unless...
Henry suddenly seemed to get it. What had happened to those guns?
I'll be in touch when we have word, Shelley said. Henry didn't say anything more. He climbed into his vehicle, hands shaking visibly on the wheel. The surviving member of the Duvall family drove away. Shelley and Cal remained standing in the yard, watching him go. Dark hair, dark eyes, she murmured to no one in particular.
Hiking boots,
Cal seconded, picking up on Jack George's description of the second male in the Easy Gas. And not the most honest answers. Henry Duvall's holding something back.
Birth son and foster son conspiring to kill the parents?
Cal asked. Shelley frowned, scratched at the scars on her neck. Not exactly a large inheritance to split. And yet... She shook her head once more. Then she led Cal back into the crime scene. The heat hadn't done wonders for the smell. Not to mention the flies were back. Where did they even come from? Shelley thought. With the Duvall's bodies gone and the sheets bagged and tagged, the flies were limited to drying blood pools next to the bed, which clearly weren't big enough to accommodate their demand. Shelley closed the door to the master bedroom. She felt like she'd spent too much of the day staring at blood. She'd dream about it later tonight, assuming she ever got to bed. Cal was already in the kitchen. She'd handed him a pair of gloves when they'd first entered the scene. Now he looked over, gloved hand on the open freezer door, and shook his head. So, if there had been any deposits in the rainy day fund, Telly had helped himself to that cash as well. She'd stood in the kitchen hours earlier with Quincy. She tried now to see the house through fresh eyes, not as a sheriff taking in an unspeakable crime scene, but as a 17-year-old boy in need of a home. Kitchen was clean. That was the first thing she noticed. Would a teenager care? The modest family room was also neat and tidy, further evidence that Sandra Duvall took pride in her home. The overstuffed sofa looked comfy, with an Afghan arranged carefully on the back. First impression was a worn but well-tended open space, with plenty of personal touches. A family that didn't have tons of resources. No brand new cars for them, or name-brand labels. But still a charming home. Given some of the other foster situations Telly had encountered, or, for that matter, the threat of a group home hanging over his head, this should have seemed a big step up. His first thought walking through the door should have been that he'd just gotten very, very lucky.
Computer?
Cal asked. Desktop. Was on that little table in the corner. It's already been sent to the tech geeks for analysis.
Okay.
What are you looking for? Shelley asked.
Telly. I'm looking for Telly. Because so far, all of this...
Cal waved his hand around the space.
This is all about the mom, her house, her domain, which I have nothing against, but if you're a teenage boy...
This isn't his space.
No. He might sit at the table to eat, hang out on the couch to watch TV, but none of this is him.
Cal looked at her.
Shooters talk, right? I'm no expert, but all these rampages. The killers posted messages online, filled journals with their rage. World failed them. World owes them. So where is that? Where's some sign of the troubled foster kids' troubles?
Shelley got his point. The more she looked through the house, the more she also saw what Cal, being a male, had picked up immediately. This was a woman's domain, meaning when Telly needed to get away, escape. Bedroom, she said. Shelley moved through the narrow hall. First bedroom had been the Duvalls, which left 2 more open doorways. Next room. Spartan. Dark paneled walls, twin bed, small wooden desk topped with a pile of paperbacks. She noted a charger, as if for an iPod or cell phone, but the device was missing. Didn't take his charger, she murmured, though she wasn't sure why it mattered.
No way to plug and play in the woods.
Cal was studying the books, which were about the only personal items in the room. Shelley glanced at the paperbacks. A Lee Child, Brad Taylor, and, of all things, Huck Finn. Maybe a reading assignment for school. Still, nothing that ominous.
Room's been photographed?
Cal asked. Yes.
Searched?
Preliminary. We've been a bit busy.
May I?
He gestured to the space, and she nodded. She wasn't sure what she thought the tracker would do first. Pull out drawers, tap the walls, rip up floorboards. Instead, Cal headed straight to the bed. He lay down on top, tucked his hands behind his head, and stared up at the ceiling. Imitating a 17-year-old boy lost in his own thoughts. Thinking like his target. Getting into the spirit of the game, Shelley took a seat at the desk. Not much to look at. Walls were dark, the desk cramped, and she wasn't even that big. She pulled out the rickety desk drawer. Loose paper, sticky notes, a lot of pens, but no journal jumped out at her. Maybe he had posted something online. Computer techs would figure it out sooner or later. But thinking once again like Telly, she couldn't picture him online. She didn't know why, she just couldn't. He was tactile, she thought. Telly didn't want to just see the world. He wanted to feel it with his own hands.
There's something on the ceiling,
Cal said. Shelley sat up. The tracker had been so quiet she'd forgotten about him.
What? Don't know. Depending on how the light hits it, I can see a sheen. Looping. In a pattern. Maybe a drawing, doodles of some kind.
Hang on. Shelley returned to the desk drawer. The collection of pens. Sure enough, neon colors, except they felt unnaturally heavy in her hands and were round and bulky at the end. Heavy from a battery, she determined, which powered a tiny little bulb at the base. Black light. The ink pens all contained a black light on one end. Close the drapes, she instructed Cal. Then she was off the chair, tending to the door, snapping off the light. Cal obeyed without saying a word. Then, when the room was a dull gray space, light just seeping around the edges of the curtain, Shelley pushed the button on the ink pen. The black light came on, hitting Cal between the eyes. She angled it up to the ceiling, and sure enough, writing, letter by letter, word by word.
Who?
Cal identified the first word. Am I? Shelley managed the second two.
0.
Hero. 0 or hero, they got together. Who am I? Shelley repeated. 0 or hero. Then, beaming the light across the rest of the ceiling and around the wood-paneled walls, they encountered the same words over and over again. A seemingly endless litany. Who am I, who am I, who am I, who am I? With an occasional interjection of 0 or hero, but mostly just, who am I, who am I, who am I? Telly Ray Nash had been keeping a journal of sorts, all over the confines of his bedroom. A message of doubt and pressure and stress. Who am I? 0 or hero? Shelley really wished the kid had picked a better answer to that.
Quincy had spotted Shelley's SUV parked outside the Duvall's house. He entered the home on his own, discovering Shelley standing in Telly Nash's darkened bedroom and a shadowed form lying face up on the kid's bed. He reached instinctively for his ankle holster just as the pen in Shelley's hand lit up. And the ceiling, the walls. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? 0 or hero? Who am I? The words covered the ceiling, the dark wood-paneled walls. Large script in places, but also crammed in unbelievably small print in the corners. Different days, Quincy thought. Different moods, but the same burning question, over and over again. Hypergraphia, Quincy said. Shelley whirled sharply, hand going to her holster. Quincy figured she hadn't heard him come in. Now she exhaled heavily, lowering the glowing pen while the second person sat up on the bed. I bet if we could find one of Telly's school notebooks, we'd discover every square inch also covered in writings, maybe even the same phrase. It's a form of OCD. Some people have to wash their hands over and over to ease their anxiety. Telly must write.
I didn't see any notebooks.
The second person rose off the bed, dressed in outdoor gear, long, pale hiking pants, green shirt, hiking boots.
Hi, I'm Cal Noonan, one of the trackers.
The man stuck out his hand. Quincy shook it. Pierce Quincy, law enforcement consultant. Shelley brought me in as an expert in deviant minds.
You a profiler?
Guilty as charged. Quincy kept his gaze on Shelley. She shook her head, knowing his first question without being asked.
Bolo is out, but still no sign of Charla. Quincy's foster daughter, Charla, she explained to Cal, is Telly's younger sister.
Cal stood between them, hands on his hips.
And now she's missing? Of her own volition?
Most likely.
To meet her brother, you think?
My daughter's 13. What I've learned so far is that having a teenager makes it impossible to think. Cal nodded.
At the moment, my job is to think like a 17-year-old boy, Telly Ray Nash. I'll be the first to say he's getting the better of us.
Shouldn't you be out in the woods? Or does this mean you think he'll circle back here?
Kid's got a four-wheeler, puts his speed beyond my abilities. Right now we're waiting for a helicopter sighting, news from the hotline, or a lucky break on the patrol front. While we're waiting, I asked Shelley to bring me here, see what I might notice, given my own unique perspective.
So what have you discovered? Quincy asked. Other than this.
Don't these guys write? Cal asked. I don't mean ink doodles all over their walls, but social media posts, private journals, hit lists.
In theory, yes. Given what we're seeing here, I would guess journal entries over social media posts.
No diaries in the room,
Shelley reported.
He took the journals with him?
Cal asked. Quincy shrugged. Possible, but...
But what?
Shelley prodded. Most mass shooters, they want their rage to be heard, hence they make their letters, posts readily accessible. If he really did have a personal diary, he should have left it for others to find. Any luck with the computer?
Not that I've heard. But to be honest, the attack on the search team, it's frayed us. On the one hand, I got officers pouring in from all over the state to help out. On the other hand,
makes it that much tougher to remain focused and on task. Quincy filled in. Shelley nodded, and Quincy could tell from the look on her face how much that admission cost her. Coming here was smart, he offered up. When in doubt, regroup. And you're right, he said, including Cal in his pep talk. No matter what's going on, it all comes down to one thing, one person, Telly Ray Nash. The better we understand him, the better the chance of getting ahead. So, what do we know so far?
He's a troubled teen,
Shelley supplied.
We just met the Duvall's oldest son, Henry. According to him, his parents are great people, fully committed to helping a kid like Telly get his life in order. But that doesn't change the fact that Telly comes from a violent past and is known for an explosive temper when under stress. And, according to his bedroom walls at least, he's under a great deal of stress.
Quincy nodded. In other words, Telly's birth parents might have deserved what happened to them, but the Duvalls...
We haven't found anyone with a bad word to say about them, Shelley provided. Whatever triggered this morning's violence
probably has more to do with Telly than the Duvalls. Shelley nodded.
Though, just to make things interesting, we have a witness who reported seeing Telly Ray Nash in the Easy Gas 2 weeks ago, with a young male who matches Henry Duvall's description.
Quincy arched a brow.
To be fair, the description probably matches a third of the young men out there. But yeah, I think I'll have a detective follow up with Henry's whereabouts 2 weeks ago.
Do we know of a reason Henry might want to harm his parents?
None at all. Then again, the list of things we don't know right now is definitely longer than the list of things we do.
Cal spoke up.
Boy's a thinker. Explosive temper always implies impulsive to me, but I don't know. From what I saw this morning, he's plenty smart. Following the drainage ditch from the easy gas was a good move on his part. Then in the third house, taking the time to change his appearance—
Excuse me? Quincy interrupted.
Kid changed his shirt, grabbed a baseball cap, even smeared some shoe polish on his face. To alter his appearance is my guess. If he's doing all of this while in a fit of temper, he's the cleverest hothead I've ever met.
Quincy frowned. He turned to Shelley. Mr. Noonan has a point. We're well beyond explosive range and impulsive acts. Telly knows what he's doing. This isn't some red haze of battle he's going to snap back out of. Quincy looked around the room again. Telly might have started from a place of impulsive anger, shooting his foster parents due to some perceived threat, then moving on to the easy gas out of blind rage. But he's not explosive anymore. Odds are he now has some kind of plan, and he won't stop until it's done. They split up. Cal wanted to inspect the garage for signs of missing gear. Given Frank Duvall's reputation as an outdoorsman, he probably had at least a tent, sleeping bag, other basic supplies. The absence of which would mean Telly was better equipped than they'd previously thought. Shelley moved into the family room to check in with operations, which left Quincy alone in Telly's room. He thought of Cal lying on the kid's bed and realized it wasn't a bad approach. Think like your target. That's what Cal had said, which is exactly what a profiler did. Quincy didn't take the bed. He sat at the desk instead. For a bit, he picked up the paperbacks, thumbed the worn edges. Military thrillers. Books with clear right and wrong, where the good guys always won in the end. Zero or hero. A part of Telly clearly wanted to be the hero. The brother who'd saved his sister. The troubled teen who, according to his P.O., was trying to do better. So what had pushed him over the edge? There was no way of predicting what might set a shooter off, of course. Telly could have done any number of things that might have earned him punishment, which in turn had triggered his resentment or rage. But if the Duvalls were indeed the targets, why had Telly shot them as they slept? In theory, he should have wanted them awake, terrified, acknowledging their foster son and the command he now held over their lives. Power. That's what rampage killers really wanted. One moment when they were finally the ones in control. Vomit. It came to Quincy again, the detail that had niggled at him earlier. The boy had vomited outside the easy gas, but not here in the Duvalls' home. If the boy was squeamish about murder, shouldn't the first round of shootings have bothered him more than the second? Quincy lifted the mattress, searched under the bed. He moved the bureau, the desk, searched for loose floorboards. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Then, a light rap on the doorframe. Cal Noonan was standing there.
You'd better see this. Tent's missing. Sleeping bag, a larger backpack would be my guess. You can see this corner was where Frank Duvall stored his gear. Now it's at least half empty.
Quincy stood in the garage with Cal and Shelley. The tracker did the talking. Both Quincy and Shelley nodded.
I also went to the basement to check out the gun safe, which got me thinking. Shooters have a lot of gear too. Table for setup, safety glasses, ear protection, gun cleaning kits, and of course duffel bags for carrying it all to the shooting range. I found a folding table and some protective eye and ear wear, but duffel bag, gun cleaning kit, I'm not seeing it.
Telly took a fair amount of supplies, Shelley murmured, none of which we found in or around Frank Duvall's truck.
Exactly. At this point, we're talking too much gear for him to have stashed it all behind a tree. I'm thinking he must have already delivered it somewhere before the truck overheated.
A base of operation, Quincy said. Cal nodded.
Bad news being, he's much better prepared than we thought.
And the good news?
Shelley asked.
It's gotta be someplace local, right? And having a camp, the kid won't go as far. He's not just running away, he's got a home base. That can help us.
We found camera footage of Telly driving through downtown around 7:30 this morning, Shelley said. There appears to be a large black duffel bag in the back of the truck.
Puts his base camp somewhere north of town, Cal said. Next question being, does Telly have a favorite place? Maybe a campsite he's used before. Favorite shooting range?
Most of the locals shoot at a clearing in the woods, Shelley supplied. But it's too exposed for camping.
Quincy spoke up. Rainie did a quick search on the Duvalls. Sandra posted regularly on Facebook, including photos of Frank and Telly heading out on various outdoor adventures. There might be mention of campsites, fishing holes on the Facebook page, or enough imagery in the background to identify where they're at.
Would he go someplace he associates with his foster father? Shelley asked. He did just shoot the man.
He'd go where he feels comfortable,
Cal said. Quincy nodded his agreement. We should check with people who knew the Duvalls. Better yet, a hunting buddy, fellow gunman. They should be able to provide a list of Frank's preferred locations.
His son might know, Shelley said. Odds are Frank must have taken Telly on some of the same adventures he once shared with Henry.
Quincy nodded. Also give you an excuse to question him again, without arousing too much suspicion.
One more thing,
Cal said. He shifted from foot to foot, for the first time appearing uncomfortable.
There's a stack of cardboard boxes on the other side, marked with Telly's name. They seem to be filled with old pots and pans, some household items. Inside, I also found a metal lockbox, too new to be a resale item, which made me curious.
Cal held up the box now, twisted the latch. The lid sprang open, revealing 4 single items. Photos, Quincy realized. Similar to ones he'd seen earlier. Charla walking with Luca by her side. Charla at the front of their house. But a different shirt, he realized now. Different photos, taken on a different day than the ones recovered from Telly's cell phone. Telly Ray Nash had definitely been stalking his younger sister. Furthermore, these photos had an added element. On every single picture, centered over Charla's face, he'd drawn crosshairs. After photographing his sister, Telly had turned her into a human target. He didn't like me. He sat at the table in the chair next to Frank, trying to look relaxed, loose, college student home on spring break. But his gaze kept drifting to me next to the stove, where I was grating cheese to top the chicken parm. Checking out the new kid, the one who'd taken over his house, his parents, while he was off at school. Henry definitely didn't like me. I kept my head down, focused on the block of parm, cheese grater. Sandra had asked me to help with dinner. Showing off the new kid's tricks? Hell if I knew. I did as I was told, having been through this drill too many times to count. So many foster homes. Foster, birth, adopted siblings. Being hated was a rite of passage. Been there, done that. In the kitchen, Sandra was all nervous energy. I hadn't seen her like this since maybe my own first day at the house. She had salad going, garlic bread, all of her son's favorite foods, that went without saying, and everything had to be perfect. Frank was happy. He sat at the table, a rare beer cracked open in front of him. Henry was going on and on about his classes, all computer nerd this, engineering geek that. I definitely didn't understand anything, but Frank, being the science guy, nodded right along. Maybe this is who Henry got it from, because Frank asked questions, then beamed at the answers, parental pride practically radiating off of him. I grated a little too hard, caught my thumb. I moved discreetly to the sink to rinse off the blood before Sandra realized what I'd just added to her Parmesan cheese.
Telly, what happened to you? Did you cut yourself?
Too late. She was already at my side, grabbing my thumb, inspecting the damage. I'm fine.
Nonsense. Frank, we need a Band-Aid. Go grab a Band-Aid. Frank obediently pushed back from the table, meandering down the hall.
We have Band-Aids? Where are they? Closet? Bathroom?
Oh, Frank, how can you not know where the Band-Aids are? Sandra headed down the hall after Frank, leaving Henry and me alone in the kitchen. I kept my thumb under the water, gaze forward. From the table, Henry wasn't feeling so subtle.
Preparing for your future in food service?
I didn't say anything. Why bother? He'd be on his way again, back to college. And by the time we hit summer, who knew if I'd even still be around? There was only so much cooking and shooting a boy could do, right? Not to mention it was pretty clear by now I'd be spending most of June and July in summer school. Henry pushed his chair back, walked around the table toward me. Standing at the kitchen sink, I felt myself tense. Frank was a big boy, and so was his son. Tall, at least, but maybe not as experienced in a fight. So this is how it would be then. He'd push till I exploded. Then Frank and Sandra would return to find their two boys brawling in the middle of the kitchen, at which point, of course, they'd rush to their son's side, Henry, the golden child. I turned off the faucet, reached for a paper towel to wrap around my shredded thumb, strained for sounds of Frank and Sandra's return footsteps down the hall.
What are you doing here?
Henry stood behind me, his voice in my ear. Cooking dinner?
Gonna earn their trust? Is that the deal? Be a good little monkey, then rob them blind the minute they're not looking? Come on, look around. My parents are hard-working, modest folks. Even the computer's 5 years old and not suitable for anything other than the junkyard. Whatever you're thinking, this is not the house. My parents are not the people.
Your parents are nice, I heard myself say. A surprise for both of us.
What?
Your parents. They're nice. Henry stared at me. I found the courage to turn around, stare back. I don't have your future. Maybe I don't have any future. But your parents? They're trying to help me figure it out. That's suitable for more than the junkyard. Henry frowned at me, still trying to decide if I was for real or not. Maybe I was too. Then, from behind him, a discreet cough. We discovered Frank and Sandra back in the kitchen, watching both of us.
Well, now that that's out of the way,
Frank said. Henry flushed. Sandra giggled nervously, and that seemed to break the ice. Henry and Frank returned to the table. Sandra and I returned to dinner prep.
You never could share your toys,
Frank told his son. Henry didn't argue. Next day, Frank decided the boys should go shooting. We headed to the redneck range, armed with a small arsenal, targets, folding table, and protective eye and ear wear. Upon arrival, I went to work on the folding table. Frank and Henry prepped the guns. Henry was talking to his father, voice low, as if he didn't want me to hear.
Is Mom's dad still alive?
Why do you ask? Because I am. Yes or no? Do I have a maternal grandfather or not?
I believe he's still alive. Your mother hasn't said otherwise.
But you've never spoken to him.
You know your mother had her reasons for leaving.
Which were?
Her story to tell, Henry. Now, why all these questions?
Henry removed the pistol from its case, racked it back to show the empty chamber, then placed it on the table. I made a show of picking up the first target, heading toward the battered wooden pallet to pin it up, walking away, but not too far away. I knew Sandra's father was alive. At least I had assumed so. Mean guy. Killed people for money was my impression. So good at it he'd risen up the levels, was maybe now the master mobster himself. Was it possible I knew something Henry didn't?
Sandra trusted me that much?
This old guy showed up,
Henry said.
couple of weeks ago. Was waiting for me after class, just standing there, staring straight at me. And the crazy thing is that I immediately had a sense of déjà vu, that I'd met him before.
Frank didn't say anything.
He said he was my grandpa. Said he wanted to get to know me, invited me to dinner next week. What?
Frank said. The wooden pallet was riddled with thumbtacks. I pulled out a blue one, used it to secure the target, not daring to turn around.
Did you say yes? Maybe. Come on. The old guy, he looks so much like Mom, like part of my family. You think I don't have questions? You think you wouldn't want to know more about your own grandfather? Your mom hears about this, she'll have a fit. Well, I'm not exactly asking her about it, am I? I came to you for a reason. Henry, you can't do this. Tell the guy no. Don't destroy your mom by starting this relationship now. Why would it destroy her? Won't someone please tell me what this guy did? Your mom ran away at 16, left behind everything to live on the street. Doesn't that tell you enough? What if he's changed? He definitely looks older than dirt. Hell, maybe he's dying. Wants one last chance to make amends before he goes. He's a lying bastard. So you have met him. Your mother doesn't want him back in her life. That's all I need to know and all you need to know. You think he isn't aware of that as well? You think there isn't a reason he showed up at your college campus instead of on our front porch? If this guy is so anxious to make peace, why isn't he reaching out to your mom? Maybe because she's an even better shot than you are.
This was news to me. Still holding up the target, my back to Frank and Henry, I blinked my eyes.
Tally!
Frank barked. Belatedly, I stuck a second tack in the bottom of the target, then made a big show of jogging back.
You heard.
I didn't say anything because Frank hadn't asked a question. He sighed, ran a hand through his graying hair. I'd never seen Frank so agitated.
Of course you heard. If I was in your place, I'd eavesdrop on everything too. Henry, describe your grandfather. Everything about him. Go.
Henry opened his mouth, looked like he was about to argue further, then shut it again.
5'10", he said at last. Steel gray hair, thin at the top. Mom's eyes. A tan trench coat, brown polyester pants, and button-up shirt. Kind of old guy 101. But you'll know him when you see him. He looks like an old guy version of Mom. You see this guy,
Frank informed me.
Anywhere on our property, you call me, right away. If he approaches our house, makes any move to speak to Sandra, shoot first, question later. Trust me, a violent death for this guy is hardly going to raise any suspicions. Who is he?
Henry asked again. I didn't say anything, but moved slightly closer to Henry. At this point, I wanted to know too.
David,
Frank offered up.
David Michael Martin. You want to know more? Try Googling him. But don't be surprised when nothing comes up. Guys like him, he's spent his whole life making sure he doesn't exist. Not on paper, and certainly not on the internet. What do you mean he doesn't exist? How can a guy not exist?
Frank thinned his lips.
He's trouble. That's all you need to know. He's the kind of guy that wherever he goes, death follows.
Henry made a face.
He's an old geezer. I saw him with my own eyes. Whatever he once did, he's an old man now, looking to make amends. Shouldn't that count for something? Guys like David. He doesn't make amends, Henry. He manipulates. Meaning, if he's reaching out, it's because you have something he wants. Forgiveness. Don't be stupid. He doesn't even know you. What would your forgiveness mean to him? On the other hand, your degree, your smarts, your reputation with computers, now that's interesting. Next generation of crime is all about the internet. A kid like you could be very useful to him. The fact that you're family, all the better. You think he's recruiting me? For like the family business? Why wouldn't he? And I'll tell you now, he'll use all the right terms. Tell you everything you want to hear. You don't live as long as he has without knowing how to be very, very good. But at the end of the day, evil is evil. He damn near destroyed your mom. If you let him in your life, he'll do the same to you, and he won't lose a moment's sleep over it. That's the kind of man he is, Henry. I'm giving it to you straight.
Henry looked at him.
You want me to cancel dinner? Your mother has never gone back. For the past 30 years, not so much as a phone call home. She gave up her own mother, Henry, to keep herself safe, and then after you were born to keep you safe, too. That should tell you enough right there.
Henry didn't say anything. He opened up the pistol case, went through the motions of clearing the weapon. He let her go, I said. Both Frank and Henry stared at me. You're saying he's some big bad worst of the worst, but his 16-year-old daughter walked away and he just let her. I'd tried asking this question of Sandra, but hadn't understood her answer. Now I could see from the expression on Frank's face that he understood my point immediately. Henry, however, was still frowning. My father, I heard myself say, if he wanted something and you had it, he wouldn't just let go. He wouldn't let you take it.
There are questions,
Frank said at last, speaking to me, not Henry.
I don't ask my wife.
I nodded.
It's not that I don't think I know what those answers are. It's that I understand it's better that she never have to put them into words.
Meaning that Sandra had done something. She hadn't just walked away, as the PG, Henry-approved version of the tale went. She'd done something. Perhaps as terrible as beating someone to death with a baseball bat. And that bought her freedom. Maybe even made her think about taking on a kid like me. I felt something then, a rush of emotion. More than gratitude. Maybe love for my new foster mom. Or at least the 16-year-old girl she'd once been.
Oh, for God's sake, Henry said. Next you're going to tell me Mom's a secret assassin.
Frank held the silence just long enough for Henry's eyes to widen. Then he burst into a smile.
Yeah, your mom, killing 'em with kindness.
Shelley got the lead straight from Henry Duval. She'd wanted to pay the man a visit, quiz him further about his personal timeline and/or family history. But now, given the ticking clock, she settled for a simple phone call. Did your father have a favorite, semi-secret campsite? Which turned out to be a yes. Right off the same route Telly Ray Nash had driven north toward the easy gas. Next step, recon. I don't want any more surprises, Shelley stated. They were back in Central Command. Herself, Cal, Quincy, the other search team leaders. When we declared this suspect armed and dangerous, we weren't kidding. Cal assumed the role of lead tracker. Quincy agreed to wait at the mobile command unit with Shelley. The state's SWAT canine unit arrived. Shelley had met its star, Molly, once before at a demonstration. The stocky black and white mutt looked nothing like any police dog Shelley had ever met. Boxer's awkward body, pit bull's square head, a blotch of black fur forming a perfect pirate-like patch around her right eye. Combine all that with her panting grin and mollywogs appeared more like a sidekick in a comedy movie than the state's favorite action hero. Which, according to her handler, Deborah Cameron, made Molly perfect for her job. Rescued from a pair of drug addicts, The young dog had a natural drive to work and an even bigger desire to please. Now, as Shelley watched, Deb geared them up. The dog had her own vest. Military issue, it looked to Shelley. Heavy black fabric that fit snugly around the dog's compact frame, leaving only the white legs, tail, and pirate-patched head unprotected. Cal walked on over. He glanced at Molly, who cocked her black and white head to the side and grinned at him. "Cal Noonan," the tracker said, sticking his hand out. "Deborah Cameron." The handler smiled, swinging her pack up and on, adjusting the straps. "What is it?" Cal indicated the dog, who was still panting cheerfully. "She's most likely some kind of boxer pit bull mix." "I've never heard of a boxer who tracked." "Well, Molly and I have never heard of a cheesemaker who tracks, so guess that makes us even." Cal blinked several times. He turned back to Shelley as if looking for help. She merely smiled. Of course, she'd provided his background to the canine unit, professional courtesy and all. Cal finally cracked a smile. He reached down, scratched behind the dog's ears. Molly leaned into his hand, sighing ecstatically. Cal's smile grew. He straightened, did his best to appear more professional. 10 minutes, then we're out of here.
The trail leading up to Frank Duval's favorite campsite started at the roadside, cutting through a swath of high grass, then heading steadily deeper into the underbrush, till eventually it shot straight up 2.5 miles to a rocky outcropping, which, according to his son Henry, offered one of the best views of the ocean. The trail wasn't on any map. Most likely it had originally been cut by deer during their own forays up and down the mountain. The forest was filled with such trails. Given this was a stealth operation, they had parked a single vehicle half a mile back at the turn-in for a bait shop. Second appealing feature of Frank's favorite campsite, it overlooked a popular fishing stream, making dinner easy to catch. At the base of the trailhead, Molly had sat, which apparently meant she had picked up a human scent. Deb had then given the dog the signal to track, and Molly had headed straight up the thin, snaking path. According to Deb, Molly Woggs would keep on going, with her curious rolling gait, until the human scent reached some kind of critical mass, at which point Molly would lie down, alerting them that said human was straight ahead. Hopefully, Molly would provide that signal before their suspect opened fire. Cal was nervous. He didn't like it. Wasn't accustomed to feeling this edgy out in the woods, the place he'd always felt most at home. And this deer trail, it was beautiful. Everything there was to love about hiking in the Pacific Northwest. Within moments of leaving sun-bleached asphalt, they'd stepped into a shadowed sanctuary, dense with towering fir trees, carpets of thick moss, mounds of lush ferns. It felt cooler in the woods. Smelled better, too. Green, which wasn't even a smell, but should have been, because that's how the woods always smelled to Cal. Deep green. He spied a mark in the trunk of a tree ahead, motioned for the team to stop. The fir tree neighboring the trail was a relative youngster, tall and thin, having grown up to find sun. Most of its lower branches were gone, fallen off, maybe removed by other hikers to make the narrow trail more accessible, but none of that accounted for the white gouge near shoulder height. Cal stuck his finger in the wound, discovering beads of sticky sap, a fir tree's version of first aid. Fresh, no doubt about it. He stood, level with the fir tree, measuring where the mark on the trunk hit halfway between his elbow and shoulder height. It almost looked to him. "Rifle tip," Darren said behind him. Cal turned to look at the SWAT team officer who'd replaced Antonio.
"That's what I was thinking. Kids hiking up this trail, lugging backpack, bedroll, multiple boxes of ammo. Add to that 3 rifles.
Cal grimaced.
Sure, he could be carrying 2 strapped to his back, but the 3rd. Bet he was cradling that one in his arms at the ready, which would place the tip right about.
He placed his fingertips in the fresh wood gouge. None of them spoke for a moment, the two SWAT officers still on watch, scanning the woods. "Stealth," Deb said at last.
"Yep,"
Cal agreed.
"Simply gotta sneak up on the campsite, seize the guns, grab the mass murderer. Nothing to it."
They resumed their hike. Halfway up, Cal's radio crackled to life. He motioned to the group to halt, stepping off to the side where he could answer Sheriff Atkins's summons, volume turned low.
"Progress?"
Sheriff Atkins asked.
"The dog, Molly, seems to think she's following a human. Airborne scent particles settle in 8 to 12 hours, so according to Deb, that means someone must have passed this way earlier today."
"What do you think?"
"Trail's hard to read. Soft-packed pine needles great for hiking, but not so good for footprints. Have found a fresh gouge in a tree, some depressions and mossy surfaces, so I suppose I agree with Molly. Sometime earlier today, a human being this way cameth."
"We reviewed camera footage from a nearby trail. The Umatilla doesn't access the campsite, but passes just east of it. Unfortunately, the trail camera is set up to capture wildlife, meaning it records everything at ankle height. We've seen the feet of several hiking groups, some twosomes, but no lone hikers."
"Which doesn't mean Telly hasn't returned to the campsite. Just means if he did, he used a different approach."
"True."
"Your camera trail, the Umatilla, on hiking maps?"
"Yes."
"If I was him, I'd avoid it too. Known trails are busy this time of year. Better to stick to lesser-known byways such as this deer trail. Sounds like Frank Duval knew plenty and shared his knowledge with his sons."
The sheriff didn't answer.
"Anything else I should know?"
Cal asked.
"According to the Sun, there are a couple of sites after this one we can check out. They're much farther away, but now that Telly has access to a four-wheeler, they're possible."
"Something's gonna break," Cal said. "In real life, the trail does go cold, but sooner or later, we always pick it up again. Remember, the kid's gonna need water. Even if we don't find him at this campsite, we'll find him."
"Check back in 30,
the sheriff said now. Cal replied in the affirmative. Then they were once more headed up the trail. Molly Woggs lay down. Just like that. She was walking, then she wasn't. It wasn't an exhausted plop either, which Cal would have fully understood after 90 minutes of hard hiking. This was more like a crouch, barrel-chested body low but stiff, ears cocked, gaze going directly to the handler. Deb held up a hand, not that it was necessary. The moment the dog had stopped, so had the rest of the team. Up until this point, Cal had viewed their strange-looking canine as little more than a drool machine. But now he saw it. The pit bull side of the dog's mongrel breeding, and the look she had for her handler. Goofy Molly Woggs would die for her human. She'd done her first job, tracked the scent to the critical mass looming straight ahead. Now the dog was preparing herself for what would happen next. Cal unslung his rifle as the two SWAT team officers got busy. Darren picked a tree, one of the few broadleafs around with thicker branches. His smaller, younger sidekick, Mitch, got to do the honors, hopping from the ground to a nearby boulder to the lowest available branch. Mitch didn't say a word as he worked himself higher and higher, seeking the best vantage point. Then, halting at last, he pressed his back against the trunk, peered through his scope, and zeroed in on the camp. He held up one finger, one target. Darren acknowledged, and Mitch settled his rifle into the curve of his shoulder, his vantage point now a sniper's stand. Darren gathered Cal and Deb together. A tactical situation was his call, so they listened close as he drew a map in the dirt and illustrated their strategy. With Mitch up in the tree to provide cover fire, they would split up, creep to the top of the trail in sync, then at his signal burst upon the camp. Darren glanced at Molly, then Deb, raising a brow in question. Clearly, he wanted Molly to go first, as a charging police canine made for a very intimidating sight, not to mention a smaller target. If they got really lucky, Molly would take down their shooter before they ever cleared the trees, or at least distract him long enough for their own ambush. Deb nodded, her hand resting on the top of Molly's square head. Another flurry of hand signals, more scratches in the dirt, and then that was that. They had a plan. Deb and Molly took the trail. Darren headed left, Cal headed right. They made their final approach. Cal paused twice to wipe the sweat from his brow. The building heat, the growing tension, he wasn't sure which it was, but suddenly, acutely, he was aware of how his favorite hiking shirt was glued to his torso, and the rivers of sweat poured from his brow. The woods were no longer a cool, shadowed sanctuary. He didn't even smell the scent of green. Instead, creeping around boulders, stepping lightly through knee-high ferns, he felt as if the world had gone eerily silent. He smelled earth and rot and decay, the scent of death, which had to be a trick of his imagination. A snap of a tree branch to the far left. Darren. Man better be a good shot, Cal thought bitterly, because he was a piss-poor stealth tracker. Then, what had to happen next? A whistle, high overhead. Mitch's signal that their target, alerted by the noise, was on the move. Followed almost immediately by Darren's own bird call, and then a deep, rumbling growl as Molly burst up the trail, barking, 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 former rescue dog, now loyal police canine, charging into the campsite. Cal didn't let himself think anymore. He picked a break in the bushes and ran toward the madness. It happened in a blur. Cal didn't see as much as he heard. The sudden snap of breaking twigs and multiple bodies bursting through the underbrush, barking, mollywogs low and fierce, followed by a man's shriek and Deb's command. "Stop! Police!" More barking, more shrieking. Then Cal himself was skittering to a halt in the clearing, rifle held before him, blood thundering in his ears. He was on the kid before he was fully aware of his own actions, rifle jammed against the back of a dark-haired skull.
Drop your weapon! Drop your weapon! Drop your weapon!
Then it was over, just like that. Molly came into focus, standing stiff-legged on the other side of the crouched figure, Deb behind her dog, Darren 3 feet to Cal's right. None of them were looking at the cowering figure. All of them were staring at him. Moaning, from the curled-up form on the ground.
"Don't shoot, man! I swear, don't shoot!"
Cal came back to himself. He realized just how hard he was trembling, like a man on the edge. Very slowly, very carefully, he took a step back. Deb took control, her dog her catch. "Hands!" she demanded now. The man was curled up on his knees. A camo-patterned hiking pack obscured most of his back. His arms were wrapped protectively around his head, probably more in response to Molly's barking charge than any of the humans bursting onto the scene. Now his arms shot straight up. "Very slowly, rise up from the waist. Stay kneeling, just straighten up." Very slowly, the man obeyed. Kid, really. Late teens, dirty blonde hair, sweat-plastered dark green shirt. And definitely not Telly Ray Nash. Just a terrified hiker who, by the look and smell of things, had just wet himself.
"Holy shit! Whatever it is, I swear, man, I swear!"
"Name?" Darren barked.
Ed Young."
"What are you doing here, Ed?"
"Hiking, man. Just getting away from the heat. Thought I might spend a night camping out, hanging in the river, chilling out."
"By yourself?"
Sure. Brought my phone. Might have called a few buddies to join later, but, no dice, right? 'Cause look around. This campsite's always been first come, first served, and someone already beat me to it. That's the breaks, right?"
For the first time, Cal took in the entire clearing. It was a makeshift camp of sorts. The charred remnants of an old fire still ringed in stones, not far from where their target now knelt. Farther to the left, a platform of old wooden pallets, currently topped with a small pile of gear. The pallets were to keep a camper and his supplies out of the mud in inclement weather, a common enough trick in the Pacific Northwest, where liquid sunshine was the forecast more often than not. Now Darren motioned with his head for Cal to do the honors, so Cal crossed to the platform, careful to check the ground for any sign of footprints or trace evidence he'd need to mark for later. But the thick carpet of needles held on to its secrets. He'd have to get luckier with the gear.
"Bedroll,"
he called out as he grew closer, used the tip of his rifle to sort through the pile.
"Tent, backpack."
He knelt down. The tent was still folded up and secured in a green nylon carrying case. He could make out dark lettering at the edge.
"F. Duval,"
he read off, then glanced up at Darren.
"Frank Duval. This is his stuff. We found the campsite."
Darren returned his attention to their charge.
"Who did you see?"
"What? Who? Man, I didn't see anyone. Just got up here myself. Saw the stuff, and then, the woods exploded. That dog."
He looked over at Molly, who was still at attention, and shivered.
"Man, I'm telling you, whatever it is, I didn't do it."
Darren crossed his rifle in front of him, adopting an intimidating stance.
"How old are you, Ed?"
19.
"Local? Grow up around here?"
"Yeah."
"Bakersville High School?"
"Yeah."
"No fellow student? Telly Ray Nash?"
Frown.
"Nah."
"Really? Never heard the name?"
"No, but I mean, it's a big school."
"Not even this morning on the news?"
"What happened this morning?"
"How long you been hiking, Ed?"
"Started out first thing, 6 a.m., trying to beat the heat. Oh shit, man, in these conditions, too damn hot even then."
"You started out at 6 a.m.,
Cal said.
"and you're just now hitting this site? What are you, the world's slowest hiker?"
Kid flushed.
"Took my time. Enjoying the great outdoors, you know?"
The kid went to spread his arms as if to indicate the towering trees and magnificent scenery all around him. Molly growled. Kid jerked his arm straight up again. From behind Molly, Deb leaned closer, took a few experimental sniffs. "I'd say you've been enjoying more than the great outdoors."
"Hey, man, I got a prescription,"
the kid said. Great, Cal thought. They'd set out to catch themselves a homicidal teen, and it ended up with a half-baked doper instead.
"You encounter any other hikers today?" Cal asked. "Out on the trails?"
"Well, sure. It's August. Trails are lousy with hikers. Which is why I thought to come here. Off the map, you know? Locals only."
"What about coming across a lone male, about your age?"
"Dunno."
"Think harder,"
Darren said.
"No, definitely no. Some groups, okay? I saw 3 or 4 groups. Some younger couple, an old guy with a dog, but no loners like me."
"Four-wheeler?"
Cal prodded.
"See one? Hear one in the area?"
Ed regarded them blankly.
"No four-wheelers around here. Trails aren't wide enough."
Cal nodded. The Umatilla was marked for hiking only. Traversing it with a four-wheeler would be difficult going, and given the steady flow of day hikers, conspicuous. Meaning Telly would have to ditch the four-wheeler before accessing this camp, or approach it from a different direction. Most likely, Telly had accessed this campsite first thing this morning, utilizing the same lesser-known deer trail they had followed, in which case he never would have crossed the Umatilla. Once he dropped his supplies, Telly would have had to return via the same trail in order to get in his truck. Next stop, the easy gas station and a fresh round of carnage. Which raised the question, if Telly had dumped camping supplies here for future use, had he also stashed the extra firearms? Cal glanced at Darren, saw the SWAT officer was thinking the same. Darren whistled once, at which point Mitch clambered down from his tree perch, and with mollywogs keeping an eye on their trembling hiker, they scoured the area in earnest. A rifle carrying case was hardly a small item. Given Telly had been caught on camera wielding a pistol, Then it opened fire on Cal's team with a rifle. That left 2 handguns and 2 long guns unaccounted for. For ease of carrying, Cal imagined Telly had packed the firearms into a single duffel bag, then filled the rest of the space with boxes of ammo. A heavy load, especially given the kid had also strapped on a metal-framed hiking pack, a tent, and a sleeping bag. Darren and Deb took the campsite, while Mitch returned his attention to the trees, in case Telly had thought to stash his weapons up high. Cal returned to his area of expertise, looking for signs. Trampled ferns, broken branches, recent scrapes in the moss-covered tree trunks. Anything that might indicate Telly had departed the campsite in search of a more discreet place to hide the firearms. But once again, the dense covering of pine needles made picking up a trail nearly impossible. They widened their search, working in broader and broader circles. Hot, tedious work, which yielded nothing. They returned to the dopehead hiker, emptying out his day pack in case he'd found the guns before they did. Still nothing. 2 rifles, 2 handguns, boxes and boxes of ammo. No way they could have simply vanished into thin air. And yet, they'd found Telly Ray Nash's campsite, but still no signs of his arsenal. Orders from Central Command. Return campsite to original conditions, install surveillance cameras, and retreat. With no reported sightings of Telly or a lone male on a 4-wheeler, they had no way of knowing just how close he might be, and Sheriff Atkins was adamant. Next time they encountered the armed fugitive, she wanted it to be on their terms, say when he'd returned to his campsite and thinking he was finally safe, gone to sleep. Cal disagreed. Having determined what wasn't present at the suspect's base camp, the guns, he now wanted a chance to discover what was. He gave the sheriff some credit. At least she listened. After a bit of back and forth, they settled on a compromise. Deb and her canine would return with the wayward hiker to Mobile Command, where Sheriff Atkins and her detectives would question Ed in more detail. Mitch would resume his tree perch, where, between the vantage point and his high-powered scope, he would be able to spot an approaching figure way before Telly could spot them. And with Darren also standing guard, Cal would inspect the camp as quickly and thoroughly as possible. "Then get the hell out," Shelley ordered. "Snap photos. Document the scene before, during, after. Then put everything back exactly as you found it. We don't want to spook the kid. Ambushing him once he returns is our best chance of ending this." Deb and Molly set off with half-baked Ed, Molly still in full work mode, dark eyes fixated on her catch. With the civilian out of the way, Mitch headed for his tree perch, while Darren took up a crouched position behind a mound of ferns. Cal went to work. He snapped a photo of the pile of supplies to serve as a model for reassembly. He started with the sleeping bag, unrolling it fully, inspecting it inside and out. He followed along the seams, looking for, he didn't know what, anything that might help catch a killer. When the sleeping bag proved to contain nothing but nylon and flannel, he rolled it back up, returned it to its place on the wooden pallet. Telly's metal-framed hiking pack featured a multitude of pockets, straps, ties. Cal worked his way from the outside in, beginning with a smaller pocket that contained everything needed for hiking 101. Cal recognized the setup of first aid gear, trail maps, etc. He kept his hiking pack similarly supplied. Next up, he discovered an inner pouch containing granola bars, 2 clementines, and a bag of what might have been chocolate-covered almonds, but was now a melted mess. 2 bottles of water, not nearly enough for these conditions, which gave Cal some hope. Once Telly consumed these bottles, which would be sooner versus later in these temperatures, he'd be forced to forage for more. In the pack's main compartment, Cal discovered his first surprise: books. Telly had set out on a homicidal spree, and he'd brought with him books. First item Cal removed was a thin children's book, Clifford the Big Red Dog. apparently property of the Bakersville County Library, and according to the back page, due back in 12 days. Cal didn't get it. A teenager with a picture book? He photographed the cover, then the library page. Moving on. A stack of thin, spiral-bound notebooks, cheap, kind that could be picked up in any office supply store. He counted 5 of them. He started with the top copy, flipped open to the first page, and was once again caught off guard. No writings, but a photo. A 4x6 close-up of a baby, cocooned in blue, cradled in a woman's arms, only the side of her face visible as she stared down at her newborn. Telly? With his mom. The page didn't offer any captions, just the picture, colors fading with age, taped dead center. Slowly, Cal flipped his way through, holding up his mobile phone to document each page as the baby became a toddler, then was joined by a second baby in a pink blanket. Soon both the little boy and little girl were growing up, with no captions to provide insight into the Kodak moments, and no parents in sight. Moving faster, he flipped to the final page in the photo album, a lone shot of an older gentleman, blurred, not the best photo, maybe the infamous father, or to judge by the sparse gray, a grandfather. But again, no caption, just a lone male, one who at one time must have meant something to Telly Ray Nash. Cal set the photo album down, moved quickly to the next notebook in the pile, and finally was rewarded by the content he expected, text. Every line, margin, top of a page, even the narrow little spaces between the wire binding, was covered with words, disjointed, fragments of sentences, repeated thoughts, probably not written all at the same time either. Some lines held larger, sloppy letters, as if written by a grade schooler, whereas the heavily inked words crammed into the spiral binding, he couldn't even read most of them. The printing was almost microscopic, very controlled. Older Telly, who'd run out of space at the end, so returned to compulsively fill the rest of the page. He snapped a photo, realizing already there was way too much here for one twitchy tracker to read while waiting for his head to get blown off. Quicker now, from notebook to notebook to notebook, scanning, while Darren growled at him to hurry up. Flipping to the final few pages of the last notebook, snap. Intel for the police, fodder for the retired profiler. Then, because he couldn't help himself, Cal lowered his phone and checked out the page. He'd expected a litany of rage or petty grievances against the world, maybe even a list of all the ways Telly had been done wrong. But instead, the final pages of the last notebook mirrored the content from the walls of Telly's bedroom, not a recounting of the day's events or ponderings into the greater universe, but instead a litany of words. Zero or hero. Who am I? Protector, destroyer, protector, destroyer, protector. What kind of man? What kind of man? What kind of man? The writing was heaviest on the final 2 pages, the letters dark, as if Telly had gone over each word repeatedly, not just inking the page, but scoring his anxiety into the paper. Think, read the page. Then, on the very last page, a single word, a single pledge. Hero. Cal shook his head. He replaced all items, restaged the wooden pallets, then set up motion-sensitive cameras. Work done, he motioned to his flankers, who rematerialized at his side. They headed down the trail. Best-case scenario, Telly would return to his base camp shortly, triggering the motion-sensitive cameras as he unrolled his gear. He'd close his eyes. SWAT would descend, and the community would once more be able to sleep at night. Worst-case scenario, Telly would never return to camp, meaning the mass murderer who labeled himself a hero could be absolutely anywhere.
Luca is whining low in his throat. I don't blame him. I'm tired and confused myself. It feels like we've been wandering in the woods forever, following the river toward four-wheeler trails, my homicidal brother, nothing at all. It's late. I know because Luca is accustomed to dinner at 5, on the dot. Frankly, at 4:45, he starts hanging around in the kitchen, staring pointedly at his food bowl. Where does he hide his watch? I've never known. But Luca can tell time better than any automated system. And sure enough, about an hour ago, he started getting very agitated with me. I pause long enough to gift each of us with half a granola bar. Luca eats his in 2 bites. I, at least, try to savor mine. But it's been a while since lunch, and we're hot, tired, and dispirited. Looking for a miracle when I'm not that kind of kid. Noise. It takes a moment to penetrate, distant and buzzing like bees. Except, then I register the continuity and how the sound is growing louder. Closer. An engine. Most likely of a four-wheeler. We've reached the recreational vehicle trails. Just like that, I'm excited, panicked, and terrified all at once. Is that him? My long-lost brother driving closer to us? I've found him. What do I say? What do I do? Hey, remember me? Stop, don't shoot. I pick up my steps. I can't help myself. I'm so agitated and exhausted. I just have to know. Even if it's horrible, and I was all wrong and my own brother and last surviving family member shoots me, hey, at least it seems better than being in limbo. I start jogging down the path, Luca at my heels, heading closer to the noise. I arrive at the path just as the rugged black four-wheeler roars into sight and blows by me. My first impression, not a kid at all, but a big burly guy, capped with a helmet, tearing up the trails. Then, 3 seconds behind, another vehicle appears from behind the bend and whips on by. Good old boys having a time of it. Because, apparently, my brother isn't the only lunatic wandering these woods. And I don't know what to do. I came, I saw, and now I'm utterly, totally done. I want to go home, hang my head in shame and take my punishment. Rainie, at least, will hug me. I could really use a hug right now. Growling, so low it takes a moment to register. Luca has gone stiff-legged by my side. He's peering into a bush, and he's rumbling deep in his chest. I frown, turn to shush my dog, and in the next moment, I see him. Holding so still, so motionless, his face painted in streaks of brown and black. He could be the bush around him or the tree right behind him. But he's none of those things. He's my brother. Standing right there. Gun. I see it without really seeing it. The next second, I'm on my knees, throwing my arms around Luca's furry neck as my guard dog starts to bark in earnest. Shush, shush. I need to quiet him, calm him. But my Dutch has deserted me, and all I can do is hang on to my dog, block his body with my own as I beg. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! It's not Luca's fault. I made him come. But he's a good dog. The best dog. Please don't hurt my dog, please. Clifford, my brother says. I nod without understanding it. Then I remember Dutch long enough to give Luca the command to stand down. He does, but I can tell from the stiffness of his body beneath my arms that he doesn't believe me. I keep my head buried in the scruff of his neck. If my brother is about to shoot us both, I don't want to see it. I don't want to know that I led my dog to his death. Seconds pass. Maybe a full minute. I'm not sure. Eventually, I feel the muscles soften in Luca's shoulders. When I raise my head, I expect my brother to be gone, to have vanished as dramatically as he appeared. But he's still standing there, not having moved an inch. with all the fancy streaks and paint on his face. It's hard to make out his features. I see mostly the whites of his eyes. I wonder how he learned to disguise himself this well, become such an outdoorsman.
Charla,
he says. Telly, I answer. Then, for a long time, we say nothing at all. Luca breaks the silence first. He whines, licks my face. I realize for the first time I'm crying. It embarrasses me. I pull away from Luca long enough to scrub my cheeks. When I look up again, my brother is still there. The trails, the woods, quiet all around us. I came looking for you, I say, because someone's gotta do something.
I heard you got new parents, cop parents. You should have stayed with them.
I didn't want you to hurt them. I didn't want them. I make myself look him in the eye. I didn't want them to have to hurt you. He doesn't say anything, just stares at me with his disconcerting face blending into the tree trunk behind him, the rifle loose in his hands. I wonder if this is the same gun he used on his foster parents, or those people at the gas station, or the police officers. Your foster parents, I say at last. Why? He shakes his head as if trying to deny my words. And strangers at the Easy Gas. Telly, what are you doing?
You shouldn't be here.
But I am.
Go home.
Or what? You'll shoot me? I draw myself up tall, proud of how brave I sound, even if I'm quivering on the inside. My brother looks at me again, and, for the first time, I can finally read his expression. Grief, horror, sadness, deep, endless sadness. I can't help myself. I reach out a hand. That quickly, he fires to life, rifle pointed straight at me. Level, steady. Yep, he's come a long way in the past 8 years. Lucas starts growling again, and only my fingers wrapped tight around his collar keep him in place.
Damn it, Charla.
Where's a baseball bat when you need one?
Get out. Go home, I mean it. Get the hell away from me.
Or what? You'll shoot?
You don't understand.
Then tell me.
Get the hell away from me.
No!
I'll pull the trigger, so help me God, I'll do it.
Then do it.
You stupid. Think of your arm, Charla. Want me to break the other one?
Mom, I say. Just like that, he draws up short, rifle bobbing uncertainly.
What?
Mom, I repeat. He doesn't say a word, but then I don't expect him to. I remember Mom, I say. I remember that night. And I know, Telly, I know why you broke my arm. I don't wait anymore. I let go of my dog. I walk straight forward, into the bush, into the rifle. I shove the firearm aside. I put my arms around my brother. Then I say what I should have said 8 years ago. I whisper in my brother's ear. I'm sorry, Telly. It was all my fault. And I'm so sorry. I wrap my arms around my big brother's skinny waist and hold him as he cries. Telly pulls away. He starts to walk. Without bothering to ask, I scramble after him, Luca close at my heels. Where are we going? I ask.
Wherever they don't expect me to be.
That's not much of a plan. Can't walk forever, especially in this heat. And not to brag or anything, but my new parents, they're pretty good. It's only a matter of time. Telly pauses briefly, shoots me a glance.
They found my camp?
I don't remember. He nods, resuming his quick pace along the edge of the trail.
Bet they did. After finding Frank's and Sandra's bodies, they'd have to call Henry. He'd noticed the missing camping gear. Knowing him, couldn't resist mentioning Frank's favorite campsite.
He nods again, more to himself than me.
Good.
Good? Doesn't that mean the police now have all your camping gear?
Can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs.
he says. I have an apple left, I offer. He's wearing a navy blue backpack, near the same size as mine. It appears heavy, but whether it's weighed down with food or ammo, I'm too chicken to ask. Telly shakes his head.
Water?
He asks. One bottle. I start slipping off my backpack. He shakes his head again, comes around behind me. I feel the jerk and tug as he works the zipper on my backpack himself, weight shifting and moving as he digs around. After a near eternity, he reappears in front of me, plastic water bottle now in hand. I have a piece of paper in my hand, my cell phone number written on a scrap of notebook. I hand it to him wordlessly. He doesn't say anything, just slides it into his pocket. Do you have a plan? I ask him. He doesn't answer, walks faster. Gonna do what? Keep roaming the woods, shooting at random strangers? Or are you now only firing at trained members of law enforcement?
You can go home any time you'd like, he informs me.
But I know where you are.
Nah, you'd only know where I once was. Like the campsite. Knew the police would find it. Planned on it, actually. Because now they're focusing their efforts up there while I'm down here. How well do you know policing?
Only a little bit, just stuff I pick up over dinner.
I know what I've read in books. Looking for anyone, police start with the known associates. But I don't have any. So maybe they'd talk to my probation officer. And of course, they'd have to talk to Henry and...
He glances at me.
You.
But I don't know anything.
Exactly,
he replies, and keeps on hoofing. I didn't know what had happened, I say at last, having to work now to keep up. When I got out of the hospital, the lady brought me to the first foster home. I thought you'd be there. I walked right in, so excited to see you, but you weren't. Telly doesn't say anything. They sent you to a different home?
It doesn't matter. Jesus, Charla, that was so long ago.
My eyes are burning again. I will myself not to cry. This is what I wanted, to find my brother, to be with him, to see for myself who he's become. Well, here I am. For once in my life, I've actually succeeded in a plan. I will not cry now. I told the police, that doctor lady, you'd protected us. Dad had the knife. He attacked first. The last day I was in the hospital, the doctor lady told me you'd be okay. You weren't in any trouble. Telly stops, the movement so sudden I bolt by him 3 steps before I can rein in my own movement.
Let it go, he says. I'm not that boy anymore. It doesn't matter.
Says the teenager with the rifle.
This isn't about that.
Then what's it about? You killed your foster parents. Good people, Rainie and Quincy said. You shot them in their bed.
That's what you think?
That's what they said.
Why are you here?
What?
Why are you here? Gonna save me, like you did last time? You want to know what happens to a 9-year-old boy who beats his parents to death, who breaks his little sister's arm? They have homes for everything, these foster care people. Even homes for monsters like me. And that's where I went, and that's where I served my time. Alone, isolated, falling asleep every night so I could dream about our dear old dad again. And Mom. Except sometimes in my dreams, he gets it right. We're the ones who go down. He's the one who wins. Other times, it's Mom who grabs a knife, and around and around. One thing always stayed the same. You screaming. And that's what I've woken up to every night for years and years. My baby sister screaming as I cracked open her arm with a baseball bat.
He's breathing hard. Me too.
Go home, Charla. Whatever you want, it's too late for both of us.
Just like that, I'm crying again. I miss you, I whisper.
Why? There's no point.
I didn't know who to call, who to ask. That first home, it wasn't a good place for me.
You ended up someplace good.
too much time had passed. I didn't know how to ask about you anymore.
You know what, Charla? I ended up someplace good too.
Where?
The Duvals.
But you
heard right. They're good people. They didn't deserve what happened to them.
Then why did you...
Frank wanted me to find you. He thought if I could see that you were okay, had gotten on with your life, then I could get on with mine.
Telly turns, stares at me point blank.
Are you doing good, Charla? Have you gotten on with your life?
I guess.
Do you dream of our parents? Do you wake up screaming at night?
No.
You know, when I first got to the Duvals, after a bit, I had this dream. Fantasy, really. That I'd turn 18. Actually get my life together, the way they talked about. And then I'd come for you, Charla. Big Brother once more sweeping in to save the day. We'd be a family again. This time I'd get it right.
I don't say anything.
But you're okay, aren't you? Good parents, that's what my probation officer said. Gonna adopt you, make you real family.
I bow my head, ashamed, though I don't know why.
That's good, Charla. It's great that you're doing great. That you're gonna be okay without me.
Telly, I try, but I don't really know what to say.
Go,
he tells me now.
Keep your dog close. New parents, too. If you love me at all, find your happily ever after. Live it. Then I'll know at least one of us got it right.
He turns, starts walking again, his strides so long, so quick, there's no way I'll ever be able to catch up. His last words float over his shoulder to me.
Sorry, Charla. You got the law enforcement parents. Me? I have at least one more person I gotta kill.
I can't keep up. My brother leaves me, disappears into the woods, a lone figure with a rifle. I stand there for a long time, Luca at my side, still on guard. My throat is closed up, my chest too tight. My shoulder throbs. But it doesn't matter, because he's gone, and I'm still too little to follow. Minute passes into minute, the woods quiet. Finally, I reach into my pocket. I get out my cell phone, power it up. I say what I should have said hours ago. Rainie, it's Charla. Please, I just want to come home.
Frank decided we should go hunting.
It'll be great,
he explained to me.
I have this perfect campsite. Found it when I was about your age. But it's not on any maps. Just this little clearing surrounded by nothing but woods. We'll set up a tent, cook dinner over the campfire, count the stars in the sky. You'll love it.
I was less convinced. Camping, sure, whatever. But hunting implied shooting something. I was still figuring out the rifle. Last thing I wanted in my crosshairs was something people were dependent upon for dinner. But once Frank had an idea in his head. Thursday night, we started with the preparations. Turned out, camping overnight involved a lot of gear, like half of Frank's garage. My job, Frank explained to me, was to master tent setup before we were in the great outdoors, tired from a day of hiking the woods, maybe soaking wet from the elements. The elements? I asked.
You know, like rain.
It's supposed to rain? We're camping in the rain? Frank laughed at me.
What? You think Lewis and Clark only went out in good weather?
I think if Lewis and Clark had had Google Maps, they never would have gone out at all.
You know what the best part of camping is?
No.
Some kids think it's the s'mores.
I'm not 6.
Some guys think it's staying up all night, drinking beers around a campfire.
I'm not some guys.
It's the silence, Telly. For people like you and me, it's the one place, one time we can find peace.
So, tent. Practice setting it up, practice tearing it down. whatever. Frank wouldn't lift a finger to assist. He had out the biggest backpack I'd ever seen, metal-framed, with padded straps around the hips and shoulders and clips everywhere. "You don't carry a pack with your back," he explained to me as I finally paused, breathing hard. Half the tent jammed into the pack, the other half exploded out like a mushroom. "Instead, you want the weight secured around your hips, carrying it with your pelvis, the way we're naturally designed to operate. So first you tighten the hip girdle, then of course the straps around your shoulders, keeping the weight close to your body. Final adjustment, the strap across your chest. Trust me, make the effort to adjust the pack right in the beginning, and you'll be able to hike for miles, barely noticing it's there." I eyed the metal-framed monster doubtfully. It already looked to be a good 20 pounds, and that was before adding the frigging tent, sleeping rolls, maps, food, supplies, blah, blah, blah. "Maybe we should leave the tent behind," I said now. "In fact, maybe you should leave me behind. I like beds, and indoor plumbing, and a roof over my head that doesn't pop open or blow away like an oversized balloon." "It's gonna be a great weekend," Frank told me. "I just know it." It rained. From the moment we left after school on Friday, it poured. I got to wear the pack first, given my strong young back, Frank said, which meant the rain pooled on the top of the frame and during unexpected moments careered down my neck. I was wearing one of Frank's old raincoats. Turns out, raincoats have ratings. Whatever mine was, it wasn't enough to stay dry. Within an hour, I started to feel damp. By the time we finished a scenic hike in the woods, "Look at that clearing! Look at that stream! Look at the moss on those trees!" Seriously, Frank? I was soaked. Finally, Frank led me to the infamous campsite. Good news was it had some wooden pallets, apparently brought by Frank years ago to keep us out of the mud. "So what you want to do," Frank explained to me, "is set up the tent on the pallet. Now, as you can imagine, wooden pallets aren't the most comfortable sleeping surface, so you can cover it with a layer of pine needles, ferns for matting, or just keep things simple." I gave him a look. Kept things simple. And quickly became grateful for the previous night's practice, because there was no way I would have been able to sort out the miles of tent for the first time under such conditions. I got our shelter up, which led to the next question. How the hell did you get a campfire going in the pouring rain? Answer was, you didn't. Frank had fashioned a small lean-to from downed limbs. Now he had the camp stove going, just enough heat to cook up 4 hot dogs, and not much else. We sat in the rain, eating barely cooked wieners and passing the bag of gorp back and forth. Frank was grinning, like actually happy. "There aren't any stars," I told him, staring pointedly at the heavy cloud cover. "Ah, but there is silence. Plenty of silence." Not much to do, camping in the rain. Needless to say, we retired to the tent early, hanging up our raincoats under the relative cover of some trees, wearing the rest of our clothes for warmth. I'd never been so grateful to crawl into a sleeping bag before. And yeah, our thin sleep rolls didn't provide the best cushion against the hard wooden pallet, but at least I was getting some feeling back in my toes. We didn't talk. Just as well. I was never the type who knew what to say. Eventually, Frank must have drifted off, because the tent was filled with the sound of his snores, deep and rumbly, like a bear. I was tempted to hit him, jab him with a finger, something. Instead, I just lay there listening. I wondered how many times he'd brought Henry here. I wondered why it bothered me so much. Then, finally, I drifted off to sleep. Eventually, the snoring stopped. Best I can explain it, that's what woke me up. The silence. Frank was gone. I didn't need to turn on my little headlamp to see. I could feel his absence in the small space. Maybe he'd gone out to pee. Rain had stopped. Took me another moment to realize that. The drip, drip, drip of rain off the door awning had finally relented. Then I realized the dark outside was starting to turn gray. I glanced at my watch. 6 a.m. I'd actually made it through the night, just like that. I got up myself, realizing now I had to pee, not to mention half my body had gone numb from sleeping on a wooden pallet. I slipped on my still damp boots, then unzipped the small door, poked my head out into the real world. The woods were filled with mist, long gray tendrils wrapping around moss-covered trees, sliding through tall mounds of lush green ferns. Quiet, just like Frank had said. Peaceful. And beautiful. And no sign of Frank. I tended to business first, then wandered around the small clearing. The camp stove was still cold, so he hadn't started breakfast. No sign of him in the near vicinity. Then I thought to check where we'd hung our coats. Frank's was missing. Next, I checked the rifles, which he'd stashed with us inside the tent. Gotta keep them dry. Both rifles were present. Frank's .22, however, which he often carried for personal protection, was missing. I got it then. The real reason we were having a hunting weekend. Why Frank would need to get away and take his handgun with him. I grabbed my wet jacket and hurried down the narrow deer trail that was the direct path in and out of the campsite. Sliding in places, stumbling over loose rocks, once nearly biting it on a jutting tree root, but moving quickly just because. Near the bottom I slowed. Already I could hear voices. I crept the last few feet, not all the way out of the woods, but keeping under the cover of the bushes, as I did my best to understand what was unfolding 20 feet ahead of me, roadside. Frank was talking to a man. An older guy, in an old-fashioned tan trench coat with a fedora on his head. Old geezer dude, no doubt about it. Sandra's father. They stood in front of a glossy black Cadillac, geezer dude's car, which he'd driven here, I would guess, as he didn't look to be in any kind of shape to hike to our campsite.
"You need to back off," Frank was saying. "Whatever you want with my family doesn't want you." "You always speak for your wife?" "Please, Sandra will never speak to you and you know it." "Henry looks to be a good kid." "Push this, Dave, and I will be the least of your problems. Sandra will come after you herself. You really want that?" "I'm dying, Frank." "Aren't we all?" "I got cancer. Bad. It's only a matter of time now."
Frank didn't say anything.
"Death has a way of changing a person. Makes him see things differently." "Repenting, old man?" "And if I was?"
Frank shook his head.
"Too little, too late." "At least let me talk to the kid. It's not fair of her to keep my only grandson from me." "She'll gut you like a fish. My daughter learned everything she knows from you. Walk away, Dave. Consider the advice as my gift to a dying man. Walk away, or cancer will be the least of your concerns." "I got money." "Don't be stupid. I mean, I got real money. Legitimate funds. Stay in business long enough, these things happen." "She doesn't want it." "I am her father." "Which is the only reason she's let you live." "I'm dying." "Then I hope, for your own sake, you find some peace. But forgiveness from your daughter, that's out of the question. Some sins a man gets to live with, and some sins I guess you get to die with as well."
The old man didn't say anything. Finally, he expelled a breath, which rattled ominously in his chest. He reached for his waist. I watched Frank move, arm going to the small of his back, where he had his .22, I realized. But the old man didn't do anything, just belted his trench coat tighter. He stared at Frank with his rheumy eyes.
My daughter, she's always been stubborn, but she's never been stupid. So you tell her, from me, my dying, it changes things. I'm not the only one who knows where she lives. I'm not the only one who's been keeping tabs.
Are you threatening my wife, Dave?
My dying changes things,
the old man repeated. Then he turned and headed back to his car. Frank didn't leave. He stood there, hand still at the small of his back, as if he was waiting for the other shoe to drop. I found myself holding my own breath as the guy wrestled with the Cadillac's heavy door, took another rattling breath, then worked on climbing inside the vehicle. Finally, the door shut. The engine fired to life. Sandra's father drove away. Frank's hand dropped from his concealed firearm.
You can come out now,
he said, without ever turning around. Self-consciously, I withdrew from the bushes, finished hoofing it to the road. I didn't see anything, I said.
Exactly.
Didn't hear nothing either.
Smart.
That really Sandra's father?
Yeah.
And she hates him that much?
More.
Am I still supposed to shoot him on sight?
Would save Sandra the hassle.
Okay, I said. Frank finally looked at me.
Thank you.
We turned and hiked back up the trail.
Hey,
he said.
I brought some face paint. Instead of going hunting, let's spend the day on woodland survival skills. Starting, of course, with very important camouflage techniques.
Rainie had always known parenting would have rough patches. Times when doing the right thing would mean going against her first instincts. When she would be required to be tough rather than loving, the bad guy versus her child's confidant. For example, this minute right now, seeing her daughter for the first time in hours, as the sun started to lower and the woods filled with shadows, and her heart clenched so tight in her chest it was a physical pain. She wanted to rush out of the vehicle. She wanted to grab Charla in a fierce embrace, then search her daughter limb by limb for signs of injury, while reassuring herself over and over that her daughter was safe. The danger had passed. Rainie could breathe again. Charla walked out of the woods, and instead of rushing to her daughter's side, Rainie forced herself to remain inside the car, quiet, calm, and, of course, aware of her surroundings. Charla's brother had to be someplace close, at least until recently, because she knew her stubborn child. There was no way Charla had simply given up on her mission. If Charla had called home, it could only mean she'd gotten a chance to finally see Telly, and her older brother had sent her packing. Rainie climbed out of her SUV, studying the rapidly darkening woods behind her daughter. Telly had a rifle. If he was somewhere in those woods, watching her right now through his scope. Charla and Luca approached. Rainie hit the button to raise the rear hatch of her vehicle. Luca didn't need any more invitation. He bounded across the last 20 yards and leapt into Rainie's Lexus. Then, a minute later, Charla was there, her face sunburned, her hair sticking out in all kinds of directions, her bare arms and legs covered in scratches. "I'm sorry," Charla said, and she sounded so sad, so disheartened. Rainie felt the hard knot of fear and rage in her chest dissolve just like that. "He sent you away, didn't he?" "He told me to live happily ever after, so at least one of us did." "Oh, honey." "And then," Charla took a deep breath, looked right at her. "He told me he had one more person to kill." "Get in the car. I brought you some food and water. Luca, too." "We're not going home, are we?" No, honey, we're not. Rainie drove straight to the sheriff's department. Charla sat beside her, not saying a word, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich untouched on her lap. Luca, on the other hand, had wolfed down a bowl of kibble. At least one member of the family was happy. The front of the sheriff's department was a circus of media vans and blazing lights, which made Rainie grateful for her clearly civilian vehicle as she turned into the mob. A crush of reporters briefly descended, took in a boring-looking woman and her child, then backed away in search of bigger prey. Rainie made it to the rear lot, which was quieter, and parked her car. Charla had managed 3 bites of her sandwich. That was it. At least the bottle of water had been drained. Rainie looked at her daughter, sighed. "I love you," she said. "You're mad at me. I shouldn't have run away." "You shouldn't have." "You're going to ground me." Charla's gaze was on her lap. "There will be consequences, Charla. Trust is hard, especially for people like us. You, me, Quincy. We have a tendency to think we know best and to feel more comfortable going at things alone. But arrogance, comfort, that's not what a family is about. Trusting each other, leaning on each other, that's what we're here for." "I thought you might hurt him. Or worse, he might hurt you." "I know, but that's the trust part. Instead of taking action on your own, you could have come to us, told us your fears." "You would have said you could handle him." "Yes." Charla appeared miserable. "I don't know if that's true," she said, finally looking up. "This new Telly, his face, the rifle, I don't know him at all." "But he didn't hurt you." "No." "He still loves you?" "I don't know." "Charla." Rainie turned in the driver's seat so she was facing her daughter. "Maybe your brother didn't say what you hoped he would say, but did you get the chance to say what you wanted to say?" "I told him I was sorry." Rainie waited. "I shouldn't have let him go back then. I should have asked for him, demanded to see him, something. He was my brother. I should have fought harder." "Why didn't you?" Charla shook her head, glanced away. Rainie remained quiet, another heartbeat. "Trust," she whispered. But some lessons took more than 13 years to learn. Her troubled daughter shook her head again. Then Charla popped open the car door, and Rainie had no choice but to follow. They took the stairs to the second floor, Luca leading the way. They discovered Quincy working with 3 others in the conference room. The walls were covered in photos. Printouts, Rainie realized. Not the best resolution, but given that the shots appeared to be photos of old pictures and journal entries, they didn't need to be. Clustered in one corner were different images. Telly's campsite, which appeared to be a wooden pallet piled with gear in the middle of a small clearing. Nothing remarkable to her, but then Rainie's idea of a weekend away included room service. Quincy glanced up as they entered. Luca had already found him, was nuzzling his hand. Quincy patted the dog on the head, while his gaze went briefly to Rainie's, then settled on Charla. Rainie could see in his face all the conflicting emotions that had earlier been in hers. Relief mixed with frustration, anger, more frustration, despair. Rainie started the ball rolling. She saw him. A man got up from the table, a slice of pizza in hand. He wore sweat-stained hiking gear and well-used boots. The tracker, she would guess. "Approximate location?" he asked, selecting a pushpin from the box on the table. When picking up Charla, Rainie had logged the GPS coordinates on her phone. Now she held up her screen for the man to read. "Rainie Conner," she introduced herself. "Cal Noonan, thanks." There was a blown-up map on the wall behind Rainie and Charla. Cal used a bright blue tack to mark the coordinates. Then the tracker stood back, frowned.
That's 12 miles south of the campsite.
He stared at Charla.
Was he still on the four-wheeler?
Mutely, the girl shook her head.
He had it parked somewhere?
No.
But you're not sure.
The girl shrugged, clearly uncomfortable with direct attention. He was walking. Before I saw him. And, afterward. Is that his camp? Charla raised her hand and pointed to an array of photos opposite them. The tracker nodded. He said you would find it. Shelley Atkins studied the girl with fresh interest. She crossed the room, hunkering down next to Charla.
Say that again. Telly knew we'd find the campsite?
He said Henry wouldn't be able to resist telling you about it.
Charla took a deep breath, looking the sheriff in the eye.
Telly said he wanted you to find it. It would keep you busy. There, you'd be inspecting the camp while he headed south.
Cal shook his head. Told you he was smart.
Why was he headed south? The sheriff asked, her gaze fixed on Charla's. I don't know.
Did he mention a destination?
No.
Charla fidgeted, shifted from side to side.
He said I couldn't go with him. I couldn't follow 'cause, he said he had one more person left to kill.
Who?
Quincy's voice.
Charla flinched. She kept her eyes on the sheriff as she answered her father's question.
I don't know.
Was he armed when you saw him?
Quincy asked. Telly had a rifle. And his face.
Charla lifted the fingers of her free hand, touched her cheeks.
He'd painted it. Streaks. When I first saw him in front of the tree, I barely knew he was there. He could have been a bush himself. Then he opened his eyes. And that's what you saw, the whites of his eyes. Glowing.
The tracker spoke up. Other supplies? Did he have a pack? Food? Water?
He had a navy blue backpack, same size as mine. I offered him some, food. He said he was okay. Took some water, though.
How much?
1 bottle.
Did you see any other guns?
No.
What about in his pack? Could he have been carrying more rifles?
Charla
crinkled her forehead.
Rifles, no, but the pack was heavy, like weighed down.
She glanced up.
I wondered if he'd filled it with food or ammo.
What about handguns? Quincy asked his daughter. Did you see anything tucked in the waistband of his pants?
Another headshake. Sheriff Atkins had straightened. She regarded the adults in the room.
Handguns would fit in his pack. But the 2 missing long guns... He has another hidey hole. Real camp versus... Cal indicated the photo array. The fake one he arranged for us to find. With a backpack filled with his personal journals and scrapbook. Quincy mused out loud. Why stock a dummy campsite with such personal possessions?
I have a bigger question. Rainie took a deep breath.
I spent the afternoon studying the crime scene photos. I don't know what happened at the Duval's house this morning or with the tracking team this afternoon. But the shooting at the Easy Gas, Telly didn't do it. And I can prove it.
Forensic freckle analysis, Rainie said.
She slipped a folder out of her bag. Now, with everyone staring, including Charla, she removed a stack of images from the Easy Gas security camera and started spreading them out on a corner of the conference room table. Quincy and I once worked a case where a murderer was identified through forensic freckle analysis. Basically, the odds of any other person having the same exact pattern of freckles as the one seen in the photos the killer had taken of himself with his victims. Ever since then, I've had a tendency to look at freckles. Rainie tapped her photo array.
The first photo was of a bare arm, protruding through the easy gas door, pointing a gun at the male victim. Next came a similarly awkward view, disembodied forearm now pointed at the cashier. Finally, the main image that had captured their attention first thing this morning, Telly Ray Nash, fully visible, staring straight at the camera as he pulled the trigger. Not great resolution, Rainie said, given that the security footage records are in grainy black and white. In each still frame, however, the shooter's wrist and a good portion of his forearm are clearly visible. Look at them, then you tell me. Quincy crossed to the photo array first, Charla almost immediately behind him. Father-daughter differences already seemed forgotten as they both peered down, studied the images intently. In the off-camera shots, Quincy said, the forearm is thicker, and there's a blemish of some kind, maybe a large mole 2 inches above the wrist. Telly doesn't have the dark spot, Charla said. His wrist is clear. Now Shelley Atkins and Roy Peterson jostled close. I don't get it, the sheriff said at last. Looking at this, Telly shot the security camera. But he didn't shoot the victims? The tracker finished in confusion, peering over Shelley's shoulder. Someone is setting him up, Quincy said. He cocked his head to the side. You think for the Duvall's murders as well? A boy with Telly's past. He does make for an excellent pawn. But why would he take the blame? Charla spoke up, frowning. Why shoot the camera at the gas station? Why not just ask for help? I have a theory, Rainie said. She eyed her daughter again. Those photos we found of you in the Duvall's garage, I don't think those were pictures taken by Telly as a threat to you. I think they were taken by someone else and sent to Telly as a warning. Telly cooperates, Quincy said, or Charla gets hurt. Rainie placed a hand on her daughter's shoulder. Zero or hero, all these years later, I think Telly is still trying to save you.
Later, Rainie stood in front of the far wall, gazing at the photographs Cal Noonan had taken of Telly's scrapbook pages. Charla went to join her, immediately riveted by the collage of Telly's baby picture, school photos, and yes, images of their family. Quincy hung back, taking in the scene. It occurred to him that Charla had probably never viewed these photos, and being so young when she was removed from the home, probably didn't even remember what much of her birth family looked like. The first photo, posted eye level, featured a gurgling baby boy, Telly Ray Nash, 17 years ago. Charla paused, then reached up and very lightly touched the baby's pudgy cheek. No one stopped her. The visuals were just printouts, nothing fingerprints could damage. Charla moved along the wall, one hand on Luca, as Rainie, becoming aware of their daughter's presence, stood off to the side. Like Quincy, she studied Charla as the girl consumed images from the first 5 years of her life. Charla's mom appeared ordinary enough, Quincy thought. 5-year-old son balanced on her lap as she held a bottle for her infant daughter strapped in a baby carrier. The woman was smiling faintly in the picture. She had Charla's dark hair, hazel eyes. Her face was thin, hair stringy.
Are these my parents?
Charla asked. She'd paused before the one group photo, taken in front of a white building. Mom, Dad, 7 or 8-year-old Telly, toddler Charla.
I would assume so,
Rainie provided. Charla leaned forward, not looking at her mom, but staring intently at the image of her father.
Telly looks just like him,
Charla said. Do you remember your father? Quincy asked.
Nah, he's all distorted in my mind. Big red face, bulging eyes. Like, some monster in a movie. And your mom?
Rainie spoke up.
I think she loved us. She
Didn't love us enough. Charla reached the final photo. That's my grandpa? The picture showed an old man in a tan trench coat and dark fedora, standing near a gray-painted garage. I guess, Rainie said, looking back at Quincy. Charla touched her face, then the old man. She shook her head. I don't know. The other photos, even if I didn't remember them, I remember them, you know. They're like exactly as I imagined. But this one, the grandpa, I don't get this one. Quincy had moved over to where she stood. Now he studied the final image as well. You don't remember this man? No, but like I said, Charla shrugged. I don't exactly remember anyone. Maybe he died when you were still a baby, Rainie suggested. Quincy was still frowning. Something about this photo. The background, he said. The garage behind the man. Does it look familiar to you, Rainie? Because I'd swear I've seen it before. Then, suddenly, he whirled on Shelley, who was still studying the easy gas photos. The color of the siding. This corner of the garage door. This is the Duvall's house. This man is standing in front of Frank and Sandra's garage. I know it. Charla looked up in confusion as Shelley crossed to them quickly, the tracker as well. Now they both studied the background of the photo. Definitely could be the Duvall's place, Shelley agreed. Not that long ago either, Noonan supplied. There, in the corner, that green is a clump of daylilies just growing in. I noticed them this afternoon because I hadn't seen such a dark orange bloom before. But late spring, early summer, the foliage would look something like that. Assuming it's this year, Shelley said. Telly wasn't living with the Duvalls last summer, Quincy murmured, which makes this year a good bet. Meaning? Rainie studied him. She had put one arm around Charla, who still appeared bewildered. Telly has a scrapbook filled with images from his childhood, except for this final photo, Quincy said. This picture features an old man in front of his foster family's house. No foster parents present, just the old man, meaning the man came to see Telly, has a connection to Telly, not the Duvalls? Long-lost grandparent? Rainie tried on. Had lost contact with Telly and Charla's parents, now trying to reconnect? Shelley looked at them. Wouldn't he have to go through the system? Meaning you would have received a call from foster care as well, especially, as you've started adoption proceedings. We didn't get any calls, Quincy said. Could the guy be a relative of the Duvalls? Noonan asked. Telly didn't even include photos of Frank and Sandra in the album. Why omit his foster parents, but include one of their relatives? No one had an answer for that. Quincy exited the group circle, pacing now. Notebooks, journals, personal scrapbook, he muttered, making it one length of the conference table. No logic to bringing such items to a staged camp. Not like you search a hiker's pack and are surprised he didn't bring his photo album camping. So why these items? What is Telly trying to tell us? Zero or hero, Rainie murmured. Quincy glanced at her. Last page of Telly's notebook, he wrote hero. Because he's trying to save me, Charla said. From a frail old man? Rainie glanced again at the photo. Telly's cell phone, Quincy said, left behind in Frank's truck with the photos of Charla on it. He meant for those images to spook us. He wanted us watching Charla, keeping her close. This photo, it's a message too. We need to identify this old man, and fast. A knock. The group turned to find one of the county detectives, Rebecca Chasen, standing in the doorway, holding a sheaf of paper. Roy, the woman said. Need you for a sec. The homicide sergeant crossed over. He lowered his head as Detective Chasen murmured something low in his ear. You sure about that? He asked. In response, she held up the paperwork. Roy nodded, then returned his attention to the room, facts in hand. M.E. ran the Duvall's fingerprints as a matter of protocol. Got a hit. While Frank Duvall really is Frank Duvall, Sandra, on the other hand, according to her prints, Telly's foster mom's real name is Irene Giametti, and she's currently wanted for questioning in a 30-year-old murder.
Henry Duval had taken a room at one of the cheap motels lining the coastal highway. Given it was the height of the tourist season, Shelley was amazed the man had found a room at all. The motel was basically a long white building, set back from the road, each room opening up to the parking lot. A blinking red light advertised, cheap and clean. Beneath that, the promise of free Wi-Fi. Shelley had called ahead, so Henry was waiting for them, backlit by the glow of his room as he stood in the open doorway, watching them pull into the parking lot. He was wearing the same shorts and shirt from before, but his hiking boots were off. Standing in just his socks, he seemed smaller, more vulnerable. The grieving son, she thought, except she was no longer convinced. Shelley had taken time to don a fresh shirt, which looked exactly like her original brown dress uniform, but smelled better. Quincy hadn't even managed that much. He'd scrubbed his face and arms in the department's bathroom. That was it. The air in the parking lot felt thick and sluggish when they climbed out of Shelley's SUV. Shelley could already feel beads of sweat prickling her hairline, gluing her new dress shirt to her torso as she led Quincy to Henry's room. The man stepped back, wordlessly inviting them in. The space offered a sagging double bed, beat-up dresser topped with a flat-screen TV, and little else. A wall-mounted air conditioning unit chugged sluggishly, making an ominous rattling sound. If it had cooled the room at all, the temperature change was purely incidental. Henry shrugged, as if reading their assessment of his cheap room on their faces.
I would say it's a step up from camping, but maybe only half a step up. At least camping, my buddies and I had a stream for cooling off.
We have some questions regarding your family, Shelley said. She placed her hands on her hips, her official sheriff's stance, devised to make her appear larger, more intimidating. In contrast, Quincy hung back. Not necessarily the good cop, but the less noticeable one, as he discreetly took in the room, made his own observations. Henry nodded. He moved to the bed, the only available sitting option, and perched awkwardly on the edge of the mattress.
Does the name Irene Giametti mean anything to you?
Quincy asked now, over Shelley's shoulder. Henry frowned. He could hear the profiler but not see the man's face.
No?
Should it?
What about your mother's past? Friends, family members?
My mother didn't talk about her past. You mean she never mentioned her parents? Shelley asked. Or like she never told stories from the good old days?
I mean, all of the above. My mom had a strict policy about not looking back. Every time I asked, I got the same answer. She'd left home at 16, gotten in some kind of trouble, then met my father, at which point her real life began. That's all I needed to know. Beginning, middle, the end. You had to be curious.
Quincy again, having moved away from Shelley and Henry completely, now checking out the door to the rear bathroom.
What did your father have to say? Go ask your mom.
Shelley's turn, redirecting Henry's attention, keeping it split between her and Quincy. She never talked about her parents? Not once?
Her father wasn't a nice guy. That's all I was ever told. Bad enough, I guess, that even after leaving, she still wanted no part of him. No visits, no cards, no phone calls, nothing.
Henry shrugged.
Of course I wondered, but my mom never budged on the subject. At a certain point, I'm only the kid. If she wasn't going to talk about it, that's that.
Irene Giametti, Shelley stated. But Henry shook his head, appearing just as confused as before.
I don't understand. You ever Google your mother's name? Look into her past yourself?
Quincy reappeared from the back of the room. Henry flushed.
Maybe.
Quincy and Shelley waited.
There's a lot of Sandra Duvals out there, 8 or 9. Only record I could find of my mom was her own Facebook page. Let's just say she was bigger on posting crockpot recipes than family secrets. But Duval is her married name, Quincy pointed out. Which occurred to me too, but where to go from there? Not like she was going to tell me that much, and searching for Sanders in Oregon. She wasn't from Bakersville? No, my father brought her here. That much I know. They met in Portland. Had some kind of whirlwind, love at first sight thing. Married, like in a matter of weeks. Then my father graduated with his teaching degree from PSU and they came here. Bakersville is my father's hometown. He always said there was no place else he'd rather live. You know what I realized? There aren't any photos of my mom. I mean, like anywhere. Her Facebook page doesn't have a profile pic. And all the images she posts, they're of me, my dad, or maybe pictures of food or a flower in the garden. But no pictures of her. I even went around the house looking for a wedding photo, snapshots of her and my father. Nope. I found my senior class photos, a couple of shots of my dad and me from some camping trips, but none of my mom. You ask your dad about it? Shelley asked. Sure. He said it was just how things were. The one who's always taking the pictures is the one who's never in them. But 0 photos? Seriously? Quincy spoke up. Why were you looking for photos of your mom? Henry resumed his study of the carpet. His shoulders were bunched. Shelley could feel the tension radiating from the young man, the weight of untold secrets. She took a step forward. Irene Gimetti. You know that name. Swear to God, have no idea. But you know something. It doesn't matter. Telly's the one who shot them. Shot who? Your parents? The mom with no photos, no past? Who died in your house today, Henry? Have you asked yourself that? Who was Sandra Duval? And why the hell are you still protecting her secrets? I don't know. Your mother's real name. Irene Gimetti. A woman still wanted for questioning in a 30-year-old homicide. What? Henry popped up straight, his eyes widened. If the kid was an actor, Shelley thought, he was the best she'd ever seen. My mother's name is Irene? She's wanted for murder? What? The bad thing she did when she was 16. She wasn't kidding. Holy shit. My mother. Holy shit. Henry sat down again, staring blindly at the carpet. Shelley studied him, trying to figure out how to proceed, when Quincy came up next to her. He grabbed the case file Shelley had tucked beneath her arm. He flipped through it quickly. Until... There. He thrust out the photo of the old man standing before the Duval's garage. Who is that man? You know. Now tell me. Henry looked up, back to appearing dazed and confused. It doesn't matter. Who is this man? My grandfather. Henry suddenly rocketed off the bed, face flushed. My mother's father. Pop Gimetti, I guess. He found me, showed up one day outside one of my college classes, said he wanted to get to know me, that he was so excited to learn he had a grandson. But he didn't go by Gimetti. He called himself David Michael, David Martin, something like that. And he never mentioned any Irene anything. You met with him? You spoke to your mother's father? Shelley pressed. No, I mean, I saw him that once, but then... Damn it. Henry whirled away, walked 2 steps, hit the bedside table, and stopped. His head came down. I came home on spring break, okay? He turned back around. I asked my father about the old geezer dude. Didn't approach my mother because I knew that would end badly. So I asked my dad if my mother's father was still alive and, hey, could I get to know him? Because I was pretty sure he wanted to get to know me. You know what my father said? Absolutely, positively not. that if I loved my mother at all, I'd forget my long-lost grandfather had ever appeared. I tried to argue. I mean, whatever had happened between my mom and her dad, that was like 30 years ago, right? And the guy was so old. Maybe he wanted to repent, mend fences, that kind of thing. All these years later, what could it hurt? Henry shook his head. No dice. According to my father, my grandfather was some kind of notorious criminal, or spawn of Satan. Hell if I understood it. If I loved my mother at all, I'd forget I'd ever seen the man, and better yet, never even mention him. End of story.
But you're not the man's daughter, Shelley stated. You're his grandson. Surely you have a right to a relationship of your own.
Henry immediately flushed again. I thought about that, but then my dad, he wanted me to consider why my grandfather was suddenly appearing now. I mean, if he'd found us after all these years and really wanted to make peace, why not contact my mom directly? Instead, he just happened to track down his one relative with a reputation for computer skills.
Your father thought your grandfather was recruiting you, Shelley said. For his criminal enterprise?
Crime bosses need IT guys too. At least that's what my father implied. What did you do? Quincy asked. Nothing. I returned to school, kept an eye out, but he never showed up again. Then, shortly after I started my co-op program for the summer, my dad called me. Said the matter was over. My grandfather had died. Cancer.
When was this? Shelley asked.
A month ago, July.
Did you believe him?
I tried Googling the name. David Michael, David Martin, David Michael Martin. Let's just say lots of Davids out there, but none that come up as evil incarnate, recently deceased. How did your father find out about your grandfather's death? Quincy asked. I guess my dad ended up having his own little chat with him. Told him to stay away from my mom, our family. That kind of macho stuff. At your house? And risk my mom finding out? God, no. Dad took Telly hiking. Arranged for a rendezvous with Gramps in the woods. With Telly present, Telly has met your grandfather? Met him? Not that I know of. Heard about him, sure. Telly was there the day I first talked about the old man contacting me at school. When my father said we were never to speak with the guy, he was talking to both Telly and me. There might have also been something like, and if you do see a geezer dude hanging around the house, shoot first, question later, and save Mom the hassle. And Telly agreed to these terms? We both did. So who met with your grandfather at your house? He never came to the house. Henry, look at the photo. Where is this man standing?
Quincy held up the image from Telly's scrapbook again. He tapped the garage in the background. Shelley watched as slowly but surely Henry got it.
That's our garage. He's standing in front of my house. Before he died, my grandfather came to the house. But why? Dad said my mom would kill him on sight.
Unless he didn't come to see your mom, Shelley said. First he tried you, then your dad, and then... Henry's face went pale.
Son of a bitch. Telly. Even after everything Dad told him, Telly met with my grandfather. Son of a bitch. He sold out my parents. Henry, are you sure your grandfather is dead? Quincy asked again. Henry shook his head.
I didn't see anyone when I first walked through the door. 7 p.m. Thursday night. I'd had a meeting with Allie, my probation officer. My junior year officially done, summer school about to begin. She said she was pleased with my progress. I'm glad one of us was. I had 8 weeks of summer classes to look forward to, then my senior year. Last year to get my life on track. Last year with the Duvalls. I wondered if other kids, The kind with real homes looked forward to graduation, or if everyone was as terrified as I was. I didn't understand the noise at first. I dropped my backpack on the floor of the entryway closet, kicked off my sneakers, stuck my iPod in my back pocket. Then it finally registered. Sniffles. Sobs. Someone crying. I stilled in the entryway, not knowing what to do. Sandra. Had to be Sandra. Who else would be crying in the house? I crept forward, peered into the kitchen. Nothing. Then the family room. Nothing. Finally, down the hall toward her bedroom. Door was cracked open, sound definitely louder there. I knocked lightly, not sure if I should disturb her. You, okay? I asked at last. Sniffle. Ragged sob. Slowly, I pushed the door open. Sandra sat on the edge of the bed. She wore the same summer skirt and frilly blouse I'd seen her in this morning. Now, however, she was surrounded by a pile of used tissues, glass of water in her hand. She looked up when I walked in, nose red, eyes puffy. She didn't say anything, just stared at me as I shifted from foot to foot. "Frank around?" I asked. She shook her head. "It's okay to be sad," she said. "Okay. People like you and me, we understand. For every gain, there's a loss. Some days, you have to mourn your losses." It occurred to me for the first time that she was slurring her words. Sandra, whom I'd never seen touch as much as a drop of wine, definitely had something other than water in that glass. Straight vodka? Tequila? Where'd she even gotten it? The Duvalls were pretty careful about alcohol in the house, fostering a troubled teen and all. Every now and then Frank would bring home a six-pack of beer, but hard alcohol? No way. I advanced farther in the room, worried now. You, want me to call someone?" "Do you miss them?" Sandra whispered. "Who?" But then I knew. I knew exactly who she was talking about. I stilled, hands in my pockets. It finally occurred to me what was going on here. Sandra was having herself a pity party. She was missing her family. Just like some days, every day, I missed mine. She stared at me now so hard I had to look away. "Did you have any brothers or sisters?" I asked. "No, just me. Only child. Lucky duck." "I miss my sister," I heard myself say. "My mother died." "Today? I'm sorry." 5 years ago, breast cancer. I heard about it later. Never called her, you know. Never looked back. She died, and I never even got to tell her goodbye. "You loved her." "I hated her. I hated her for being so weak, for marrying that man, for letting him raise his voice, raise his fist, for letting him do everything he did. I loathed him, but I hated her, especially toward the end, when I turned just as mean as he was and she didn't do a thing to stop me." My mom was sad, I murmured. That's what I remember the most. That when she was sad, she was so sad. But then when she was happy, she was so happy. When I was little, I used to wish she'd be happier more. "Your father killed her." I didn't bother to correct her. "With a knife?" "I read your story, and I picked you, Telly. From all the kids, I picked you, because I know what it sounds like when a knife slides home. I know what blood feels like, dripping down your hands. Frank doesn't. He tries to understand, but he's only gutted animals. And it's not the same, is it, Telly? Is it?" "I'm sorry your mother's dead," I said. "Sorry your mother's dead, too." she replied. Then she started crying again and picked up another tissue. You should call your sister, she said after a while. Frank has the number. He got all the information. You could have her over for dinner. Thank you, I said. You're not gonna call, Sandra said. You're scared. No. Yes. I'm ashamed, I said, because I could talk to this drunk Sandra, and she could talk to me too. I hit my mom, she said. This was interesting. I moved closer. Frank, I let him think I left home because my father abused us, but that's only half the truth. My father was a cold, merciless son of a bitch, but I mostly left home because one day I shoved my mother down the stairs, and it wasn't even the first time I'd yelled at her or hit her or slapped her. Probably not even the 20th. See, by the time I was 12, I'd figured out I could be the object of my father's torture or his partner in crime. So I made my choice. I became his daughter, and he was so fucking proud of me. I didn't move. I didn't want her to stop talking, even if I couldn't begin to understand this strange, surreal truth. Happy homemaker Sandra, cook your favorite meal Sandra, a secret abuser. My mother didn't cry when she landed. It was the total silence that scared me. For a minute I thought she was dead. I found myself looking at my hands, realizing for the first time what I'd done, and knowing that I could do it again and again, would do it again and again. She'd never stop me. Did she love me that much? Or did she hate me that much? That's the question I've never been able to answer. Who lets their kid turn into such a monster? My father. At least he was honest in his cruelty. It was my mother I could never understand. Eventually she got up. She limped to the kitchen. She started dinner, never saying a word, and I realized I couldn't live like that anymore. You ran away. It was my only option. If my father knew I was leaving, he wouldn't have hit me. He would have killed me for sure. Why? Because I belonged to him, just like my mother. And my father wasn't the type to share his toys. But you're crying over them. She glanced up at me. Don't you still cry for yours? She had me. I took a seat on the floor. She held up her glass, but I shook my head. I don't drink much, she said now, and I try not to cry too much either. What's done is done. And Frank, he's such a good man. I was so lucky. I am so lucky. I know that. But some days, I said. Some days, she agreed. You told me it would get better. When I got a family of my own, I wouldn't miss my parents so much. I lied. She took a swig from her glass. Honestly, do you really want to hear that you'll forever have a hole in your heart? Feel your parents' loss like a phantom limb? Does that help you? Make you feel any better? No. Then forget I said anything. You will live happily ever after. Some girl will sweep you off your feet. Then you'll have 2 bright, shining children and never know struggle and disappointment. Better now? You're disappointed in Henry? God, no. But I do sometimes wish he wasn't such an arrogant little shit. Computer genius? Bah. I really liked drunk Sandra. Thank you for teaching me how to make chicken parm. Pissed him off, didn't it? Well, he has his father. They like to speak geek.
It's only fair I now have a child, too. So there. To you and me. Because for all their book smarts, they'll still never know the kinds of things we know." She lifted her glass again. I had to look away. She'd called me her child. Her and me. I was crying. I knew I was crying. I just couldn't help myself. "Is your father really evil?" I heard myself ask. "Yes." "Because he drank? Did drugs?" "No, honey. Because God made him that way, and he liked it. Your father had an excuse. My father doesn't." "My father was drunk the night he attacked us," I said. "But it doesn't give him an excuse. To put it in your words, God made him an addict and he liked it. He was happier that way." "You had to kill him, Telly. Don't feel guilty about it. You were only a little kid. You did what you had to do." Maybe I should have run away, taken my sister with me. And maybe I should have killed my father, saved my mother. See? Neither of us will ever know. You still look up your family. That's how you know your mother died? Yes. And your father? You mean the frail old man now stalking my son at college and scurrying around to secret meetings with my husband? My eyes widened. You know about that? Frank likes to think he's protecting me, but I've never needed his protection. At the end of the day, I am still my father's daughter. Are you going to see him? Grant forgiveness? My father doesn't want forgiveness. Sandra raised the glass, downed the final gulp. Even riddled with cancer, he's not that kind of man. Then what does he want? In my wildest dreams, he wants me to kill him before the cancer does. At least it would be an interesting proposition. I didn't have anything to say. My father's rich, she said. Stinking, filthy rich. Offshore funds, secreted money kind of rich. Live in mansions all over the world on ill-gotten gains kind of rich. In theory, it could all be mine. Kill the king, long live the queen, and all that. She smiled, but it was grim. And in that moment, she wasn't drunk Sandra or foster mom Sandra. She was a woman I didn't know at all. You're gonna kill your father? Well, if he uses his nice voice. You spoke to him? No, because that's the kicker. All these years later, I still don't trust myself to be around him. I think mostly he will make me feel small and weak and helpless again. Would you do me a favor, Telly? Would you kill my father for me? I could get you a baseball bat. I shook my head. Sorry. I only killed drunk guys chasing my baby sister with knives. It's funny, isn't it? All the ways we grow up, promise ourselves we'll do better, and all the many more ways we never change at all. I'm sorry, I said, though I wasn't sure what I was apologizing for. Declining her offer to murder her father, or recognizing the pain he obviously brought her. Thank you for being part of my new family, Telly. Frank and Henry love me, but there are things I can't tell them. Things I think only you can understand. We're kindred spirits of sorts. And for that I'm sorry for both of us. She smiled sadly, but I didn't return the look. I didn't mind being her kindred spirit. It felt like an honor to me. If worst comes to worst, I heard myself say, I'll help you. He's gonna die, she told me. He's going to die. And then it'll all be over, and life will return to normal. Unless, of course. I waited, but she didn't explain any more. Instead, a look of consternation came over her face. I may need you to keep one more secret for me, after all.
Luca is exhausted from the day's adventures. I lead him into the house while Rainie performs a perimeter sweep. Luca slurps down a bowl of water, then collapses on the family room floor, casting a longing glance down the hall toward my bedroom. I'm too keyed up to sleep. Instead, I roam the kitchen, pouring myself a glass of water, then investigating the refrigerator again and again. I should eat. I should be hungry, but nothing appeals to me. I keep seeing my brother disappearing into the woods, rifle held at the ready. By the time Rainie returns, I'm walking laps around the kitchen table. She doesn't say anything, just pours herself a glass of water, too. Outside, it's still hot and muggy, but inside, the air conditioning has done its job. She shivers slightly from the shock of it, and I can see the outline of her handgun tucked into the back of her capris. You really think Telly's still a threat to me? I think it never hurts to take precautions. If he wanted to kill me, he could have done it when we were alone together this afternoon. No need to wait for this fuss. She shrugs, but doesn't put away her gun. Not Telly, I realize abruptly. At least she can't be that worried about him, given his actions this afternoon. But she is still worried. Because if Telly didn't shoot those people at the Easy Gas, then who did? All clear outside? I ask now. She nods. Are you okay? Right as rain. Her expression softens. He's your brother, Charla. It's okay to worry about him. I feel like something bad is going to happen. And if I could just think hard enough, be smart enough, I could avoid it. But I've never been that smart. Or that lucky. Rainie doesn't say anything. She takes a seat at the table. After a moment, I join her. Telly's in trouble, I say. Yes. The way he carried his rifle, the way he spoke, he's gonna do something serious, or die trying. I'm sorry, Charla. I twirl my water glass. I don't think he killed his foster parents. I mean, we don't have video or anything from that shooting, but if we did, I bet you it'd be the other guy from the Easy Gas, the one with the mole above his wrist. He did all this. She doesn't say anything. The way Telly spoke of his fosters, he respected them. He liked them. He wouldn't just turn on them like that. We don't always know what makes people kill. But you try to, right? That's what profiling is all about. Determining why people kill and using that knowledge to identify the killer. Rainie regards me seriously. Nature versus nurture. That's the most fundamental question in personality development, especially when it comes to criminals. Is someone born evil, or did something happen to make him or her that way? Telly wasn't born bad, I say. He took care of me. He was born into a household filled with violence, surrounded by addiction and instability, raised by a father whose idea of conflict resolution was brutality. Maybe our nurture wasn't so great, but his nature... My brother is good. I know that. Even when I saw him today, there's still some Telly in him. You have to believe me, Rainie. You have to believe. I do, honey. There were many things Telly could have done this afternoon, and of all of them, he chose to give you back. I'm grateful to him. We fall back into silence. I wanted to save him, I hear myself whisper after a moment. That's why I had to leave this afternoon, why I had to find him. Just once. I wanted to make things right. I know. Her cell rings. I can tell from her face that it's Quincy. She doesn't leave the room, however, but sits across from me, nodding. Apparently, Quincy has a lot to say.
Okay,
she says finally. Then,
yes, I can do that. I'll start right away. Be careful. I love you. Bye.
She puts the phone down, takes a sip of her water. He gave you an assignment? I ask. She nods.
Remember the photo of the old man at the end of Telly's scrapbook? Turns out that's really Sandra Duvall's estranged father.
Sandra Duvall or Irene Giametti?
Rainie smiles. Which is where things get interesting. Not only has Sandra been living under an assumed name, but apparently her father, an infamous criminal, has been as well.
Is that why they're estranged? She didn't want to go into the family business or something like that?
Not sure. What matters is that according to Sandra's son, Henry, her father has recently reappeared in their lives, claimed to be dying of cancer, and wanted to make amends. Except, also according to Henry, Sandra wanted nothing to do with him. So, instead, the man approached Henry first, then Frank, then, when none of that worked, apparently your brother Telly.
I frown. I don't get it.
Neither do the police, hence my assignment. I need to identify Sandra's father. If we know more about him, we might have a better sense of what was going on in the Duvall's house leading up to the morning of their murders. Which, in fact, might tell us more about who killed them and why.
I want to help, I announce. She gives me a look, but being me, I return it with one of my own. Sensing a show, Luca climbs off the floor, comes padding over for a better view. Sandra's real name is Giametti, right? I ask. She nods. So, all the police have to do is search Giametti, or even go through birth certificates to find Irene Giametti, then look for the father's name.
Which Roy Peterson has been doing without luck, which could mean that Irene was born at a small hospital that hasn't scanned its records into databases, or that, in fact, there's no record of her birth. If the Giamettis really are some kind of crime family, they have incentive to operate under the radar, keeping most of their personal information to themselves. Now, there is another possibility.
Okay.
Sandra Duvall is a fake name, correct? An alias she devised to separate herself from her past.
Yes.
It's possible her father has done the same. Crime bosses, think of them as wolves dressed in sheep's clothing. As a wolf...
Giametti? I ask.
Yes. He conducts certain businesses, engages in certain behaviors he'd like to keep separate from himself. But if he's successful at all, he might also want a sheep's life, roaming openly in the world, enjoying the fruits of his labor.
A second name.
In this case, the man introduced himself to Henry as David Michael, or David Martin, or maybe even David Michael Martin, something like that.
Those are all first names.
Those are all common names.
Rainie corrects me. To make it harder to track him.
Exactly. He's hiding in plain sight, adopting a moniker so common no one would notice or be able to narrow it down if they wanted to.
You can't search for all the Davids and Martins, so you're going after Giametti instead?
Actually, Roy Peterson is digging into Giametti. That's the wolf name, and Roy is the one with access to criminal databases. Which leaves me with the more time-intensive search, trolling Google for one of the most common names on the planet.
I frown, chew my bottom lip. You must have a plan.
She shrugs. You're the student who has to do research on the internet. What would you do?
Well, you can't just Google David or Martin or Michael. You'd get way too many hits. So you gotta add search criteria. Something to narrow down the options.
What would you suggest?
What do we know about the guy?
Is he from Bakersville, like Sandra?
Actually, we're thinking the Portland area. Oregon to be safest.
Okay, so we want combinations of Davids, Michaels, and Martins who live in Oregon. That's gonna be a long list. She nods. He's old? Old David Michael Martins who live in Oregon? Rainie smiles.
Old is too generic a search term. Ideally, we'd like a birth year. That would be very specific. Sadly,
you don't have a birth year.
No. We could try a range, but in my experience, that mostly gets ugly, especially when it turns out the year you needed was just outside your range.
I scowl. How do you and Quincy ever find anyone?
Just like this, talking it out.
We both fall silent for a second. Rainie speaks next.
He's sick. At least, that's what he implied to the Sun. Sick and dying of cancer.
I brighten. That's something specific.
Yes and no. Health records are confidential. On the one hand, there are only a couple of top cancer hospitals in the state. Chances are our David has seen docs at one of them, but we have no access to that information. We need public information.
Is he rich? I ask.
The implication has been that he's good at what he does.
Rich people don't just get sick. Rich people hold galas and fundraisers and launch Twitter campaigns and all sorts of stuff. They turn being sick into a major media event. For a second, I think Rainie's going to dismiss me. Then suddenly,
galas,
she murmurs.
There's one in Portland, biggest fundraiser of the year to support the fight against cancer. Includes local celebrities, the uber-wealthy. Follow me.
She lets me inside the office. Something worth noting, that I'm finally being allowed onto hallowed ground. Except the excitement in her voice has captured my attention. Rainie heads straight to the computer, opens the search engine, and the next thing I know, the screen is flooded with images.
The One Night, One Fight Cancer Gala costs $50,000 a table, making it one of Portland's highest profile events. Of course, there are photographers everywhere to capture the glamour and post the photos online, encouraging even more donations next year. Now, we might not know the real name of Sandra's father, but we do know what he looks like. Meaning, all we have to do is keep our eyes open and start hunting. What do you think for timeline? We don't know exactly when David got sick, but given how frail he looks in the photo, probably at least a couple of years ago? So we'll start 5 years back, work ahead from there, and hope we get lucky.
I nod. Rainie enters the search terms and the entire monitor fills with a glittery whirlwind of sequined dresses, bubbly champagne, and dancing lights. One Night, One Fight from 5 years ago. I feel lightheaded just looking at all the images, and we have pages, years to go.
Picture the old man from the photo in your mind,
Rainie advises.
Focus on something tangible, the bridge of his nose, the distance between his eyes. That's who we're looking for. Don't get distracted by all the rest.
We work slowly. There's no choice. I find the moment I rush, the images blur and I don't see faces at all, but start noting that dress or those earrings. Rainie's right. It's easy to get distracted. After making it through all the images from 5 years past, Rainie has to load the picture of Sandra's father on her cell phone so we can refresh our mental image. She blows it up until all we can see is the old man's face. At this magnitude, it's fuzzy, distorted, but Rainie shows me the tricks. On a piece of paper, we sketch out the line of his jaw, the shape of his nose, his eyes, and his lips. Not a face, but a template of a face.
This is who we're looking for, she reminds me. Don't worry about hair, clothing, jewelry, background. These are our identifying elements. One night, one fight 4 years ago. She loads the images. We resume our hunt. I had no idea so many people liked to wear sequins, even sequined bow ties. 3 years back. Rainie brings us both eye drops. The images have run together. I hate formal wear and puffy hair and blue eyeshadow. I'm also slightly hungry from all the images of food, yet nauseous from the giant blurs of color. I can stop, Rainie tells me, get some rest, but I can tell she's going to keep going, so I'm determined to make it too. One night, one fight 2 years ago. Rainie loads. We both lean forward, stare at the monitor, start scrolling slowly down the page. I see him. Not directly. He's standing off to the side, wearing a black tux just like the other guys, but his hand holding the champagne glass. It grabs my attention, a patch of old in the middle of bright party lights. The photo reveals just his profile, but I study his nose the way Rainie showed me, and I know it's him immediately. There! Look there! That's him! Rainie follows my finger as I poke the image on the screen. Could be, she agrees. She double-clicks on the photo, blows it up larger. The old man is part of a group, all huddled together. He stands with a trimmer, serious-looking guy, then a younger man with a pretty girl on his arm. They're all together, I think. The way they lean so close, they're not getting to know one another. They know each other already. His family? But Rainie isn't looking at the old man anymore. Her gaze has gone to the younger one. She frowns, blinks her eyes, frowns again. I swear I recognize that face. What is his name? What is his name? She reads the caption. David Michael Martin, president of GMB Enterprises. She stops, turns away from the computer, stares at me. Charla, I do know that young man. We started the day looking at his photo. This kid. She scans the caption, but the names of the other group members aren't given. This kid is the male victim at the EZ gas this morning. I understand what she's saying. His murder wasn't random. No, someone must have been sent there to kill him. First Sandra Duval, David Michael Martin's long-lost daughter, then this man, David Michael Martin's associate? This isn't a spree killing. Rainie is already picking up her phone, dialing Quincy. Then what is it? I ask her. I don't know. Something bigger, something more targeted. She looks at me, phone to her ear, and I already know what she's thinking. The pictures of me, scope lines drawn around my face. And I get it then. I really am my foster mother's daughter, because Rainie is already thinking, how can she keep me safe? Just like I'm already thinking, oh, Telly, how do I get you out of this? But neither of us has the answer.
When Quincy and Shelley returned from talking to Henry, it was well after midnight. They discovered the tracker, still in the conference room, pushing markers into the blown-up map. Noonan glanced up as they walked in, then returned his attention to his job. Quincy helped himself to some coffee, then poured a fresh cup of tea for Shelley. Shelley grunted her thanks, left the conference room to check in with Roy. Quincy crossed to the tracker. Best Quincy could tell, the map of Telly Ray Nash's trail was now covered in a fresh sprinkling of purple pushpins. Do I want to know? Quincy asked.
Tagging all reported sightings of persons matching Nash's description.
Quincy realized Noonan was holding printouts from what must have been the recently set-up hotline. Quincy nodded with his head toward the wall map. Any activity on the cameras you left at Nash's camp?
Nope.
But the hotline sightings? Quincy gestured to the sheaf of papers in Noonan's hand.
Looking for a grouping,
the tracker reported. Enough sightings in one place to warrant further investigation. Or better yet, a series of groupings that might provide directionality, tell us where Nash is headed next, maybe even help us identify his next target.
Quincy nodded. It was a solid line of inquiry. Now he eyed the considerable number of purple pushpins spraying across the map, arched a brow. Lot of sightings.
Yep.
I'm not seeing any groupings.
Nope.
I'm not seeing any directionality.
Exactly.
Noonan picked up the next purple tack, returning to the call logs. Quincy went in search of Shelley and Roy. While Quincy and Shelley had been out, Sergeant Peterson had dug up the information on the 30-year-old murder investigation involving Irene Giametti, a.k.a. Sandra Duvall. Roy handed over the sparse file. Quincy gave it a glance. All pretty cursory. Irene Giametti was wanted for questioning in the stabbing death of Viktor Chernkov, who by all accounts had been a low-level pimp working the Pearl District in downtown Portland. These days, the Pearl District was known for its multi-million-dollar lofts and trendy delis. 30 years ago, not so much. The case file consisted of the ME's report on Chernkov's remains and a single witness statement from another prostitute who claimed to have seen Irene in the area right before the discovery of Chernkov's body. That was it. Irene Giametti had never been located, and without further information, the case had grown cold. Quincy wasn't surprised. For a lot of detectives, a dead pimp barely counted as a crime. The investigators had moved on. Apparently, so had Irene Giametti. Quincy set down the file, looked at Roy, who was staring blearily at his computer screen. 16-year-old Irene ran away from home, Quincy murmured. She fell in with the wrong crowd, ended up in a violent situation, had to run again. Straight into the arms of Frank Duvall? Shelley asked from the doorway. Quincy turned. His son said he liked projects. Shelley took a sip of her tea. So instead of turning herself into the police, Shelley said now, Sandra turned to Frank Duvall, convinced him to marry her and take her away to our quaint town of Bakersville, where she what? Magically transformed herself into the perfect wife and mother next door? No more life on the street, no more acknowledgement of evil daddy?
Beats going to jail for murder, Roy commented.
What if you Google Irene Giametti's name? Quincy asked.
Nothing,
Roy said. And the name Giametti?
Too many hits. I need more information to narrow things down. Turns out estranged grandpa isn't as good a search term as you might think.
Quincy nodded, unsurprised. Maybe Rainie will have better luck. Almost on cue, Quincy's phone rang. He downed another bitter gulp of black coffee and hit talk. Rainie did have information. She and Charla were already on their way over. They met in the conference room, the official investigative team, Quincy thought. 2 profilers, 1 sheriff, a homicide sergeant, a volunteer tracker, and a 13-year-old girl. Definitely the most interesting team Quincy had ever seen assembled. Rainie plopped down a pile of printouts. More photos, Quincy realized. Obviously from her computer. She started passing them around. Meet David Michael Martin, she said. Former CEO of GMB Enterprises. Died 5 weeks ago of cancer. Quincy took in the printed photo before him. The frail old man at the obviously posh gala did appear to be the same person from Telly's scrapbook. His eyes homed in on the younger man standing with the same group. Already Rainie was nodding. Furthermore, meet the male victim from the Easy Gas shooting, Richie Perth. He didn't have any ID on him at the scene, but once I learned of his connection to David Michael Martin, I called the ME and asked him to run fingerprint analysis. Turns out Richie is also an employee of GMB Enterprises, their charter fishing division. The truck outside of the Easy Gas, Shelley stated. It was registered to a company out of Nehalem.
Exactly. Rainie nodded. All right, GMB Enterprises was first established 40 years ago, small-time import-export business, specializing in olive oil and vinegar. Already a few brows were raised around the table. Since then, GMB has grown into a $100 million company, operating in a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Import-export, shipping, charter fishing companies, you name it, GMB does it. At least on paper. Charla spoke up. GMB is a shell company, she exclaimed, clearly having been educated by Rainie. And a very successful one at that. Now, David Michael Martin, otherwise known as Sandra's father, has been listed as CEO for the entire 40 years. Upon his death, however, leadership was passed to the company's CFO, Douglas Perth, who is also Richie's father. Noonan held up a hand.
Hang on, I get shell company. This GMB, it's Sandra's father's cover, right? According to what we've heard, this David Michael Martin was basically a criminal, like a godfather, right?
Rainie nodded. But bad money can become good, Quincy said, if you run it through a legitimate business enterprise, hence the creation of GMB. It's Martin's legal front, covering for his illegal activities. Rainie nodded again.
But Martin dies,
Noonan said. He tapped the photo they'd all been given.
Of cancer. And just like when any business leader dies, the company's got to get a new leader.
Douglas Perth, Rainie supplied, who, being the former CFO, would know all the ins and outs of the business, including its legal and illegal operations. As CFO, it would be his job specifically to spin all the illegitimate gains into legitimate profits.
Okay, but his son, Richie, he's one of our victims, Noonan asked. Because that's where I'm getting lost. If Douglas Perth is the winner from this Martin guy's death, then how did Douglas's son end up being one of the losers?
That's what we're here to find out, Rainie assured him. What we do know is that these shootings aren't random. Sandra Duvall and Richie Perth have a connection, GMB Enterprises, once run by Sandra's father and now run by Richie's father. The table fell silent. Is there any evidence, Quincy asked at last, that Sandra was on GMB's payroll, had any current ties to the company? No. Even under the name Irene Giametti? I couldn't find any record of Irene Giametti having a bank account, meaning I can't find any traces of her receiving payments. If we assume GMB is nothing but a front, however, there's an entirely different business operation running behind the scenes that we have no way of seeing, so I can't be positive. But from the upfront side of things, Sandra and/or Irene weren't receiving any monies.
Roy spoke up. I've examined Sandra Duvall's financials. There's no record of her receiving unaccounted-for payments, not monthly nor lump sum, and I also couldn't find any activity for an Irene Giametti.
So once upon a time, Quincy said, Irene was connected to GMB Enterprises through her father, David Michael Martin. At 16, however, she ran away, then ended up creating a whole new life, new identity, with Frank Duvall. The lack of financial activity would indicate she truly did cut her ties with her former life and her father. Henry was right about that. Until her father found her again, Shelley said. First approaching Henry away at college, then meeting with Frank, then, presumably, Telly. To make things more interesting, Rainie said, Richie Perth does have a rap sheet. Assault, trespassing, more assault. His father might be the financial genius behind GMB's criminal enterprises, but Richie comes across more as good old-fashioned muscle. I think he killed Telly's Fosters, Charlotte said. All eyes turned to Quincy's daughter. Charla wavered, but didn't back down. Telly didn't shoot them. He talked about them to me. They were good to him. He wouldn't have killed them, no way. Quincy felt for his daughter, for the courage it was taking his socially anxious teen to meet the onslaught of adult stares, for the loyalty she obviously felt for her brother. Richie is a thug, right? Charla was speaking again, looking at Rainie.
That's what muscle means, right? His father is good with numbers, but Richie likes to hurt people. You know, assault.
Rainie nodded.
So he killed Sandra and Frank,
Charla concluded.
because that's what thugs do. They kill people.
But why? Rainie pressed. Just because Richie has a history of violence doesn't mean he shot and killed 2 people.
His father told him to,
Charla said. Quincy and the others blinked.
I mean, that's how this would work, right?
Charla continued.
You said Richie's father is now in charge of the company. So if Richie did something, it's because his father said so.
Then who killed Richie?
Noonan asked, looking confused.
Somebody else,
Charla said.
Not Telly, because we've seen the video and it's a different arm. But maybe Telly saw who did it. He was at the Easy Gas, right? He saw who killed Richie, and that's why he had to run away, because otherwise that person will kill him.
Quincy blinked again. His daughter's theory was getting crazier and crazier. And yet, there was an outline of a crime he could almost see. How did Sandra get away? He asked. His fellows at the table stopped staring at Charla, turned their attention to Quincy instead. We're saying Sandra left home at 16, he continued. Ran away from a father who even 30 years ago was clearly building a successful criminal enterprise. What successful criminal lets his 16-year-old daughter go? Wouldn't that have made him appear weak, even made her a liability to him and his organization? Sitting across from him, Rainie got it first. A crime boss would never tolerate that level of disrespect. He would have gone after her. But he didn't. Irene got away, admittedly had a rough start, then met Frank Duval and successfully rebuilt their life. New name, new image, everything. You couldn't find a single tie between her and her father's business. Rainie shook her head. Quincy leaned forward, rested his hands on the table. He eyed his daughter, then his wife. What if David Michael Martin couldn't go after his daughter? What if Irene, who we already suspect was capable of murder, also understood her father's true nature as well? So she took out insurance. I don't know, stole something, hid something incriminating. As long as he left her alone, she'd leave that alone. But come after her, she'd pull the trigger. Rainie filled in. Sounds like a chip off the old block, Shelley drawled. But what does that have to do with what's going on now? Quincy sat back. We keep going over the new variables in Sandra and Frank Duval's life, fostering Telly, the reappearance of her father, but there's a third variable, her father's death 5 weeks ago, which led to Douglas Perth taking over GMB Enterprises and his son Richie appearing in Bakersville. What if Irene and her father did have some kind of stalemate, which lasted 30 years? He lived his life, she lived hers. Then he died. And now, that balance is gone. Whatever Irene, Sandra, did, Douglas Perth wants it. Hence, he sent his son to get it. Quincy glanced at Roy. Do we have ballistics back yet from the Duvals? The sergeant shook his head. But I could ask the ME to test Richie Perth's hands for GSR. That would certainly be a hint. GSR stands for gunshot residue, Quincy supplied for his daughter. If Richie's hands test positive for GSR, that means he shot a gun shortly before dying, which would lend credence to your theory. Richie Perth killed Frank and Sandra Duval. Charla nodded. Quincy could already tell from the look on his daughter's face that she was certain she was right.
Still doesn't explain who shot Richie, though, Shelley said. And why didn't Telly come forward, instead of ending up at the Easy Gas shooting out a video camera?
I'm going with my original theory, Rainie stated.
Whatever's happening, Telly's been set up to be the patsy. He has to take the blame in order to keep his sister safe, so he can't come forward directly. Instead, he's been leaving us a trail of breadcrumbs. The photos of his sister on his phone, so we'll keep Charla close. Then the picture of Sandra's father at his fake camp. He wants us to figure out what's going on. He wants us to stop it.
By shooting my search team? Noonan all but growled. No one had an answer for that. Charla dropped her gaze to the table, sufficiently cowed. Once again the room fell silent, everyone thinking.
All right, Shelley said. We have 4 victims. Sounds like Frank Duval and Aaron Hill were collateral damage. Real targets were Sandra Duval, then Richie Perth. Both had ties to GMB Enterprises, which had a major shakeup 5 weeks ago with the passing of David Michael Martin. Now we got a new leader, this Douglas Perth, and a lot of carnage going on. If we agree with Telly Ray Nash that our goal is to stop this, then how?
I got a theory, Noonan said. They all turned to stare at him. Not about the crime, but I've been working the map. According to the best data we have, including Charla's contact with her brother, Telly is headed south. All the rest, including the fake camp, has been for show.
Quincy studied the tracker. How close is Telly's last known location to the Duval's house?
Couple of miles.
Quincy nodded. Dark now. Quiet. Media's camped out here. Law enforcement is holed up for the night. Meaning, if Sandra had some kind of insurance policy on her father's criminal enterprise, and no one has found it yet. You think Telly is heading back to his parents' house? Shelley asked Quincy and Noonan. If that's really what this is all about, then yes, Quincy supplied. Sandra took something 30 years ago. Douglas Perth wants it, but so does someone else. A rival, maybe? Inside the corporation, outside the corporation, who knows? But Richie must have gone to the Duval's home for a reason, and then someone shot him for that same reason. But since Richie was at the home first, wouldn't he already have the information? And then the second shooter would have taken it from him, Shelley asked. I don't think he got anything, Quincy said. Based on the position of the bodies, he shot Frank immediately to eliminate a perceived threat. Sandra he might have left alive long enough to answer questions, but she was still killed in the bedroom, shot in the back, just as she was getting out of bed. No way she went out, retrieved her 30-year-old secret, handed it over, then walked backward toward her side of the bed. I think the shooter's mistake was killing Frank Duval. After that, I can't see a woman like Sandra giving up anything, especially a woman as savvy as she was. She would have known, talk or no talk, she was going to end up dead. Why give her killer the satisfaction? Shelley pursed her lips. Quincy could tell the sheriff was considering. Some cases started with evidence that led to theories. Then there were cases like this one, where they sat around developing nearly outlandish theories, which they hoped would lead them to some evidence. In Quincy's experience, whatever worked. Shelley must have thought the same. What the hell? Let's go on a goose chase. Not like we got any better ideas. Roy, contact the ME. Ask him to examine Richie Perth's hands for GSR, then run a full background. Also see if you can't get Douglas Perth in here for questioning. See what the father has to say for his son. As for the rest of us, Shelley's gaze fell on Noonan. How do fugitive trackers do when it comes to searching for secret information? Under the cover of night, with the threat of possible imminent death, of course.
We'll find out, Cal said.
Shelley had a hinky feeling, like an itch between her shoulder blades she just couldn't scratch. Taking the back roads to the Duval's residence, she found herself driving more slowly than strictly necessary, watching every bend in the road quiver on the edge of her headlights. Plenty of places for a shooter to hide on a night like this, especially one with a high-powered rifle and hunting skills. Shelley parked several houses back from the Duvals, pulling off the road, behind a wild hedge of blackberries. She didn't feel like advertising their mission, not given all the unknowns involved. From the back, she withdrew her department-issued rifle, plus ammo. Quincy took it without hesitation.
I don't have night vision goggles,
Quincy informed them, jamming home the first clip. He slipped 2 more into his pockets.
So, if either of you plan on running towards me, I'd identify yourself first.
Position? Shelley asked him.
No higher ground. Given that, I'll go with the classic patrol model. Circle the house at random intervals. Hope you find what you're looking for before anyone appears out of the gloom.
Fair enough. Cal spoke up.
What are we looking for?
Shelley frowned. She'd been considering this for a bit. Something feminine, she said at last, which earned her 2 blank stares. Think about it. Judging by Sandra Duvall's Facebook page, she prided herself on being a wife and mother, which means the home is her domain. If she was looking to keep something safe, she'd keep it close. Not in the garage, that belongs to her husband, and not on the computer. That's her son's toy. Do you cook? She asked Cal.
Other than cheese?
That's what I thought. Okay, you take the bedroom. I'm going to start in the kitchen. You like to think like the target, so good luck. As for me, I'm going to think like a cook. Given all the recipes Sandra posted online, food is what she loved. Meaning, if she wanted to keep something close, kitchen is the best bet.
Weird,
Cal said. I know, which is exactly why no one else has found it yet. Quincy disappeared first, jogging down the road, rifle in hand, till he was lost from sight. They gave him 5 minutes, then Shelley received 2 clicks on her radio, the signal for all clear. She and Cal made their advance, Shelley still trying to shake her nerves. She noticed Cal wasn't exactly breathing calmly beside her. It's okay, she found herself telling him. We get in, we find our evidence, we get out, and we end this thing.
I'm not nervous, he said. I'm angry.
Because of your team?
Nah, because I'm terrified. Frankly, that pisses me off.
Agreed, Shelley said, and they approached the house. No sign of Quincy. Proof he was good at his job, she supposed. Crime scene tape was still intact on the door, another good sign. She'd resealed it after her and Cal's earlier visit. Now she slipped out her knife, cut the fresh tape, cracked open the door. Shelley went first. Cal followed. Closed the door behind them. Then they were both swallowed into the hot, rancid gloom. They used flashlights, beams held low, out of sight of the windows. Again, stealth mission. If there really were evil henchmen running around, and God only knew at this point, no reason to give them a heads up. Cal turned left for the bedrooms. Shelley didn't envy his task. She went for the kitchen. It would be helpful to know what they were looking for. Picture it in her head, then look for it in the space. Sandra hadn't just run away at 16. She'd ended up homeless, forced into prostitution if the dead pimp was any hint. So what could a teenager steal from her own father that she could hang on to while living hand-to-mouth? Shelley started with the spice jars. Sandra had racks of them hanging above the stove. Very quaint and country-looking. Now Shelley took them out and, beneath the beam of the flashlight, shook each one experimentally. She started with the more exotic spices. Anise. She didn't even know what you cooked with anise, making it a good secret receptacle in her mind. But no such luck. After the spices, she crossed to the freezer. According to Henry, his mother liked to stash cash in the icebox, a common enough trick. So common, Shelley doubted Sandra would have used the same spot for her most secret possession. But it also felt stupid not to look. Freezer was clear. Pantry. Pots and pans, crock pots, drawers of cooking utensils, filled with items Shelley didn't even realize were cooking utensils. And then a bookshelf of cookbooks, dog-eared, food-splattered, from the thin, yellow-edged favorite crock-pot recipes to the classic Joy of Cooking, to a 3-ring binder filled with recipes Sandra had personally clipped and saved from magazines. The collection was clearly well-loved and well-used. Personal. This was it. Shelley knew it, without a moment's doubt. These cookbooks were to Sandra what Telly's journals were to him. Her joy and her salvation, but also the source of her resolve. Every meal she cooked, every moment she created for her family, she reinforced the image of Sandra Duval, the woman she wanted to be. Not her father's daughter, after all. Shelley took them all down, an impressive stack. Then she worked from the top, moving quickly now, aware of the passing time as she flipped each page faster and faster. Searching for inserted pages, maybe even cut and pasted over a recipe, into a recipe. Say, a list of ingredients for chocolate mousse that suddenly included names of business associates. Or a description of searing chicken that was interspersed with bank accounts, wire routing instructions, something. Book after book after book. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Cal came in, mouth open, breathing ragged. He took a look at what she was doing, then, without a word, crossed to the refrigerator, opened the freezer, and stuck his head in. Trying to clear his head, she thought, or numb his sense of smell after an hour in a slaughterhouse. She didn't need to ask if he'd found anything. He would have told her immediately. Just like he didn't need to ask her as she flipped her way through the last book. Has to be here, she muttered, closing up the crock-pot recipes, staring at the now completed pile. This is Sandra Duval. These are her books of worship. Frank would never bother them, nor Henry, or her father, or a hitman.
I like cookbooks, Cal muttered from the freezer. There are some really good ones monks wrote on cheesemaking. Couple good pioneer ones, too.
Shelley stared at the pile, glanced around the kitchen. She was right. She knew she was right. So what was she missing? Her gaze went to the empty bookshelf. A perfect shell. Of course, because even if someone did think to toss Sandra's cookbooks, who would think to search the space? She stuck her hand in, patting the bottom, the sides, the top, and then a crack, sharp, nerve-rattling, followed immediately by 2 more. The kitchen window exploded. Down, 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 Cal yelled, as more gunshots lit up the night. Quincy, she cried into her radio, dropping to the floor, yanking out her sidearm. But there was no answer.
First thing Quincy did on perimeter patrol was identify and search all sources of possible cover. The Duvals had an expansive lot, well over an acre would be his guess. Not a big surprise in this area. Clear-cut rolling lawn would have been nice, but no, they'd let most of the property naturalize. Clumps of trees here, wild bushes there. Not to mention the stand of fir trees next to the garage, or the overgrown row of rhododendrons obscuring most of the left front. All perfect hiding spots for an intruder, just biding his time before cracking off a shot. He walked with the butt of the rifle pressed against his shoulder, and pointed down. In conditions such as these, Quincy's best tool was his own ears. Adjusting to the rhythms of the night, the hoot of the owl, the buzz of crickets, noises that soothed when all was well, then fell sharply silent at the slightest disturbance. It'd been a long time since his active duty days, but he remembered his training. Measured breaths, slow inhalation through the nose, slow exhalation through the mouth. It enabled the breather to bring more oxygen into the lungs, steadying the heart rate, loosening limbs. His job was to be prepared but not tense. Tensions cramped muscles and burned unnecessary energy until, when the moment finally arrived, the guard was too wrung out to respond. Breathe in, breathe out. Sweep the trees. Back of the house. Under the rear deck. listen to the crickets. Walk up the bedroom side of the house, noting the flickers of light through the windows, Cal's search. Then around to the front of the house, sweep the rhododendrons. Repeat, except maybe in reverse order, or walk up and down the same side of the house, then the other, changing out patterns, avoiding routine. If someone was watching, Quincy wanted them to at least have to work for it, so he kept his movements irregular and his body in a low crouch. He just paused once more by the corner of the garage, the same spot where Sandra's father's photo had been taken, weeks, months ago? A question occurred to him. If the man had been standing right here in front of the garage, who'd taken the photo? Clearly it couldn't have been taken from the house. It would have been from somewhere in the fenced-in yard, say where another clump of roadies overgrew the corner of the split rails. He'd just taken the first step forward when, crack! He dropped, no thought, just instinct. He was exposed in the middle of the driveway, yards from the nearest cover, so he dropped, face-planted into the asphalt as a second shot cracked out and the bullet pinged off the ground next to his ear. He needed cover, now. He needed an angle of sight to return fire, now. He needed to get home to his wife and child, now. Belly crawl, rifle held in front, worming his way around the warm asphalt to the line of fir trees bordering the garage. There was a reason the Army loved to make recruits spend so much time wriggling around on their stomachs. It did come in handy. 3 more shots, crack, crack, crack! He flinched, ducked his head. Even as it occurred to him, these shots were different, from in front of him, not behind. Crossfire? 2 shooters pinning him down? A fresh crack, the sound of a window shattering. He could hear Shelley calling his name, but he couldn't answer. Inching forward, all his weight pressing against his chest, his arms, he could barely draw a breath. Then he was there, edge of the asphalt, into the mulch. He rolled, 4 quick turns, and he was behind the first tree, breathing hard and wishing the trees were younger, bushier, rather than tall, leggy towers devoid of lower limbs. He finally got his hand on his radio. 2 shooters! Do not leave the house, I repeat! Do not leave the premises! You will be caught in the crossfire! Call for backup! We need SWAT! Roger that! Then Shelley was gone from his radio, but instead he could hear the low murmur of her voice through the shattered window 50 feet away. He was bleeding, he realized, blood rolling down his cheek, a wet spot somewhere on his left shoulder, a burning sensation from his right forearm. Genuine hit? Damage from ricochet? He couldn't tell, and now wasn't the time for inventory. First shots had come from somewhere near the end of the driveway, he was sure of it. Someone approaching the property, making out Quincy and then opening fire. A suspicious neighbor, thinking they'd spotted an intruder? He didn't think so. A neighbor would at least call out first, give some kind of warning. That still didn't explain the second shooter, coming from the area of the garage. Up in one of these trees? But they were skinny and lacked lower branches, a bitch to climb. So some other high vantage point then. His gaze went to the roof. There, next to the chimney, a shadow where a shadow shouldn't have been. Quincy cursed under his breath. Of all the stupid mistakes. He'd never looked up, never thought about the damn roof. And now, here he was, his whole team pinned down, and he himself bleeding like a sieve. Slowly, he raised his own rifle, adjusting it against his left shoulder. He grimaced slightly, but whatever the damage was there, the wound felt more superficial than deep. Bringing up the scope, he zeroed in on the shape. Definitely a man. Definitely a rifle. But the majority of his form was blocked by the chimney. Smart shooter. He'd chosen his position with care. Just then, 6 rapid cracks of gunfire, not from the roof, but from behind Quincy, each shot bearing itself into the front of the house, the kitchen area, where he'd last heard Shelley's voice. Quincy whirled around, tried to identify this threat, while behind him the figure on the roof returned fire. Snap, snap, snap. A ping, metal, blacked-out truck, Quincy realized, parked just across the street and barely visible. But the roof shooter's third shot found home, shattering glass. The next instant, the truck's engine roared to life and the vehicle careered away. One shooter down, one to go. But when Quincy turned back around, the roof was empty. He kept to the tree line, following it all the way to the rear of the house. Then, there he was. Even half expecting him, Quincy found himself tightening his grip on his rifle, breath hitching in his throat. The boy stood 10 feet back, rifle loose in his arms, face obscured in the dark. Charla had been right. The boy had painted himself up so that now only the whites of his eyes showed against the night. It made for an eerie sight, as if the boy were less than human.
"Telly Ray Nash,"
Quincy said.
"You're not supposed to be here," the boy said. "You need to be home, keeping my sister safe."
"Safe from whom?"
"You're the expert, you figure it out. I got bigger priorities, like keeping myself alive."
"You left us that picture of Sandra's father. You wanted us to learn about him.
Did it help?"
"His name is David Michael Martin. He ran a criminal organization, or at least he did until he died. But you know that, don't you, Telly? You're the one who met him here." Slowly, the boy shook his head. He was still scanning the area around them, on alert.
"She met him. She said she wouldn't. She said she had nothing she needed to say to him, but I knew. Family is family. Even if you hate them, it's hard to let go."
"Sandra invited her father over."
"I overheard them talking, then snuck out the front to take that picture, just in case."
"What did he want?"
"I'm not sure. He kept telling her he was dying. She told him to go ahead and do it then. He didn't need her permission, but he wasn't trying to ask her forgiveness. Sounded to me, he was trying to warn her. When he died, he wouldn't be able to protect her anymore. Except I didn't know what that meant."
"What happened?" Quincy asked.
Telly shrugged. "Old man died, just like he promised. Sandra got the note, crumpled it up, threw it away. That was that."
"Except it wasn't over. Her father was telling her the truth." Telly looked around again, searching the woods.
"I got pictures. I found them in my backpack. Pictures of Charla. Except someone had drawn a target around her head."
"What did you do?"
"Nothing. I wasn't sure what they meant, who they'd even come from. I was still trying to figure it all out, and then I came home one afternoon and there was a baseball bat in the middle of my bed. Brand new, tag still on, with a note. Instructions will follow."
"They wanted you to kill your parents, or they would kill Charla?"
"I guess. But why? How? I didn't understand. I didn't know what to do."
"Did you take the bat to Frank or Sandra?" The kid shook his head.
"I checked on Charla instead. I already had some information, so one day I waited at the library, and there she was. She looked happy. Really happy. She had that dog, the German Shepherd, and I read about you two, you and your wife. Former law enforcement. I figured whoever left the notes, they had to be bluffing, because no way you two would let something happen to Charla. I put it all away, the notes, the bat. I tucked them in the garage, pretended it never happened, and then—"
"This morning," Quincy prodded, though he thought he already knew the rest. He wanted to hear it from Telly.
"I came home from my morning run and I found them in their bedroom, both shot, just like that. Frank, he never even got up, never had a chance. Frank, who could fix anything. And man, if you could see him with a gun. And then Sandra, they were gunned down, just like that. Neither of them stood a chance."
"You grabbed the guns and the truck and fled."
"There was another note on my bed again. It said, 'You did this.' With it was a burner phone. I got the message just fine. My foster parents were dead and I was to take the blame. All over again.
Or else?"
There was another picture of Charla, except this one was taken at her house, on her front porch. I didn't know what to think anymore. I didn't know what to believe."
"You ran."
"I grabbed some stuff, best I could, the journals, the photos. Figured as long as everyone was going to start looking for me, I'd give you the right things to find. But then after I set up the camp, the burner phone I'd found on the bed rang. Some guy said he had another job for me. It was time to meet. So I drove to the Easy Gas.
except the truck overheated. Had to walk the last quarter-mile.
You'd been there before, Quincy said, with Henry. The boy shook his head, but he looked away as he said this, no longer making eye contact.
I got there just in time to hear the shots, Telly said. I ran. I had a gun of my own now. I swear I tried, but they were already dead. Instead, some old guy was lounging outside, still holding the pistol.
Who?
I don't know, never seen him before.
But the kid's gaze slid away again.
He pointed it straight at me. He said, "Remember, you did this." Then he slapped the pistol in my hand and walked away.
He gave you the firearm used to murder both victims at the Easy Gas.
There was blood on it. From the girl, I think. Blowback? Isn't that what you guys call it? Blood on the gun? And then me? I tried to wipe my hand clean, but I couldn't. I don't have it, the 9mm. I ditched it first chance I got. I know he gave it to me to frame me for both murders. I'm not a total idiot.
We need a description of that man. We need you to come in and work with us.
Telly was already shaking his head. Can't do it. You don't get it yet. Why'd I walk into that store? Why'd I shoot out the security camera?
Quincy frowned. So we'd see you.
Yeah, 'cause I did this. Don't you get it yet? As long as I'm the one police are looking for, I'm upholding my end of the deal, and my baby sister is safe. She's the only family I've left.
Is that why you shot the search team?
I had to. I had to get away, keep them looking. I tried to just wing them, aim for the shoulders. Are they okay? Are they gonna make it?
One is still in critical condition. The boy sagged. For the first time, Quincy could see the weight of stress and fear bowing his shoulders. The boy was trying to hold it together, but that didn't mean he was winning.
You know what the funny part is? I'm not even that good a shot, especially with a rifle. Frank just started teaching me this past year. With a pistol, I'm pretty good, standing 5 yards from a target. The rifle, though, I've never really gotten comfortable with it. But here I am, the most feared gunman in the state. I had to do it. I had to fire at those officers to keep them away. These people, they want something. Otherwise, why shoot Sandra and Frank? Why shoot the man at the Easy Gas? They're after something. If I can find it first, maybe I can negotiate. Keep both me and Charla safe. It's the only hope I have left.
Come with me. We'll keep you safe. You have my word. The boy looked up, smiled, a flash of white in the night.
After I just saved your sorry ass?
Telly,
you can't help me. But that's okay, All I need from you is to protect my sister.
He hefted up his rifle.
If I can't find what has these people so hot and bothered, they'll go after her. I know they will. Lives mean nothing to them. They just want what they want, and we're all disposable in the end.
Engines roaring. Quincy heard them in the distance, SWAT closing in. He said, "I'll take care of your sister, but make sure you take care of yourself, because she needs you. You are her family, and she needs to see you again."
I loved Frank and Sandra, the boy said. I never told them that. Never knew how. But tell my sister I found myself a real family, and it was awesome. What we'd both deserved. Charla will understand. She'll be happy for me.
Roaring engines, much closer now. Telly smiled one last time. Sad, Quincy thought. Forlorn. The boy turned, took a half step away.
Stop!
Quincy tried, wiping a fresh rivulet of blood from his eyes.
Or what? You'll shoot?
They both knew the answer to that. The boy walked into the gloom. Swaying on his feet, Quincy had no choice but to let him go.
Rainie and I are sitting at the conference room table when Quincy and the team finally return. It's way late. 1 a.m. I should definitely be in bed. But Rainie hasn't said anything, and neither do I. We're holding vigil. I imagine much like other parents and children who've sent their loved ones off to war. Then Quincy appears, and, for a moment, none of us can speak. All I see is blood. His face, his shirt, his arm, my father. And for the first time I get it. What's really going on? What my brother might cost me.
Are you?
Rainie starts, already on her feet. As I hear myself say,
Did he do that? Did Telly hurt you?
I'm okay,
Quincy says.
Just banged up. Ricochet.
He looks at me.
From another shooter, Charla. Not your brother. In fact, he may have just saved my life.
And Telly? Rainie asks.
He bolted right before SWAT arrived.
Quincy explains.
Given my injuries, I was in no condition to stop him.
I can't get up. I can't move my legs. I can't feel my own body. Rainie is the one who crosses to Quincy. Regardless of blood and sweat, she throws her arms around him. Luca is already there, sniffing hard, whining low in his throat. Quincy winces but returns Rainie's embrace. He looks at me over her shoulder, and I like to think he understands why I can't move. All the things that, once again, I don't know how to say. These are my parents, I think. This is my family. I get up. I cross to Quincy, to Rainie, to my dog. I throw my arms around all of them best that I can. I still don't say anything. I don't have to, because Rainie and Quincy have always understood. Quincy leaves to clean up. Sheriff Atkins is off talking to her sergeant. The tracker guy has joined us in the conference room. He is guzzling water, not really making eye contact. His hands are trembling hard. Whatever happened at the Duvall's house has shaken him up, but he's doing his best not to show it. Sheriff Atkins barely looks up as she walks into the room. She is carrying a sheaf of papers, skimming rapidly through them. Sergeant Roy and my father file in next. Quincy has exchanged his bloody shirt for a spare deputy's top. Shelley pauses long enough to wave hi. Quincy kisses Rainie on the cheek, pats Luca on the head, and, of course, gives my shoulder a gentle squeeze.
Holding up?
He asks me. Did you really see my brother?
Yes.
Did you shoot at him?
Actually, he shot at the person shooting at me. I have to say, I appreciated his intervention.
I knew it, I say. He is good. I told you he's good. He's my Telly. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Quincy squeezes my shoulder again.
Pace yourself, Charla. It's going to be a long night, and there's still plenty of discoveries to go.
All right, Shelley starts off. As we suspected, when Irene Sandra ran away from her father and his criminal enterprise at the age of 16, she took an insurance policy with her. Before we were so rudely interrupted, I found a series of numbers taped to the bottom of the shelf where she kept her cookbooks. I plugged the numbers into the financial services database, and, believe it or not, I got a hit. Remember the Panama Papers, which revealed a bunch of hidden bank accounts owned by everyone from wealthy businessmen to high-ranking politicians? Well, you can add Sandra's father, David Giametti, to the list. Apparently, those numbers match his own offshore stash. I'll work with Homeland to get more information, but the bits and pieces I got from the public doc indicate the account has been dormant for years. No additions or withdrawals. Which maybe goes to show the stalemate Irene had with her father. As long as he left her alone, she left the money alone.
So, how much money are we talking about?
Quincy asks. At the beginning of this year, $20 million. The room falls silent. I blink several times myself. $20 million. That's a lot of money. More than I could ever imagine. Real money. Serious money. The tracker speaks up first.
Wait a minute.
Her father is dead, right? So, as his daughter, doesn't Sandra Duvall get the money anyway? I mean, why keep the account secret anymore?
If Sandra came forward as David's daughter and sole surviving heir, Shelley says, then yes, she'd get the money. But that would mean admitting she's Irene Giametti and then facing the murder charge from 30 years ago. So reclaiming her identity isn't as easy as it sounds.
$20 million would pay for a hell of a defense lawyer,
Cal mutters.
I mean, if she wanted the money, seems like some crime committed when she was a minor, maybe even in self-defense against a known pimp, could be taken care of easily enough. I don't think she wanted the money,
Quincy says.
If she did, she would have raided the account already. But she didn't. Sandra made a choice to leave behind Irene Giametti. I don't think her father's death changed that for her.
Meaning there's $20 million sitting in a bank account, just waiting to be claimed. Shelley shakes her head. Plenty of reasons worth killing for. Who would even know of such a thing? Rainie asks. Given the publication of the papers, anyone who takes the time to sort through one hell of a long expose. Shelley supplies. I'll be the first to say, however, not the easiest reading. So, chances are, someone close to David Michael Martin. Which brings us back to... She waves a new piece of paper in the air. Douglas Perth, the new CEO of GMB Enterprises. As one of Martin's long-term associates and head of the financial end of the company, seems logical he'd know about both the account and also the reason Martin had for leaving it alone. He'd also be the first to realize the implications of Martin's death, that the account was now available for the taking. I don't understand, I hear myself blurt out before I can stop myself. A lot of adult eyes now staring at me. If this Douglas guy knows about the account, why doesn't he just take the money? Why involve Sandra at all?
PIN code,
Cal mutters. He's pushing back from the table, already up again, roaming the room.
Most bank accounts have them, right? I want to withdraw money from savings, I punch in my PIN code. Overseas bank can't be that different. No,
Quincy says.
Offshore accounts aren't that different. Maybe that's what Sandra had that Douglas Perth truly needed. Basically, the key to unlocking $20 million.
Rainie continues for him. So, Douglas sent his son, Richie, to hunt down Sandra Duvall and get the PIN code, password, whatever. Roy's been trying to reach Douglas Perth for the past hour, ostensibly to notify the man of his son's death, but Mr. Perth isn't answering any of his numbers. Which makes me wonder, of course, if Douglas Perth isn't the other gunman running around my county. He's the one with the mole on his wrist? I ask, frowning. From the Easy Gas security tape? But Rainie is already shaking her head. Why would Douglas Perth kill his own son, especially if Richie was running around on his orders? Valid point, Shelley concedes. For the record, she looks at Quincy. M.E. confirmed that Richie Perth had traces of GSR on his hands, meaning he probably is the one who shot Sandra and Frank Duvall. Question is, what happened after that?
Tully told me he found his foster parents already dead when he returned to the house yesterday morning.
Quincy supplies for the group.
There was a note on his bed telling him that he did this. There was also a burner phone. Someone had been sending Tully pictures of you, Charla, threatening your life. Further instructions to follow. He hadn't figured out what to do when he found Frank and Sandra dead. I'm fairly confident Richie killed the Duvalls. We'd need a gun for a ballistics match to be sure, but I think Rainie has it right. Doug Perth knows about this $20 million account. He lacked, however, means of accessing it, so he assigned his son to get the information. Richie enters the home first thing yesterday morning, shoots Frank Duval immediately, which explains why the man never even sits up in bed. That alone sends a certain message to Sandra. Start talking or you're next.
So she talked, Shelley murmurs. Gave up the password, at which point he shot her as she tried to flee from the bed.
I don't think so,
Quincy said.
I think Sandra might have proved stubborn on that subject. Hence, people are still running around town shooting at the Duval's house. Someone certainly didn't want us there. Maybe the same someone who turned around and killed Richie, and is now hunting for the password on his own. He wouldn't want the police searching the Duval's residence. We might find the banking information first.
But why Telly? I interrupt. Why blame him for all this?
Because they can't afford to have the police digging into Sandra's past. They don't want any questions about her connection to the recently deceased David Michael Martin or his business practices. And Telly, given his history, presents the perfect patsy. They make him take the blame for the murders.
But he didn't do anything.
Except he still wants to protect you. He loves you, honey. You were right about that. Your big brother still wants to keep you safe.
I can't take it. I look down, stare hard at the top of Luca's dark head, blinking my eyes rapidly. Rainie, who is sitting closer, puts her arm around me. I want to move away, be stronger, tougher, but I don't. Mostly, I think of my brother, who's still doing his best to protect me. His little sister, who hadn't even bothered to talk to him in years. I'm not sad. I'm ashamed.
This is the part I can't quite get,
Quincy is saying now.
According to Telly, after finding the Duvals and the note, he loaded up the camping supplies, took the truck, etc. He knew he was in trouble. To keep Charla safe, he had to look like a killer fleeing from his crimes. So as long as law enforcement was looking for him, he wanted to give us plenty to find, including the photo of Martin taken at the Duval's house.
He met with Sandra's father? Rainie asks, her arms still around me.
No, according to Telly, Sandra did. Maybe at the end she decided to make amends. Telly wasn't sure. But after Telly fled from the Duvals, he received a call on the burner phone with instructions to meet at the Easy Gas. There, he was met by someone who handed him a 9mm. You did this, the man said, which was the same phrase used at the Duval crime scene. Then the man left. When Telly went inside, he found Richie dead as well as the cashier. Not knowing what else to do, he walked into the line of sight of the security camera and shot it, maintaining his ruse as the guilty party. He had to, in order to keep Charla safe.
Rainie pulls away, her brow furrowed. So, David's right-hand man sends his son, Richie, to get Sandra's banking password. Richie kills Sandra and Frank, and then someone else kills Richie?
Yes,
Quincy says. I don't like this story, I say. Hell, I don't completely understand this story, Shelley says. She's rubbing the back of her neck. Sounds to me like there's someone else in play. Maybe a rival to Doug Perth?
A logical assumption,
Quincy says. So this mystery man takes out the competition, then once again utilizes Telly as the patsy. Meaning he must know that much about Richie's plan, Shelley states.
Meaning we're not talking outside competition, but an in-house rival. Someone with knowledge of the original plan,
Quincy says.
In an organization such as GMB Enterprises, that kind of competition can't be too surprising.
But he still doesn't have the password, Rainie says. So he returned to the Duval's house tonight, found you guys there and opened fire.
For $20 million, why not?
Quincy shrugs.
Telly described the shooter from the easy gas as being an old man, but he looked away as he said this. He also claimed he'd never been to the easy gas before. But again, I got the feeling he was lying.
Covering for someone? Shelley asks. You mean Henry Duval? But why? Quincy looks at Shelley.
Henry admitted his grandfather approached him first. We only have his word that he never followed up with meeting the man. What if he did? And his grandfather told him about the $20 million.
You think Henry killed his own parents? Rainie asks.
No, I think Richie killed the Duvals, which gives Henry double the motive to go after Richie. First, for revenge for killing his parents. Second, to grab the $20 million for himself. Henry also has incentive to set up Telly. Clearly, there's no love lost between those two. As long as Henry's world is going to hell, why not make his foster brother pay as well? I think he'd find a certain justice in that.
But why wouldn't Telly admit that much? Shelley asks. Given the mutual love affair, doesn't Telly have just as much incentive to turn over Henry to us?
Not if he plans to go after Henry himself.
One more person left to kill, I say. Quincy looks at me, nods slowly.
Exactly.
Then the adults are once more up and exiting the room.
Sandra and I didn't speak of that night. We fell back to routine. Summer school for me, household projects for her, some science camp duty for Frank at the local Y. 3 people sharing a house, each waiting for the other to make the next move. I started going for a run early in the mornings, trying to burn off extra energy, as Allie would say, so I could focus better in class. I didn't know if I really had more tolerance for school, but the running felt good. One of the only times my head cleared and the pressure would lift from my chest. No more wondering what would happen to me in one more year. No more echoes of my sister screaming. When I ran, it became just my arms pumping and my heart pounding. I would focus on my own ragged breath, and for a quarter mile, half a mile, 4 miles, I almost felt free. I returned early that Wednesday, having made record time. The house was empty. Frank already off to camp, Sandra most likely at the grocery store. She liked to go first thing. I walked into the bathroom, already shedding stinky clothes. Quick shower, then time to head to school. I was in my bedroom pulling on my t-shirt when I heard the garage door open. Sandra returning from the store, I thought. Shorts, socks, lace-up tennis shoes. I opened my door and I heard them. Sandra talking in a low voice to someone with an even raspier reply. I knew immediately she was meeting with her father. He sounded terrible, even weaker, threadier than the day he'd met Frank. If I hadn't believed he was dying then, I definitely believed it now. I crept down the hall, the old man's voice too hoarse to carry. I crouched down low at the very end where I could just see them. Sandra's father, still wearing his tan trench coat even though it was warm out, collapsed in an easy chair. Sandra standing across from him, her arms wrapped tight around her waist. I couldn't see her face, but could tell from her body language she was tense.
Couple of things.
The man was wheezing.
Not much time. You ought to know.
He started coughing then, wet, phlegmy. Sounded to me like a guy drowning in his own lungs. Sandra didn't move, offer him water, anything. She just stood there, waiting.
Doug. Remember Doug? Smart man. Doug, he'll run business.
Sandra didn't say anything.
Good range. Make you an officer. Put you on the board.
No.
Real business, Irene.
Don't call me that.
Real company, these days.
She stared at him in cold silence.
You are my family.
She remained silent.
Man wants to honor his family.
Still nothing.
Your son.
The old man switched gears.
Bright boy.
Cough, cough, cough.
Going someplace in life. Offered him a job.
Leave him alone.
Not really your choice.
The old man smiled. It was a hideous sight. His wide, gaping mouth, skeletal cheeks. He looked like an animated corpse, grinning wildly. I dropped my gaze to the carpet. Leave him alone!
What are you gonna do? Kill me?
Sandra stiffened. From where I stood, I could see her trembling with rage. What do you want? Just tell me and let's get on with it.
Your mom,
he said, and for the first time I saw Sandra flinch.
Buried her. No one at the funeral. Not even her own daughter. Pay her respects.
What about Mom?
You're gonna be buried next to her. That way, if you want to see her, gotta see me too. That's the deal. Visit us both. Honor your parents.
You always were a manipulative bastard. The old man laughed, or tried to anyway. It ended in another wet, ragged cough. When he finally fell silent, so did the whole room.
Don't hate you,
the man said at last. Sandra didn't answer.
Admire you, even. Heard you killed a man, your first.
He nodded slowly.
My daughter raised you right.
With her back to me, Sandra shivered. I couldn't decide if that was because she agreed with his words or was horrified by them.
Your mom, too soft, too sick for another baby. I wanted a boy, had to settle for you, but you got me good. Boy would have betrayed me to my face, knocked me off, taken over. You.
The old man nodded at something only he understood.
Played the long game, better than anyone I ever met.
Sandra didn't speak. She seemed to know what the man was going to say next.
All games end.
He looked up at his daughter, stared at her with his rheumy eyes.
When I die, others know, Sandra. Doug knows. That account, our little secret, got published. Not our secret anymore. Not our little game anymore. Take the money. Just do it. Empty it all out. Don't care, it can't hurt me anymore. But do it before real people suffer.
I'm already hurt.
Doug'll want the money. Part of the business in his eyes.
He can have it.
Don't be stupid!
For the first time, the man snarled, reared up.
Didn't raise you to be stupid.
No, you raised me to be violent, greedy, and mean. Well, too bad. I don't care about your damn money. I don't even remember the stupid passcode anymore. You want Doug to have it? Then transfer it all over to him. I'm not stopping you.
Your boy.
Leave Henry alone.
Because all children follow their parents' wishes.
Time for you to leave. Sandra started to turn.
Wait, Irene,
Don't call me that!
I'm trying to do right. Can an old man repent?
But Sandra remained with her back to him. Minute dragged into minute. The old man issued another long, ominous sigh. Then he rose shakily, leaning heavily on his cane. Sandra made no move to assist. Belatedly, I realized they'd be headed through the kitchen toward the front door. I backtracked to my bedroom, then, thinking quickly, grabbed my cell phone, shimmied open my window, and climbed out. I ran straight ahead, figuring I could reach the cover of the rhododendrons before Sandra's father completed his painful trek. I was just rounding the corner, bringing up my phone so I could snap some pics, when I ran smack dab into Frank's crouched form, also taking cover in the roadies, phone camera held before him. "Shh," he said immediately as I dropped to the ground beside him. The front door was just opening. We didn't talk anymore, just started snapping photos. I had a branch blocking the view on the front porch. I scooted around Frank, caught up with the old guy as he made his way gingerly down the front steps, came to a halt in front of the garage. Snap, snap, snap. No driver. This surprised me. In the movies, the big crime bosses always have drivers, bodyguards, minions. But Sandra's father painfully folded himself into his black Cadillac on his own. Then he sat there for several long moments, no doubt gathering his breath. A man drowning in his own fluids. You could hear it when he talked. He hadn't lied before. Anyone who sounded like that wasn't long for this world. Sandra remained on the front porch, just standing, till at last her father started up his car, put it in reverse, drifted down the driveway. At the last moment, I thought I saw her raise her hand. I thought, zooming in through the lens of my phone, I might have seen some lines of moisture on her cheek. A daughter saying goodbye for the last time. Then she turned, walked into the house, closed the door. Frank and I sat together in the dirt. After a moment, I couldn't help myself. "Did you hear?" "Enough." "So what's all this money he's talking about?" "Doesn't matter, Telly." "He said something about Henry." "Don't worry about it. Henry's a smart boy. He knows who his real family is." "Old man really is dying?" "Yep." "And she really doesn't care?" "Nope. Old man always did underestimate his own daughter. She saw this day coming, even if he didn't. As for the money and everything else..." Frank turned to me, finally smiled. "Sandra's already taken steps. Joke's on him. Even dying, joke's on him." I waited till the police left, then doubled back to Frank and Sandra's house, resuming my perch on the roof. I didn't have any place else to go. Couldn't make it far anyway with only my legs for transportation, and having already logged God knows how many miles. Besides, I doubted the night was over yet. Sure enough, maybe an hour later, twin headlight beams turning down the road, pulling over 3 houses back. Driver killed the lights. I waited, on my stomach near the chimney, finger on the trigger. Figure appeared at the end of the driveway, moving stilted. I looked for evidence of a gun, but couldn't make out anything in the darkness. I waited until he was nearly at the front porch. Then I said a single word. "Henry!"
3 a.m. on a hot summer night. Henry's strip motel was busier than Shelley would have liked. People hanging out in front of their rooms, sitting on folding chairs and drinking beer, which they discreetly tucked behind them as the sheriff pulled up. First deputy's car had already arrived on the scene. Shelley had Quincy sitting beside her. Roy followed in his vehicle. Plenty of people to confront a single man. As always, Shelley could feel the adrenaline pumping through her veins. She also felt a corresponding sense of calm. She was the sheriff. This was her town. These were her people. Nothing here she couldn't handle. She parked outside the manager's office. No flashing lights or sirens. It had already been a long day. Shelley wanted to keep this latest development as smooth and controlled as possible. Shelley picked up her hat, jammed it down on her head. Final piece of the uniform in place. Shelley and Quincy got out of the car. Shelley entered the manager's office first. Her deputy was already there, asking all the right questions. No, the night manager hadn't seen Henry leave his room, and his silver RAV4 was still parked outside. Perfect. Shelley returned outside, motioned to Quincy and Roy. Henry should be in his room. We don't want to make this any messier than necessary. Quincy and I will do the honors. Knock on the door, say we have information regarding his parents. He's already answered questions once today, so hopefully our return won't arouse his suspicions. Once the door is open, I'll take him into custody. You, she directed her gaze at Quincy, keep your eyes open for a handgun. We don't need any more drama today. Roy took up a cover position on the other side of the parking lot, tucking behind a vehicle where he'd have a line of sight to the open door, but Henry wouldn't be able to see him. Meanwhile, the deputy approached the closest group of loitering guests and quietly urged them to return to their rooms. They picked up their beers without argument. Then, just like that, it was showtime. Again, that curious combination of surging adrenaline and steady calm. Quincy nodded once. They made their approach. Room was dark, given the time of night, not a surprise. If their assumptions were correct, and Henry had started his day discovering his parents' bodies before wreaking vengeance of his own, no doubt the man needed some beauty sleep. Shelley stood front and center, a woman with nothing to fear. Quincy stood slightly to the side, having to watch his angle so he didn't block Roy's line of sight. She rapped the door hard. "Henry Duval," she called out. "Sheriff Atkins, sorry to disturb you, but we have news about your parents. Thought you'd want to hear." Nothing. She knocked again. Nothing. She glanced at Quincy, who was frowning. Slowly he moved to peer through the window. Curtains were half drawn. He worked his way to the exposed slit in the middle, then shook his head. "Too dark," he mouthed. "Henry Duval," Shelley called out again. "This is Sheriff Atkins. Open up. We need to talk. This is urgent." Then, when seconds passed into minutes, "Get me the key," she murmured to Quincy, who motioned to the waiting deputy. He jogged over shortly, manager's master key in hand. "Henry," she tried one last time. "This is Sheriff Atkins. I'm coming in, okay? Just need to talk. It's about your parents." She slid the key into the lock, feeling Quincy tense slightly beside her. But his breathing remained slow and even. She concentrated on that as she twisted the key, felt the lock give. Moving to the side now, so the door would offer her at least some kind of cover, she slowly eased it open. "Henry?" she called out again, eyes already sweeping the room. She knew, though, before ever snapping on the light, that the room was empty. It had that kind of feel, which didn't make a whole lot of sense, given the man's vehicle was still in the parking lot and his pack next to the bed. "Shelley," Quincy said. Then she spotted it, subtle at first, mixed in with the mottled pattern of the comforter. Bloodstains. Even if they were hard to see, one step closer brought her the smell. "Telly got here first," she murmured. "Then where's the body?" Quincy asked. They searched the whole room but still didn't find an answer.
The minute I said Henry's name, his head whipped up, his face briefly illuminated by the moonlight. dressed in shorts and a dark-stained shirt. He looked nearly as exhausted as I felt. He was also shifted awkwardly to one side, his right hand pressed against his left ribs.
"Telly, you stupid son of a bitch!"
Henry never did like me. Now I continued to search him for signs of a weapon. Both hands, however, appeared clear.
"I didn't kill them," I said.
"Like hell, I didn't kill them!"
Henry was still standing there, growling at me. I did us both a favor. I rose to full height, gave him a clear target in case he had a handgun tucked unseen in the small of his back. Why not? And I said,
"I know your mother's secret. I know what's going on here."
He didn't answer, nor did he reach behind himself. If anything, he pressed his right hand tighter against his side, swaying slightly on his feet.
"Did you join them? Are you part of this other family now?"
"I would never. You betrayed her. What did you do, Henry? What the fuck did you do?" "I don't know what you're talking about. I never met with the old man. You did. You did this. All of this."
"You wanted the money for yourself."
"What money? What the hell, Telly? Do you have what he wants? Do you understand what's going on here? My mom! I don't understand."
Henry dropped his head, sagging hard against the side of the porch. A flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. And then I got it. For the first time. Henry was not alone. There, at the end of the drive, stood a second figure. From this distance, I had a momentary impression of a heavy-set fellow in night vision goggles, just as he raised his rifle. One last glimpse of Henry, clutching his side. Where he'd been wounded, I realized. Shot by the same man, most likely the guy from the Easy Gas, who'd handed me the bloody handgun and set all of this in motion. He was supposed to be my target, if only I could find him. Except now. I stood on the roof, totally exposed, the hunter becoming the hunted, as the man looked straight at me and pulled the trigger. He didn't miss.
By 3 a.m., Rainie could tell Charla was dragging. The girl put up a good fight, sitting at the conference room table, spinning a bottle of water in front of her. Luca was already crashed at her feet, the big dog stretching in his sleep, as if reveling in his slumber. The third time Rainie caught Charla nodding off, she made her decision. "Come on," she said, rising to standing. "Shelley has an overstuffed recliner in her office for a reason." "I'm okay," Charla mumbled. "You're asleep sitting up. If your head hangs any lower, you're going to give yourself a concussion." Rainie made a motion with her hand, and Charla reluctantly climbed to her feet. Luca came awake instantly, already falling in step beside her, as Charla picked up her backpack and followed Rainie to the sheriff's office. As head muckety-muck, Shelley Atkins got the proverbial corner office. Not huge, but it did offer windows overlooking the back and side parking lots. Better yet, it featured an old, battered gray recliner, straight out of the 90s, with one corner chewed off and mauve pinstriping. It promised the best hope for snagging a few hours' sleep. Charla didn't even bother to recline. She curled up in the threadbare seat and was asleep with her head on the arm in seconds. Luca collapsed in front of the chair. Single sigh, and he was also out like a light. Rainie paused. She stroked her daughter's rumpled hair, marveled at the peacefulness of Charla's features at a time like this. There was so much they still needed to say to each other. Present issues to resolve, past issues to unravel. But she loved this girl, loved her in a way she'd heard about, but even when they'd agreed to foster a child, hadn't been sure she'd really feel. Rainie tucked a strand of brown hair behind her daughter's ear. She kissed 2 fingers, brought them to Charla's cheek. She wished her daughter sweet dreams, even though for both of them that was easier said than done. Then she returned to the conference room having more work to do and wanting to let her daughter sleep undisturbed. She started once again with the crime scene photos. The Duval residence, the Easy gas station. What did they definitely know, and what had they missed? Phone rang. Once hers, someone else's. She must have dozed off. Groggily, she made her way down the hall to check on her daughter. But Charla, Luca, the backpack. Sheriff Atkins's office was empty. Charla was gone. When my phone first rings, I'm disoriented. Gotta wake up, late for school. I fumble with my backpack, encountering Luca's head before I finally grab the strap, pull the pack up onto the chair with me. More chiming. The generic tone, not one of the personal songs I've selected for Rainie or Quincy. This is all the warning I have before I finally get my phone out, tap answer, and hear a strange man's voice say, "If you want to see your brother alive again, you will bring me what he put in your backpack. Now." I freeze. I can't breathe. I can't talk. I sit soundless, motionless in the dark. In front of me, Luca issues a low growl. "Bring the dog and I will shoot it," the man says. "Who are you?" The man laughs. "Now." "Wait." I gotta say something, do something. Think like a profiler. "How do I... Proof of life. Proof that you have Telly, that he's alive. I need that." Muffled sound. Maybe the phone being passed on the man's end. Then a voice I do recognize. "Don't do it," Telly says. "Give it back," the man orders in the background. "Now." "Remember Mom," Telly whispers. Then he's gone, and I'm left with a man I already don't like. "Henry Duval?" I try now, finally starting to think. "Is that who the police are looking for? Glad to see all my hard work wasn't in vain. Nah, Henry's a little busy right now, bleeding to death. But not before he led me back to his parents' house, straight into the arms of your brother. 'Fraid I got the drop on him, too. Youngsters these days spend all their time shooting up the bad guys on video games, then hesitate when it matters in real life. Come on now. According to your brother, you have what I want, and you're gonna hand it over before more people get hurt." "I can't drive," I say, because, honestly, that's all I can think of right now. "Brother says you know the library." "Yeah." "Not that far of a walk from the sheriff's department. Be there in 20. But be there in 20. Then the phone blinks off. Call ended. I'm back to being alone in the dark. "Luca," I whisper. He whines, licks my face. "Luca," I say again. Then I throw my arms around his neck and hold him close, because I'm going to need his strength and training for what will happen next. Telly tampered with my backpack in the woods. He didn't just get out a bottle of water, he added to the contents. I knew it at the time, felt the shift in weight. But I didn't ask any questions, because I didn't want to know what I didn't want to know. Then later, with Rainie keeping me so close, there simply wasn't the time to inspect my pack and confront the obvious. Now I unzip the main compartment. I eye the heavy metal object I've been expecting to see. A handgun. The handgun, I suppose, used to kill those people at the Easy Gas. Then hidden in my pack by my brother, who couldn't afford to be found with it on his person. And now the caller wants it back again? I don't understand. I reach in with a pencil. I hook it through the trigger guard like I've seen them do in cop shows, and very gingerly I pull the weapon out. I eye the open door, willing Rainie not to appear as I inspect my find. It is what I expected. And yet, Why would some guy be holding my brother hostage for this? A handgun is not a key to $20 million. Then, all of a sudden, I get it. My own foolishness. Telly needed to part with the gun, sure, but he also used it as a red herring, its obvious weight disguising what he really needed to hide. Now I peer back inside the main compartment. Beneath the half-empty bottle of water and granola wrappers, I see what I was meant to see hours ago. Small, innocuous, and yeah, most likely the key to tens of millions of dollars. It takes me another 5 minutes, creeping around the sheriff's office, firing up Shelley's computer, belatedly doing my homework. But while I might be slow, I'm not a total idiot. I can read a computer screen, and I understand now the full danger my brother is in. The mystery caller is smart. The library is a good meeting place. Only a 6-block walk. Deserted this time of night. The parking lot surrounded by enough bushes and trees to cover up a secret meeting. I guess that's good. Disturbances would be bad. Maybe goad the man into shooting Telly and/or me. Or maybe he will kill us anyway. I don't know the man's true identity, let alone what he's capable of. I'm going to go. Does that make me stupid? Or are the events to come simply inevitable? My father's beet-red face, bulging eyes as he chased Telly and me with the bloody knife. 8 years apart, and now here we are again, another madman, another night of do or die. "Remember Mom," Telly said. I do. I pull Luca close. I whisper in his ear, fiddle with his collar. Then I slip the awful handgun in the back waistband of my shorts, sling my backpack over my shoulders, and tiptoe down the rear stairwell. I start to feel antsy within a block of the target. The Bakersville County Library is a 2-story building with a yawning foyer and some clock tower thingy. The tower looks really cool, but it strikes me now as the perfect place to stand with a high-powered rifle. Maybe the caller is already watching me through the scope. What is to stop him from simply pulling the trigger, then grabbing my backpack? I don't know. I'm nervous and scared and exposed. I slow as I arrive at the street corner across from the library parking lot. Strain my ears for the sound of something, anything. The streets are empty. Up ahead, a traffic light goes from red to green without any audience. Bakersville is hardly a busy place during the day, let alone this time of night. Crossing the street, I slow, approach the turn-in. There are lampposts in the lot. At least, that's my memory. But either he's done something to tamper with the bulbs, or the lights automatically turn off, because currently the expanse is completely dark. I search the space, my eyes already adjusted to the lack of light, but I can't make out anything. Once again, my gaze goes up, studying the roof, the clock tower. "Remember Mom," Telly said. I do. I walk through the trees now, easing in and out of the border plantings. I'm here. I've done as instructed. Next step is his problem, but I don't want to be any bigger of a target than I already am. Then, just as I'm getting close to the front doors of the library, "Stop!" The man's voice is behind me. I turn, making out the shape of a truck in the rear corner of the parking lot. Maybe a man is standing beside it. Hard to tell from this distance. "Set down the pack," he says. I don't move. "Set it down and get out of here, or I'll shoot you and your brother both." I still don't move. "Did you hear me?" I want to see him. I'm not doing anything till I see him. Silence. My turn to wonder if he heard me. My back is very sweaty now, and my shoulders twitchy. "Listen, girl. There's a rain gutter here. Probably dumps into the ocean.
I don't know, but this close to the coast, wouldn't you think? I hold up a small metal object. I don't know if he can see it in the dark, but I don't care. Show me my brother, or down the drain it goes.
You little shit!
Show me my brother. Sigh. I recognize the tone. Another adult clearly not happy with me. If I wasn't so terrified, I would feel proud of myself. The sound of a vehicle door creaking open. Then,
Charla.
Telly. His voice sounds awful. He's hurt, I think. The man hurt my brother. Are you okay? I ask.
Good enough,
he says, but I already don't believe him. Henry? I ask, still trying to understand.
Come toward me,
the man orders now, interrupting. No.
Then I shoot,
and down the drain it goes. Shoot my brother, shoot me, step left, step right, down the drain it goes. The key to $20 million, right? That's what this is all about. $20 million. It's a lot of money. Would be ashamed to lose it now. I can feel his rage and frustration from here.
You don't know.
It's a thumb drive. I know thumb drives, and how to stick them in computers and how to read them. She moved the money, didn't she? Sandra Duvall took the $20 million out of her father's account and used it to start a foundation. The Isabel R. Giametti Foundation. Is that her mother? She's going to use the money to help other women like her mom? Because that would be ironic, right? I know irony too. Just like I know rain gutters. A hoarse rattling sound. I think it is coming from Telly. He's laughing. Is he proud of me? I hope he's proud of me because I'm still not sure exactly what to do next. Where is Henry? I ask. What happened to him?
House,
Telly rasps.
Duvall's. He's shot.
Shut up, the man says.
That is my money. I don't care what it's called or what fund it sits in. It's mine, and I'm taking it back.
Send my brother over.
No.
I'm not leaving the rain gutter. You want your thumb drive? Come and get it. The man doesn't move. I'm glad the parking lot is dark and empty. My hand is shaking uncontrollably now. I'm not sure what to do next. The rain gutter is my only leverage. I leave it, I'm dead, so I'm not leaving it. But still, he comes to me, and then what? My back soaked through, my shoulders twitchy. The man approaches. Hard, steady footsteps, emerging from the shadows. Closer, closer, till I can see the rifle held in his hands. You're the shooter from the Easy Gas, I blurt out. I still don't recognize the man. He's definitely old. Pot-bellied, some kind of suspenders holding up sagging jeans. Even from this distance, however, I can feel the intensity of his gaze. A former associate of Sandra Duvall's father, I would guess. The kind of guy who was bad enough in his day and, based on the current levels of carnage, clearly remembers how to pull a trigger just fine.
Your father is the FBI profiler,
the man rasps. He's 15 feet away now, advancing steadily. My arm drops to my side. I don't want him to see what I'm holding. Not yet.
Police know about the money, then.
You killed Richie Perth, I say, after he shot the Duvalls. You wanted to keep the money for yourself.
Police have been busy.
But then when you went to access the account, the money wasn't there. Because Sandra had moved it. But she didn't tell Richie that, did she? She held out.
Richie was always a bit stupid,
the man says.
Kind of idiot that shoots first and questions later. Me, I know better.
He levels the rifle at my chest. Who are you? I ask.
Jack George. Met the search team earlier today. Might say I knew Dave from the good old days. We rose up through the ranks together. Before retiring, I was his first lieutenant.
Gangsters are allowed to retire?
Trusted fellows, sure. David got a bead on Sandra's new life years ago. Right around when I retired. Asked me to settle here, keep one eye on his daughter, the other on the Nehalem operations. Bakersville's a nice enough place. Not to mention, a guy my age doesn't like to be too bored. Then Dave was diagnosed with cancer. Decided he wanted to make amends. Sandra, as she liked to call herself, never relented, though. She might have thought of herself as better than her father, but if you ask me, the whole problem was they were too much alike. Hard-headed, and just plain hard, both of them.
You knew about the money? The stalemate she had with her father?
Like I said, Dave and I went way back.
Jack George draws to a halt 10 feet away. From this distance, he can see I'm definitely standing on a rain gutter, and I have something clenched in my fist. He scowls for the first time, appearing uncertain. Behind him, I can watch as my brother slowly starts limping forward. He's moving awkwardly. It appears his hands are tied behind his back, meaning he's both wounded and restricted. In other words, I'm on my own, in a stare-down with a man with a rifle.
Doug Perth called me with the plan.
Jack George continues now. He's studying me intently, looking for a sign of weakness.
He wanted me to help out Richie in return for a cut of the money. After all these years, however, why settle for a cut? Not like my retirement years have been that golden. Richie called me after he shot Sandra. Whined she'd tricked him. Pretended to give up the information, so he shot her. Of course, then he looked up the account and realized it had been emptied. I knew Sandra, though. She was always plenty smart. If the money was gone, she'd done something with it. Just a matter of finding the trail. So I eliminated my rival.
You shot Richie and the cashier.
And went to work on your brother. I already knew of Richie's push to have Telly take the blame in order to save your life. Richie had sent him some threatening photos of you, left a baseball bat on the kid's bed. Not a bad idea. I met with Telly at the Easy Gas and delivered the new and improved terms. He could now take credit for Richie's death as well, in order to protect his little sister. Better yet, he could locate the missing money to save his own life. Turns out, though, Telly might have learned a trick or two from Sandra. He tried to play a game of his own, leaving hints for the police, stashing the thumb drive with the new account information in your pack, a girl who basically lives in police custody. Family is powerful, though, don't you think? Oh, the things we'll do for family.
The old man stares at me. Then he levels the rifle at my chest. This close, no way he'll miss.
Your brother didn't want to give up your name or your phone number, but a guy like me, I spent years being paid to be very persuasive. Besides, once I realized Henry didn't have the account info, and Telly didn't have the account info, only one other person Telly would trust with such a secret. Which brings me to you, and our little rendezvous. Time's up, girl. Give me what I want, and maybe you'll get to see your family again.
Jack George stares at me across the short space. I take a deep breath. This is it, moment of truth, because I already don't believe anything the retired gangster is saying. Second I hand over what he wants, both Telly and I are dead, which is what I suspected from the very start. I got bad news, I whisper.
No, you don't.
I bring up my left hand as I reach behind me with my right. I don't have the thumb drive. I show what I'm really holding in my hand, metal fingernail clippers I keep stashed in my backpack.
Remember Mom.
What? I gave the thumb drive to my dog. He's a really good dog. Smart, too. He's delivering the evidence to the sheriff even as we speak. No money for you.
You stupid little...
A muted roar from behind him. Telly finally close enough to make his move, just as I figured he'd try to do. No baseball bat for my brother this time. Instead, he's staggering toward the man, arms tied behind his back, head lowered to make himself a human battering ram. I don't think. I don't hesitate.
Remember Mom.
I whip out the gun from the small of my back. I don't know how to shoot. I have no idea what I'm doing. But then I didn't know 8 years ago, when I took the bat from my dazed brother's hand and stood over my mother's waking form. The woman who loved us, the woman who laughed and sang and danced us around the kitchen. The woman who never protected us, not even when my father was beating Telly so badly my older brother begged for his life. If she still lived... Raising the bat then, aiming the gun now. Telly's stubborn roar, the man's echoing cry of rage. A single shot ringing out into the night. Jack George goes down. As Luca charges into the parking lot, Quincy, Rainie, and the others on his heels. Quincy is holding his .22. His winning shot, because my handgun did nothing but issue an empty click. Which just goes to show how little I know about firearms. Telly removed all the bullets and I was none the wiser. I don't care. I don't care about anything but Telly. I run to him now as he staggers, drops to one knee. My brother. My proud, strong, means everything in the world to me big brother. I throw my arms around him just as he pitches forward. We both go down, down, down. Telly doesn't get up again.
I had a family once. Sandra and Frank. They tried to do right by me. But Sandra had her own ghosts hunting her down. She told me about them after her father's visit. Her last night at her childhood home, how she made her great escape, taking with her information on her father's hidden bank account. For 30 years, that knowledge served as her insurance policy. He didn't want anyone to know about the money, so if she kept his secret, he'd keep hers. A year ago, however, the offshore account became public knowledge with the publication of some foreign law firm's business papers. Suddenly, her father was ratted out even to his own lieutenants. A couple of them, including Douglas Perth, knew what Sandra had done all those years ago, stealing the account information. Sandra's father tried to warn her that when he died, she'd lose what protection his presence still offered her. Sandra didn't believe him, though. She had her own idea. The day of his death, she transferred the hidden funds out of his account and set up a foundation in her mother's memory to help support battered women's shelters across the country. She liked the irony of it. $20 million of ill-gotten gains finally being put to good use. What she didn't plan on was her father's business associates' determination to get their hands on the money for themselves. Quincy explained it to me later, how Martin's successor, Doug Perth, sent his own son to track down Sandra and gain access to the funds. How Richie Perth killed Frank and Sandra in their own bed, then framed me, the troubled foster son, for his crime. What Richie didn't know was that Jack George, Martin's former lieutenant, had plans of his own. I'd never even met the old man before, didn't know who he was when he summoned me to the Easy Gas, handed me Richie's murder weapon, and informed me I would once again be the fall guy, or my sister would pay the price. What could I do about it? I shot out the security camera, took the blame to keep Charla safe. Then I tried to find Jack for myself. knowing only that he'd headed north on foot. When I walked into the neighborhood and some crazy guy took pot shots at me while screaming at me to get out of his yard, I didn't realize how close I was. I really did think he was some lawn lunatic. I fled, hid out across the street, where the tracking team eventually found me, and I was forced to take actions I will regret for the rest of my life. I didn't lie to Quincy. I really wasn't that great a shot with a rifle. I did my best to aim away from center mass, maybe scare the team away. I hit 2 instead. Both lived, but I got more screams to keep me awake at night. Not to mention a longer criminal history, but we'll get to that in a sec. Jack must have figured he was good to go at that point. Police are chasing me, giving him plenty of time to complete Richie's failed mission, find the 20 mil. So he returned to Frank and Sandra's house that night, except the police were already there. He tried to scare them off with rifle fire, only to end up with me shooting back. After that, he went with Plan B, tracked down Henry, who must surely have known his mother's secrets. Except Henry had been away from home for a long time. Sandra hadn't had a chance to tell him anything yet. Henry got shot in the side as encouragement to talk. Realizing the next bullet might be in a knee, he bluffed the best he could. Sure, 20 mil. He knew everything. Just let him return to the house, where Henry found me. And Jack gave me a matching wound in the left shoulder. Then I did my own kind of bluffing. A Hail Mary pass, really. In the woods that afternoon, not knowing what else to do with the handgun the old man had given me, I'd stuck it in Charla's backpack. I had removed the bullets plus the firing pin. Didn't want the gun to be a threat to her. But I also used its weight to cover for my bigger secret, stashing Sandra's thumb drive with the new account information. I figured eventually Charla would find the drive, share it with the police. Maybe if they had the old account information, realized what Sandra had done 30 years ago, that, in turn, would lead them to Jack George and what was going on now. Though, of course, I didn't want them to find George too quickly. By hiding the thumb drive versus handing it over, I gave myself time to find him first. I'd meant what I'd said to Charla that afternoon. After what he did to my family, I really did have one more person left to kill. Sandra had used the home computer to handle setting up the foundation, then transferring the money. Then she'd copied all the info onto a thumb drive before erasing it from the computer's hard drive. She didn't want Henry seeing anything before she had a chance to talk to him herself. Or so she said. Personally, I think she was simply so accustomed to keeping secrets, she couldn't approach the money any other way. After discovering her and Frank's bodies first thing in the morning, I'd hunted down the thumb drive, stashed it in the binding of one of her cookbooks. I didn't know what I'd do with it, but if Sandra had a habit of keeping secrets, then I had a habit of keeping her secrets safe. Later, encountering Charla in the woods, I realized this was my best moment to hand off the information. If the gun and the photo didn't lead Charla's parents in the right direction, the thumb drive should. Later, lying wounded on the ground in front of my parents' house, with Jack standing over me, ready to finish the job, I realized I had only one hope left: reach out to the sister I'd been trying so hard to protect. Hope her parents really did live up to their reputation, do some protecting of their own. I didn't realize Charla would honestly come on her own, or that she'd bring the toothless gun. When I told her to remember Mom, what I meant was for her to let me take the blame. But Charla had her own memories, more than I realized. She was the one who delivered the death blow that night, before I took the bat from her, and in my grief and rage turned on the sister I swear I loved as much as our mother. Except our mother, I don't know. There are some relationships, some kinds of love I still can't explain. I wouldn't have hurt our mom that night. I would have called an ambulance. I would have saved her. And as Charla and I have discussed since, our mother would have hooked up with the next pill-popping asshole, and we probably would have ended up right back where we started. But she was our mom. And as I told Sandra, I still remember those moments when she was happy. I miss that mom. I mourn her every day. And my baby sister? She saved me. Again. She had her own family, and she used them well, deploying her beast of a dog with a thumb drive and a note to her mother telling Rainie Conner exactly where Charla was going and the help she needed next. Family is about trust, Charla told me. So, her cavalry came. Rainie and Quincy and the sheriff herself to the rescue. Family helps family, Charla told me. Which is why she walked to an empty library in the middle of the night, and why she stood up to a madman just for me. Charla, Rainie, and Quincy all visited me in the hospital. Quincy even contacted my probation officer, Allie, who, by virtue of being my already assigned caseworker, was the one who held my legal future in her hands. I didn't shoot Frank and Sandra. I didn't kill anyone in the easy gas. But I did fire on a tracking team, wounding a SWAT officer and a volunteer searcher, even if I didn't mean to. Charges included attempted murder, first-degree assault, and reckless conduct involving firearms. All felonies. In adult court, I could have been looking at up to 15 years. As a 17-year-old juvenile, however, I could have stayed in the juvie system, served out my time in lockup, followed by years of probation, community service, and mandatory counseling. Interestingly enough, it was Henry who spoke up on my behalf, wrote a letter to Allie herself, talking about how much his parents believed in me. Frank and Sandra wanted to help me get my life on track, to have it thrown away instead because I got caught up in drama from Sandra's past. Henry healed first, then spent some time hanging out in my hospital room. I told him what I knew about his mother, what she'd done as a girl. These days, Henry has his hands full, the sole heir to and executive director of a $20 million foundation. He offered me a job, but his heart wasn't really in it, and we both knew it. We were trying more for Sandra's sake. But other than his parents, we didn't exactly have much in common. We are not family, just two people who happen to love Frank and Sandra Duval. Allie invited me to live with her for a bit. She got me my juvie trial, scheduled in a couple of months. Quincy helped, wrote up how I saved his life. Then, in the zero or hero debate, a judge will get to make the final ruling. For now, I'm going to counseling, doing my work, as Allie puts it. 'Cause life is choices and consequences, and I gotta get better at my choices so I can earn myself some better consequences. I want to go to culinary school. I want to bring Sandra's chicken parm to the world, 'cause when I'm in the kitchen, I can feel her beside me, and that feels good. I want to give a hand up to other struggling kids. If I was my own chef, I could offer jobs as busboys, dishwashers. I could teach, because when I reach out, I feel Frank beside me, and that feels good. I want to get to know my sister again, spend more time with her and her family, because when she smiles at me, I don't remember that night anymore. I remember Cheerios and Clifford, the big red dog. I feel proud and strong, like a big brother should, and that feels good. I want to do better. I want to be better. I had a family once. Now, with a little bit of work and effort, one day, I'm gonna have a family again.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Right Behind You by Lisa Gardner, Performed by Luke Daniels and Terry Schnaubelt. Performance copyright 2016 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.